Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Me Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful. Also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and
Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Agboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Agboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Greetings world, here's another episode of Inside Life. My name is Jide Taiwo. I have the pleasure of sitting here today with the amazing, if I do say so myself, Dylan. Hi Dylan. I'm well. Good to have you on here.
Thank you.
How's Lagos treating you? You were telling me just a few minutes ago that this is your second time in Lagos. What's Lagos like for you?
Lagos is very different from where I live in London. But
Is it?
It's completely different. It's a complete opposite, but it's amazing. The weather is warm. It's bustling. People can be very friendly but funny as well. And
How do you mean funny? How do you mean
like
funny?
just crazy situations and things that are said that you would never hear in London. It's very exciting. It's an exciting place to be. And being half Nigerian, I just love being here and love seeing my people. And I come here with my family, and I just have a great time.
Right. Let's talk about that for a minute. You come from a long line, at least your Nigerian side. You know, a long line of creatives. You know, creative entrepreneurs. You know, entertainers and all that. What's that done for you? How aware of you of that legacy?
Well, I guess it's in my blood because it's just something that comes natural to me. Being creative, I love music, I love dancing, I love any performance. So it's very obvious that it's something that is natural to me. My parents aren't creative at all, but I have other family members who are. So growing up, it was just me being creative, but they appreciated my love for music and performance as well.
Talk to me about the music. Now the rage is Afrobeat, and I'm happy to know that we've taken over the London scene, right? You don't do Afrobeats, do you?
No, I haven't gone into Afrobeats yet.
Oh,
but
okay.
I do want
I like
to.
that word yet.
Yes, yeah.
It's coming, isn't it?
Yes. Of course, I want to do Afrobeats at some point when it is right for me, which will be soon. But it's more about finding the right people to work with, I think, because it's a genre that I didn't write or I don't write, and I haven't grown up writing. So I need to work with someone who knows how to bring me into that space so it sounds good. We don't want it to sound
contrived.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We want it to sound good. So but Afrobeat is everywhere. Everywhere you go in London, they're playing Afrobeat now.
Yes.
Every restaurant, club. So
Is there a faint sense of pride in there somewhere?
for me personally, yeah, definitely. To see that every culture now is loving Afrobeat from all over the world, I think that's something that's really special.
Gotcha. But let's talk about something that you do, right? R&B, with a little bit of alternative.
Alternative R&B.
What does that mean? No, so when I think R&B, you know, I think of say Marvin Gaye, and then down the line Whitney, the rest of them. But it's alternative R&B.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think that's like a new genre that's come in over the last few years because it's kind of a fusion of different genres in R&B. So it's not just traditional R&B now. You've got R&B with a little bit of a pop, maybe a little bit of a jazz, soul that's introduced into it now. That's why it's alternative, because it's different to the usual R&B that we're used to.
Right.
So that's me, because I listen to every genre of music. So I put that into my sound. So it's not just traditional R&B. It's got a mixture of a lot of different sounds.
Right. Could we chart like the cores of your music? So I know you started singing and performing early, right? So you were, I was 6, 7 or thereabouts?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, and then you just used to sing around the house. At what point did it occur to you that, oh, I could be this, you know? Did you always wanted to be a singer and entertainer, or did you want to work with the police or something? What was your childhood dream?
Yeah, no, I always loved singing and performing, but I was also very studious, and obviously having a Nigerian family, they encouraged me to be studious. So I loved reading. I did like maths as well, but I was going to study law. So I did politics, and I was going to go into that legal side. Yeah. And I still love that kind of thing. I love being in the corporate world as well. I have that side of me, but the creative side is really what comes natural to me. So what did I want to be? I think maybe a lawyer, but I also like a lot of human rights work.
Right.
So charity work as well. I just like helping people and giving to people as well. So I think that's probably what I would have done.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you became an entertainer. What was the transition point for you from being, you know, Dylan singing around the house and then Dylan performing in front of people?
I think growing up, I wasn't really around too many people who were also entertainers. So for me, it kind of seemed very far away, that it was something you couldn't really do. It's too difficult. How do you start? then I started to meet some people who were also entertainers and they were doing it successfully. And I saw, oh, this is how you do it. These are the steps that you take to become a professional entertainer. I said, okay, I can do that. And then I started to see people like my stuff. People really resonated with it. So I just thought, okay, this is something I should take on seriously.
Right. So what comes more naturally to you? Singing or writing?
I would say both. I love singing other people's songs. I have my favorite singers, but then I write just in my day-to-day. I have little lyrics that come up just every day.
Right.
And I have to write them down. So they're two things that are very natural to me.
Right. So what's the journey for you in releasing music? So a little bit of context. So the Nigerian music and entertainment scene has had this kind of resurgence in the last 6 or 7 years. It used to be a bit difficult to make music and put it out, right? It's not the same for you in the UK. So the pipeline is more established in the UK. So you make music, sign to a record label, put the music out. What's that journey been for you? Are you signed to a major? Are you working indie? Are you collaborating? What's that space like for you?
So I'm independent at the moment.
Is that good or bad though?
I think it's good because you get the creative freedom that you want. Nobody is really telling you, you have to do this, you have to sing.
You're not worried about all of the, the sign-on bonuses, all of whatnot that major labels provide for artists. Is that a fair trade-off for you? That your creative freedom is more important to you than whatever a label could offer you in the beginning?
Yeah, I think the creative freedom is very important, and also in this day and age, because the music industry, it's much harder to make money. When you get that advance, you have to make it back, and it's much harder now to make it back. Right. So it's like now it's sort of the trade-off. It's like you're also losing that creative freedom, and you have to pay back this large loan, essentially. So being independent, you can fund it yourself, and you know that you're not in debt to anyone necessarily, and you have that creative freedom. So I think it's a bit more freeing, and more people are doing it. More artists are becoming independent because it's now easier to do that. You don't necessarily need the big labels anymore.
Right. So are you looking at making music and releasing it in the traditional form? So you have an album out, you have an EP out, you have all of this out, or are you used to be this guy Ryan Leslie, right, that had a funny way of, and it's one of the people that talk about independent music a lot. So he had this way of dropping music to his core fans. It has a niche of fans. Or do you want to do what we're more used to in having, a buzz, you have a moment, you drop your music, do tours. You're on tour. Are you on tour currently?
So at the moment, I have a show, my first show of the year, on May 7th.
Yay!
So it's my own evening.
Right.
So it's a whole night of just my music.
That's in London, no?
Yeah, in London.
Whereabouts?
So it's in Great Portland Street at a venue called the Lucky Pig.
Right. So that's the first show of the year.
Yeah.
You've taken your time, haven't you?
I released a song in January alongside a music video, and then I'm gonna have another release next month as well.
A coincidence, you made a name for yourself. The allure of what you have speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So I'm just planning the next few months of releases and shows. There's going to be a lot more shows.
What's the overwhelming inspiration of yours? I know you've been compared, we're talking Offset, and someone compared you to a Shadiadu, right? Is that an inspiration of yours? A tone, and she has this mystique about her, which I think you do have yourself.
Yeah, she's a massive inspiration, and I think she's timeless as well. And we can listen to her back in like the 80s and 90s. You can listen to her now; it still feels fresh. And yeah, she has that mystique. She's not overdoing it with vocals. It's just very kind of like relaxed and confident in her vocals, which is what I love. It's just kind of like she's saying what she wants to say. She's not trying to prove anything. So that's why I love her. And her style, everything is just timeless with her. Right. So I just love her.
Right. A few thoughts on on pop culture, if you may. In recent time, we've had the folks in hip hop battling back and forth. You've had people using their music for, special causes and things of that nature. What do you think is the place of pop culture music in larger society? And I'll tell you why. There's a section of Nigerian audiences that feel like music should be for enjoyment, so to speak. And to quote Fela Kuti, he said, African music cannot be for enjoyment, it has to be for struggle. But even when you're struggling, there are, downtimes, times that you need to just relax a little bit. To you, what's the role of music and pop culture in society?
Well, music is one of the most powerful mediums of entertainment, I think. So it is going to obviously have an effect on pop culture. And I think what the youth is listening to as well, what young people, what we're listening to, drives a lot of it as well, drives pop culture. And it can be positive and negative, but the type of music that is out and that is popular, it can have a positive effect on society, it can have a negative effect. So I think it's really powerful. It's really, really powerful.
Do you like Nigerian food?
Yes.
What's your favorite?
I have too many things that I like.
Oh, okay. So top five. Let's
Top five, right?
Right.
I have jollof rice, obviously.
Oh, for sure.
Shaki.
Oh no.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
I just love it. It's amazing. Assorted meat. What else? Egusi.
Ooh.
Plantain.
Oh wow, yeah, Nigerian through and through. What's your top 5 British food?
I don't have top 5 British food. No.
You like everything.
No, I don't like anything.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd say that.
There's good stuff. They have
Yeah,
good things.
some.
Yeah. Sunday roast.
Okay.
Are nice. Fish and chips.
Fish and chips, well, it's staple. Bangers and mash. Not quite.
Not too much.
Right.
It reminds me of being in school. So
What part of it? What part of it? Yeah. Did you go to boarding school?
No, I was in. I've lived in London my whole life. But, they give you those British meals in school. They give you all of those staples.
Right.
There's a lot of nice desserts as well.
Right. But nothing compared to pepper soup, shaki.
No. It's the flavoring.
Yes, yes.
The
Assorted meat.
the same in the UK.
Yeah.
Just with the food, it's not the same.
Yeah.
So that's why I like.
I mean, your eyes just lit up when you're talking about the flavors.
Yeah. Because I haven't had it yet. Because I've just got to Lagos.
Oh wow!
So I'm just waiting.
How much time do you have?
A couple of days.
Oh, okay.
A couple of days. So I'm waiting to
We'll go through
a full spread of the jollof rice. So.
We're here for you. We're here for you. Oh, by the way, as we wrap up, you seem to be really chill. No? What's the loudest your voice can go?
My voice can get really loud.
Oh, okay.
I'm chilled with the normal conversation, but if you ask any of my friends, I'm the one like running, screaming around like in the room.
Should we try?
But also, it's early morning.
No, it's almost midday.
Yeah. So I'm kind of just more chilled.
Okay, so can we take it a notch? Can you speak this high? Can your voice go this high?
So you want it to go louder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Say Dylan.
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 Dylan. Dylan. You can go higher, can't you?
I can go. Of course, I'm a singer. I can.
Yeah, you have all of those things.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay.
Loud.
Yeah. Do you want to give us a little something?
A little something.
From yours.
A little song.
A little song, if you don't mind. Line 2, 3. We don't mind. This is you.
One of my favorite songs that I released is called "Trouble in Paradise." So I'll do a little snippet of
I like the sound of that.
Didn't you want the best for us? Didn't you want some happiness? I know you were so shameless, but I didn't expect it. And all of my friends wanna be us. They wanna know what is our secret, but they don't know what we've been through, what I had to see you do.
Thank you, Dylan. Now I'm going to be playing that all day then. We're going to be playing that. Thank you, Dylan, for spending part of your morning with
Thank
with
you
us.
so much for having me.
It's a delight to converse with you, and I'm sure this will be the final conversation we have, right? So yes, say hi to your Lagos fans and tell them we'll be back.
Hello.
You're back in another month, no?
Yes, I am. Oh, in a couple weeks. Yeah.
Okay, we'll wait.
I'll be back next month. Yeah.
So say hi to Lagos, folks.
Hi, Lagos.
This is Dylan.
I'm Dylan and Laura.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having us.
Thank
We'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, guys. Round of applause for Dylan.
If you can't put your checks inside of me, ensure the world knows me. I'll sit beside you, that's just what I need.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel, it is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, revealing a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines
beautiful, darling sister, who is particularly on right now, testing the IL 104.9 FM. Yes, you heard that right. So listen to it, have some fun while we keep the gear rolling, and join us on and across all social media handles. It is time for SOUQ Business Landscape. So hey, wake up, get the coffee, smell it if you like, take some good gulp, and let's get it rolling. We'll go and take a very short break, and when we return, the headlines will hit you just as it is. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, and our flight takes us to the beautiful city of Kenya. Let's look at what the Business Daily Kenya has to say. Half of firms face delisting in secret owners crackdown. Firms have up to November 30th to reveal beneficial owners. Regulators meant to aid tax evasion, money laundering fight. Now, this is one particular thing Kenya is trying their best to get it right. After that protest that people said, this financial bill is not going to work. So every places where production is happening and government is not seeing revenue, government is cracking down, left, right, center. Now, IMF is also upset by Kenya's move for 193 billion shilling UAE. Okay. When we see this sort of headlines, we kind of pause, then ask some very particular question. IMF upset, okay. Kenya move for 1 point. We don't want to look at what the ending of that particular headline is. Go pick up a Business Daily and get to read about it. But why is IMF upset? They are a financial house. The country is on their own. They are independent, mind you. So when you are upset or not, they are doing business. If the business favors you, good. If it doesn't favor you, good. Is a UAE debt? Yes, we understand. It's Kenyans? Yes, we understand. So keep your upset and your anger in the coolers. Let Kenya sort their issues out. Cost of running the national government rises by 12 billion shillings. Now, this is one that should concern every African. We keep looking at, say, okay, how can we cut costs? How can we bring down the humongous amount governments, politics is getting government to spend across Africa? This is our home. So if we can't get that, then I think a lot of this money is we go into some other developmental issues. So if the national government in Kenya is spending more to the tune of 12 billion, there's a whole lot to read. So pick up the papers, go to that headline and read up all about it. Leave no line untouched. Business Day South Africa. Now, the major headlines are saying this, and we hit you with it. Move to block Paramount's purchase, obstruction in part to end SARU deal. Okay? For those concerned and for those that have shares, those planning to buy shares, those thinking of taking up the company, whatever dealings you have to do with them, go pick up the papers and read all about it. It's all there in the papers. So are they sensationalizing it? Find out. Truth, find out. Just there, find out. So go pick up the papers and read up all about it. IMF team to update view on South Africa's prospect. You're wondering why I'm giggling. This is those particular times where you now get to ask yourself, hey, it's IMF more like the class monitor in Africa holding the whip and telling everybody stay in line? Should they be the ones that determine what happens in your country? I'm just talking, hey. So just go pick up all the papers and read. Financial Times UK. Lodge towards trade barriers, SOUQ policy makers fear for global recovery. Okay, let's get to see a little bit of what it's saying. Political risks threaten outlook. Okay. Go pick up that papers and read all about it. For issues that really gets the people talking and working, we will talk about it a bit. For this particular one, go pick up the papers, Business Day UK, and read all about it. Trump tariff plans sharpen alarm, rules-based order in peril. Still pick up the papers and read all about it. Get to know what the fear of Trump is doing. These are good times. The election is not far, it's just days away. So pick up the papers and read all about it. Influence of big money kicks off a new era for football. Now, this is the side that you sit back and ask yourself, who is making the money? Which club is losing it? Who is going to ownership? Who is losing the ownership? Now, football ownership has undergone big changes with the arrival of private equity, sovereign wealth, hedge funds, and billionaires. That we can say, yes, we know about that. Now, the deep pockets of institutional capital has resulted in an outbreak of lawfare. Now, for some nations, some football commissions, some bodies, they have a way of making everybody compete favorably. It doesn't matter how rich or who is taking over or who is buying. But at that too, we still see some other clubs in sub-nations also being above the law to some extent. So hey, go up, pick up the papers and read all about it. Sport is business. That is the first thing you should know. Sport is business. So it's a particular climate doing the business well and good. Africa is time to emulate. Blue chip profitability at risk from French tax rises. Okay, let's get to see what the body is saying. Luxury, defense, and construction blue chip companies are among those likely to face significant higher tax bills under Premier Michael Barnier's belt-tightening budget, denting their profitability this year and the next. 2024 and 2025. You will see that on page 5. Remember, companies and everybody set up business to make profit. So once that profit is touched, you hear the cry. Now, let's also get to see this particular one. Elections. Donald Trump has a global to-do list, and it's a big read on page 13. Check it out, Business Post. Bangladesh is next. But once it has to do with the elections, just go and read it up. You know, those are news. These are news that go stale after the elections. Then we move on to something else. Bangladesh Business Post. EU sees opportunity in Bangladesh rapid renewable energy expansion. It's nice. When Bangladesh gets into trouble, everybody hands off. When the troubles are almost over, everybody come partying. Bangladesh, I hope you know what and who your friends really, really are. So go pick up the papers and read all about it. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, SOUQ Business Landscape. It's still here. Don't go anywhere. Drink those coffees and get ready for part 2. We'll stay here.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back from the coffee break. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, and we are still on business post Bangladesh, the darling when everything is rosy. Now, what do we have on the papers? Dhaka stocks continue to bleed as confidence wanes. Committee formed as the Dhaka Stock Exchange fell 149 points, dipping below the 5,000 mark. Okay, so what exactly is the committee going to do? What are they going to find out? What are they going to see? What are they going to investigate? Whose points are they going to show up? So pick up the Bangladesh Post and read all about it. Another one, BR encouraging agri-product transport by special trains. That's good. Agri-product transport by special trains. Africa, I hope you can see these particular headlines. I'm not sending you to what the details are, but this particular headlines. So if you can't say special trains, we need the rails and the trains in the first place. I'm talking to Africa though. Now let's keep going. Gulf times Qatar. Gulf times Qatar is where we head next. Qatar set to have the strongest growth in road freight in GCC between 2023 and 2030, says. That's nice. Now, these are the kind of projections you really want to see. Not just on papers, not just on headlines, but in reality. Can they do it? Go pick up the headlines, pick up the paper, and read all about it. Also on Qatar Times, Milia secures 262 million reals EPCIC contract from North Oil Company. That is on page 10. So go out there if you are an oil expert, pundit, or someone who is really interested in investing in that sector or know what's happening there. Then go to page 10 and read all about it. We'll go to the next. Global funds look to India as financial market jitters pick up. That's good news. That's really, really good news. India is up, the jitters are out, and the market is on the fly. So go pick up the papers and read all about it. Financial Express India is where we head to. Market gurus see muted returns in Samvat. 2081. Okay. Concerns over earnings, growth, weak demand, and geopolitical conflict. Now, these are things that should spur you to go pick up that particular newsprint and read and digest. Slowing urban demand, hot, fast-moving consumer goods growth. That's also in India. Okay, now whose projections are this? Whose stats are this? And who is rolling this out? Pick up the papers and read. Rising cost dent Indians' margin. 424 selected firms grow at just 6% in Q2. That's financial year. Okay. If those are good possibilities, we don't know. We not sure. But go pick up the papers and read all about it. We'll go on another very short break, and when we return, SOUQ business landscape. We'll give you some good headlines, and you go read it up about every single one of them. Don't go anywhere. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We will be right back.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by techno expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Break, so you've had enough sip and you are up and doing. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, and my name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Remember, this is SOUQ News, where we are all about positivities. So there's no better way to start your day than on SOUQ News. Now we go to Business Day Nigeria. So for those that are wondering, yes, this is where we're going to call it quit for today on Business Day Nigeria. Investors flock to mutual assets, mutual funds as asset jumps 39%. Now that is good news. So for everyone that is putting their money down there, just go and read all about it. All about it. Good news coming from business. Now, also remember this. It doesn't matter what you're doing, doesn't matter what you're feeling, it doesn't matter what you're winning. As long as you keep trying, then there are possibilities if you don't give up. Now, Business Day, dollar fund assets value nearly triple on Naira devaluation. Okay, that particular one hits the cheek and bites the tongue. So for every business person out there, read all about it. You are going through this particular one right now, but how do we come out of this quagmire? Read all about it and solutions has to come. On this note, I want to say thank you very much for hanging in there with us and going through the headlines with us and going back to read all about it later today. Have yourself a very beautiful SOUQ day. That's a beautiful day. And for everyone in the market, remember, this is your station. Everyone in business, this is your station. There's no better place to be than on SOUQ News. To every member of the crew that has brought this to you, we say thank you very much to Patrick, to Gladys, to Amaka, who is producing, to Ikena, who is also producing, to the camera people, Black and Austin. I want to say thank you very much. My name is Chooks, Joe Rogers Chooks. We'll do this again on Wednesday. Remember, keep being SOUQ. Have yourself a beautiful day.
Came alive with a dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white group made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Chebi, person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali ko Malians ko Naira Mali ni, oya person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
Negative ones, pictures and the likes. I don't believe in the whole fashion scene and the African society is that apart from the fact that African is has taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry world global-wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased AO Afrique's latest designs, a blend of ashoke with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie and dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I try to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you sell this? That's how we've been marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I know ya. See, where will you come? Find me, baby, I'm not lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting, rumors, status. I can show you, if you want to talk, baby, you're lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting, rumors, status.
Oh, so good. This night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the All White Group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now feel it. So I walk in, the meeting is good. I walk in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have more. When we have some other designers come join in, so the runway will not be these old designs alone. We'll have other designers come. Maybe we'll have something that we can bring in some international press to see what's good. So I think it will. Knowing Agbo is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so, yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year, I hope to see a bigger, better, bigger movie. So it to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight it's all about AO Afrique's designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into All White Group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turn into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keying into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, Star Kids, one of the up and rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And let me borrow the words of Donald Trump, they missed greatly.
Yeah, that's a good one. The All White Group was once again proved to be more than just a party.
It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun markets, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's just the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have brought this making it outside to show as an African wear. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dog the market is, there are influx of it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos. When you bring it out, other people will Onitsha, people with Bara people with all sort of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you are sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. You see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes the why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to government to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. For updates,
the challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility,
we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
We should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
It is Early Exchange o'clock. That's a new one. Oh yes. So whenever you check your time and it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, and you see that it is 8 o'clock, you know that there is one thing happening at this time, and that is the shaping of policy, advancing of development on a program called Early Exchange on SOUQ News TV. I am Blessing AJ. How's your weekend? How did you spend it? Well, you can tell me all about that later on. First, I've got news for you. If you live in Europe and for about 3, 4, 5 years, you've been saying, well, there is inflation. The prices of some goods and services that I could afford before have increased. But you observe that for a while, it seemed that the price growth has slowed. Well, the President of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, says that they are breaking the neck of inflation. Well, that's a figurative speech, but how have they been able to tackle inflation in Europe and Eurozone? What are the implications for countries in Europe? What promise does it hold for economic growth? These are some of the issues we'll be looking at on the show today. And another thing we'd also focus on is the recommendations of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to federal government of Nigeria on the removal of subsidy and the unification of the exchange rate in Nigeria. Well, you know, when people say things now, the way it's said in local parlance in Nigeria, people say things maybe not directly to you, but they just say it generally and then they say, catch your sob. It seemed like from all the sayings of economic analysts in Nigeria, the IMF finally has caught their sob. What do I mean by that? You just need to stick around long enough to know that, because you will get more info on the IMF's recommendation to the federal government of Nigeria as the show progresses. Now, looking at local development, a bag of rice has surged. The price of a bag of rice has surged by 123% in Nigeria, dwarfing the minimum wage of 70,000 naira, because averagely you can now purchase a bag of rice in Nigeria for minimum of 105,000 naira. Now, if you are someone of choice and you say, I want a different categorization, I want this type of rice, then you should be willing to part with as much as 130,000 naira for a bag of rice. Oh, and when I look around and I try to put my sense of smell to work, I can smell Christmas very close. A bag of rice ranging from 105,000 naira to 130,000 naira, and Christmas is around the corner. What kind of news is that? Well, let's take it over to David Chidu, who will spin us around the world and get us updated on current happenings. Maybe in the course of the news, you might get answer on what's going to happen with the sales of bag of rice. Stay.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. Today I am David Chiedu. Nigeria's central bank governor, Olayemi Cardoso, has expressed confidence in the bank's ability to attract $1 billion in monthly remittances. Cardoso made these remarks during a joint press conference with the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Olawale Edun, following the annual meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank in Washington, D.C. Recall that the CBN remittances surged from $250 million in April to over $600 million in September. The CBN attributes this growth to enhanced communication and collaboration. Cardoso also emphasized efforts to remove Nigeria from the Financial Action Task Force's grey list and boost investor confidence. The CBN governor explained that reforms from the CBN have stabilized the foreign exchange market, enhanced financial inclusion, and ensured transparency in monetary policy. The Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, and the Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative has organized the 7th edition of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, scheduled to take place between 5th to 7th of November 2024 in Abuja, focusing on harnessing diaspora investments for economic transformation. The summit, themed adapting stability through diaspora investment, will be attended by notable dignitaries such as Presidents Bola Tinubu, Aliko Dangote, and others. The summit will unlock new opportunities for Nigeria's development. Since 2018, the summit has generated over $200 million in investments across sectors like agriculture, fintech, and healthcare. And the Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, experienced a significant surge, with investors gaining 835 billion naira in 1 week. The all-share index rose by 1.41% to 99,448.91, driven by increased investor confidence and buying interest in financial and oil and gas stocks. The market's capitalization crossed the 60 trillion naira mark, closing at 60.26 trillion naira. The banking index led the gains, posting a 7.86% increase, followed by the insurance index with a 4.04% rise. Analysts attribute the positive performance to robust 9-month earnings from banks and optimism about the country's economic fundamentals. Trading activity increased with 2.142 billion units of shares worth 85.95 billion naira traded in 41,217 deals. The rally is expected to persist, with cautious profit-taking activities potentially creating intermittent dips. Upcoming macroeconomic data, releases and corporate earnings report rather are anticipated to influence short-term trading dynamics. And Dangote Cement PLC has invested over $280 million in compressed natural gas technology and infrastructure, supporting President Bola Tinubu's CNG initiative. The investment is geared towards transitioning Dangote entire fleet to CNG, acquiring 3,100 CNG trucks by year's end. Group Managing Director Arvind Pathak stated that this move marks a significant milestone in Dangote's clean energy transition, targeting a predominantly CNG-powered fleet by mid-2026. The company is expanding its CNG fueling infrastructure, ensuring reliable access to CNG. According to Dangote Group's president, Aliko Dangote, this investment aligns with Nigeria's nationally determined contribution to achieve net zero emissions by 2060. And that's the news update at this hour. Many thanks for watching. It's back to Blessing Eche for the continuation of conversations on early exchange. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
Have we broken the neck of inflation? Not yet. Are we in the process of breaking that neck? Yes. Now, we know, and I was on the market in Ljubljana a couple of days ago to check on prices because I come to Ljubljana on a regular basis if I can. Food prices are still growing at 2.4% on average in the euro area. And this is not the 2% that we want. We are clearly still above target, and it's one area, together with energy prices, to which consumers are highly sensitive, which has a bearing on what they do, whether they consume, whether they save, which matters a lot. So we are extremely attentive. We know that food prices in particular are very sensitive, and we know that we are not at target yet on that front. But are we breaking the neck of it? Yes, I think so. It's not broken completely yet, but we're getting there.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
You just listened to the president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, speaking on efforts the bank has made to reduce inflation in Eurozone. In her words, break the neck of inflation. But she says there's still some way to go. The target by the bank is to bring inflation to 2.1%, but food inflation rather is still about 2.4%. That's some way to go, but they've been able to bring it from what it used to be. Price growth has slowed, but economic activity, production activity specifically in Eurozone is still low, and the bank has made an effort to boost that by cutting rates, which is the second back-to-back rate cutting that they've had in quite some time. And This is something that the banks seem to want to do more as they watch out for the inflation rate in the Eurozone. Joining virtually this morning as we look at the efforts of the European Central Bank at reducing inflation and encouraging economic activity around the Eurozone. We have Colin SOUQ, who is a global affairs analyst and he joins from Brussels in Belgium. Good morning, Colin SOUQ. Thank you for joining
Sorry,
the show.
I
Now,
was on mute.
I don't know if you were able to listen to the president of the ECB, Christine Lagarde, speak before we started the conversation. She talked about efforts being made, and in her words, they're breaking the neck of inflation. This is a region, not just a country. The European Central Bank has been managing inflation around the Eurozone, not just for a country. What's your thoughts regarding the efforts of the ECB so far at reducing inflation and even moving ahead to begin to cut rates?
Well, obviously, Christine Lagarde was very much upbeat, exuding optimism and all of that. And I must tell you that the market actually shares that optimism, but in a very, very cautious manner, because, she actually mentioned it herself. It is not yet Uhuru. There are still things to watch to ensure that they get to their target, which is, approximately, 2%. So, since 1999, I believe, when the European Central Bank was founded, I believe this is go back to 2022. About this time in 2022, in October, the inflation actually peaked, in the Eurozone at that time. And I think the rate at that time was about 10.6% year over year. That was massive. That it sent a whole lot of shivers everywhere. So this is what they have done now. Is indeed the highest inflation rate recorded since the creation, like I mentioned, of the Eurozone. So yes, it's pretty significant, optimistic, but very cautiously optimistic.
If we look at economic conditions across Europe, it's said to be deteriorating, and that has necessitated rate cuts. What could you say have been the reasons for deteriorating economic conditions across Europe?
Yeah, I think you can actually ascribe, the situation to multiple factors. It includes, for instance, the energy crisis, and you cannot divorce the energy crisis from the Ukraine-Russian conflict. And then you also have issues around supply chain disruptions. Again, that is linked partly to the conflicts in, the former Soviet Union, Ukraine, Russia. And then you also think about the post-pandemic demand pressure, because, the pandemic is over, but the aftermath is still being felt. And so, these are bits and pieces of, combination of factors that actually led to it. And of course, it is no wonder that the, European Central Bank has had to respond, to, actually bring inflation back towards that target of, 2%.
Now, the ECB cut interest rates by 25 basis points. Now, people were expecting that there should have been a more aggressive rate cut, but the ECB president says for now, they feel it is okay to leave it at that. Do you think it was is enough to have left it at that? And going forward, they still have 4 meetings in the year. What are your expectations? What do you think is going to be the direction of the ECB regarding rate cuts?
Well, like I did mention, I think there has been a need for them to cut, but not too deeply. Okay, and that is actually aimed at forestalling, serious shock to the economy. Yes, I believe that the first major step has been taken towards breaking the neck of inflation. He didn't say the neck has been broken, but one can expect, steady, cut in the coming periods, leading up to a major meeting. I believe they will be having next month, as a matter of fact, just a few weeks from now, sometime in November, and I think major announcement is expected out of the November policy meeting.
There are countries in Europe that are said to be like the production hub in Europe. In those areas, with a cut in rates, what do you see happening in those areas, particularly in countries like Germany? Do you see production picking up, or it will take more cuts to have that effect?
The modest cut in the first instance will already deliver some fruits, because don't forget, Blessing, that the major worry is high unemployment. Okay, now that is also linked to production, because distortion in production activities will be occasioned, of course, by high unemployment. So building on the modest policy change that has occurred, I believe that the goal of stabilizing, bringing in stability to the Eurozone economy will definitely be achieved. But indeed, more is expected, and that is perhaps the singular reason to expect that more announcements will be made out of the policy meeting in November. Yes, Germany, as one of the major economies in Europe, is very much concerned. Now, production activities have improved indeed, but more still needs to be done. And I think the optimism that is being expressed is indeed justified, but only if the consistency is maintained.
Now, for the month of September, when the Eurozone looked at the survey that was done and looked at the report before it went on to cut rates, there were, among the Euro states, Ireland had the lowest inflation rate. What could you use that to?
Well, first and foremost, I believe that the major anchor for Irish, beautiful numbers has to do with sound, economic policies. That's one. Now, linked to that is the fact that, the tech industry in Ireland has actually gotten a, very serious boost in the last decade, and incrementally. Now, I think it is now and going forward that the impact of, those boosts that it got through, policy, very intentional policies, it is now that the fruit is being reaped. I mean, all the, global tech industries actually have a hub, I would say, the vast majority of them have a hub in Ireland, and I think, without going left, right, and center, one can actually see from that area, that economic area, why the rate is the lowest in Ireland.
You said that the investors and the financial markets are still a bit watchful even when rate has been cut. How do you think the rate cut by the ECB will impact the financial markets?
Well, there are obvious ways that it will impact the financial market because obviously one could see that post the pandemic, the major worries was lower activity and massive, retrenchment. Now, signs of that actually, became strong, and indeed, in some jurisdiction within the Eurozone, we saw that already beginning to happen. But then, due to government intervention, where rather than having people out of work, government preferred that subsidies are paid to to employers to keep those workers within, so that there is no vacuum created in the labor market. Now, I believe that such worries, even though they have been managed very well, they have not, those fears, those concerns have not, gone away completely. So if there's anything that worries the government, but also the private sector, it is that, issue of massive, unemployment, because don't forget, the production that we talked about will also be massively, affected by it, but also the purchasing power of, the citizens. So those are the areas that are still of huge concern because of the impact it will have, not just on the economy, but also on the overall, social sphere.
So the ECB is employing the approach of inflation targeting, which seems to be working very well for them. What are the lessons for a country like Nigeria to learn from the European Central Bank?
Well, I think policy consistency is very, very important. That's number one. Number two, these policies are no standalone. I mean, they are based on data. Okay, so that is why you see that a lot of money is actually put aside for R&D, research and development. And the academia are also, brought in to ensure that, accurate data are provided. Now, Nigeria needs to invest in all of, as basic as it is, Nigeria has to realize that, such accurate data gathering that then leads to, very sound policies are very, very important. So it's a matter of, putting your money where your mouth is. And that's what the European Central Bank has done. And I think Nigeria can learn a lot from that.
Let's get to Germany again, with production activity reducing, and then the interest rate has been caused to encourage more borrowing and investment. What should the world be looking at or expecting to come from countries like Germany, which are the production hub of Euro, in the coming months?
Well, I think it is still early to predict that, Germany will return now. In the coming months to its pre-pandemic, economic, situation, economic strength. No, there are still a lot of work to do, and let's not forget also that, due to some of the European Central Bank policies that actually strengthened the euro, export, became challenging because the euro was so strong that, other countries were finding it difficult to deal with euro. So, which is part of the downside of a strong, currency. Now, in the coming period, with the stability that has been introduced into the market due to the steps taken by European central bank, economies like Germany will be drawing. I would, estimate, in terms of taking over the deficit created by the pandemic. I think they will still have about 25% to go in terms of normalizing the economic situation.
If we look at how the ECB has waded into the economic challenges in Europe, if we look at Africa, which is a region as well, we don't really have a central authority to look at when we talk of managing the economic challenges within the region. Why do we have this difference?
Well, a very important point you've raised there, Blessing. Theoretically, they do have that. I mean, in the regional bloc of ECOWAS, for instance, the African Union, they do have those in theory, but in practice, it is just not there. I mean, if the largest economy in Africa, which is Nigeria, is not getting it right in terms of, voting out the necessary budget to drive R&D, research and development, I mean, you cannot expect so very much from the rest of Africa. So you see the recommendation for Nigeria, to be more purposeful in actually doing the groundwork, to kind of come closer to the level that the European Central Bank has done. Now, African Development Bank is doing quite a lot, but they are just not there and not yet. And I believe that more support could be used.
Looking further into the activities of the Eurozone, one of the things that they do I'm talking about the ECB rather, one of the roles that they perform for the Eurozone is managing foreign exchange reserves. They also supervise banks. But in Africa, you find that every country has its central bank and they are sovereign in attending to the issues of their country. What sort of policy? You mentioned regional blocs like the ECOWAS, but we've also seen the challenge that the ECOWAS have suffered in recent times with the political issues concerning all their ECOWAS countries, the 3 countries that pulled out of the ECOWAS, forming the Sahel states recently, that also weakening the power of the ECOWAS. Now, if Africa is to copy the model of the Eurozone, using a single central bank as an authority to supervise all the central banks within the region, what sort of policy, what should be the mode to achieving this? And would it work here?
It will work anywhere, it will work everywhere, but the thing is that you've got to get the fundamentals right. And the fundamentals here is that where there is no, political stability, where, you have crisis and, threats of war here and there, of course, it is difficult, nearly impossible to plan. And when you see Europe actually coming out in full force to support Ukraine against the aggression of Russia, it is also partly, for the reason that you've just raised, Blessing, which is ensuring that the stability, the political stability that is needed to drive economic growth is not disrupted, it's not distorted. So in Africa, some of these things don't, are not stand alone. So first you need to deal with the fundamentals, which is political, stability, because it is only in that environment, in that atmosphere, that any policy that, a central bank for Africa, African Central Bank, could work. So that's a good place to start. And indeed, it will work if a measure of stability is achieved.
All right, thank you so much, Collins Wiki. We're not done with the conversation. Let's take a pause and return soon.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
It's the early exchange, and I thank you for staying with us. Inflation recently has been a common challenge that countries have been battling with. Regions have also been battling with this. So the European Central Bank has given a history of what it has done to fight this, and also talking about the results that its efforts have produced. And we're looking at the efforts of the European Central Bank at controlling inflation in the Eurozone. Though the ECB is yet to achieve its target of bringing inflation to 2%. But if you look at what they've done, it seems they're almost there. But how is the economy reacting to this effort of the ECB at controlling inflation? We'll still have our guest who is joining virtually, Collins Wike, who is a global affairs analyst and joining from Brussels. Now, if we're to go back again to what the ECB president said, Christine Lagarde, she mentioned that the zone has sort of achieved a soft landing. However, she did acknowledge some risk, which could come from geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Could you take us through how that could jeopardize the gains achieved by the Eurozone?
Well, obviously, Lagarde's statement was, most likely intended to assure markets and the public that, the ECB's action are effective, but caution remains, a necessity. It remains a necessity because, prematurely signaling an end to rate highs could encourage, complacency. And as you know, blessing complacency in a market introduces a whole lot of ill winds, particularly among consumers. And it's got to be balanced. So that communication in itself was meant to reassure the market. But then we also have to bear in mind the worries that that you raised, and that is why they realized, like under Lagarde's leadership, that this is work in progress, and it is not yet good.
If we look at what's going on in the Middle East, there are countries that have been able to manage, countries in the Middle East have been able to stay out of the geopolitical issues within that region. But if we look at how that could affect supply chain, what specifically could be the disruption from that region? Does it have to do specifically with energy, or are there other supply issues that could come from the geopolitical tensions in the Middle East?
Absolutely. Energy, I believe, is actually the least of their worries. I believe that the major disruption, the major concern that the Eurozone countries experienced was the tension in Ukraine-Russia conflict. And I think that is the worst that can hit them. Now, as far as the Middle East is concerned, I believe that agricultural supply in terms of fruits and all of that, is actually a major source, a major commodity, as I can put it, that they are very much concerned of experiencing some supply chain disruption. You can also see that the tone that European countries are singing now is actually different compared to the sort of all-out support that was given to Netanyahu at the beginning of the conflict. They probably didn't envisage that it would drag on for this long. They probably wanted to actually kind of build goodwill with Netanyahu as a basis to now appeal for de-escalation and all of that. So yes, it is not for nothing that they are doing everything they can to create a kind of balance and end the war as quickly as possible. Because yes, agricultural products, things as easy as tomato, grapes, and so on and so forth, coming heavily from that region, will suffer serious disruption.
The Eurozone is one of the most developed regions in the world. If we look at how developed regions of the world have handled external shock, again, let's look at Africa and the impact of supply chain disruptions. What can't be learned?
Well, what has been learned is that early intervention is very important. Now, if you compare the European Central Bank with, for instance, the Fed, the Federal Reserve of the United States, which is the U.S. Central Bank, the Bank of England, or the Bank of Japan, the Bank of Japan was least because they actually intervened before others. But for the other two, the European Central Bank, reacted a bit later. Now, I think the justification for that, like Lagarde told us, was that Europeans typically could be compared with, diesel engine. It starts slowly, but once it picks up, it becomes turbo in terms of how it runs. So the lesson to learn from there is that reacting too quickly might not be the best option, but you need to watch the indicators. And in terms of the European Central Bank, there were 7 main indicators that they had to watch very, very closely. If we have enough time, I could delve deeper into that. And once they were assured that the right thing to do was the rate cut, I mean, they went in, and like I mentioned earlier, we are set to see, steady, consistent action. The next announcement expected in a few weeks' time, and then, continuing that. So being diligent, being meticulous is, part of the lesson. And again, lesson, I come back to the point of investing in research and development.
Now you've touched on research and developments. According to Christine Lagarde, she says that further actions regarding rate cuts and inflation targeting would be data dependent. Why data? How important is this in monitoring inflation and also fighting it?
Yeah. Data is so very important because, Lagarde mentioned herself, this was a data-driven operation, and the key data points, to support her optimism, are the fact that the inflation was brought down, series of interest rate high, and it included, for instance, headline inflation rates, core inflation, wet growth, mediation, and reduced consumer demand. Now, energy price stability, and then credit slowdown. These are all the data points that were taken into consideration and studied very, very carefully, getting the best European, data analysts to see what the data is telling us in all of these five data points that I have mentioned, and then on the basis of that, draw up a policy.
Let's take a look at what the Central Bank of Nigeria has been doing to fight inflation. Now, we've seen that for most of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting held this year, the Central Bank has steadily increased rates as opposed to what the ECB is currently doing. Now, currently, the rate stands at about 27.25%. If we're to go the route of using data, does it suggest that sufficient data is being used to arrive at decision made by the Central Bank of Nigeria?
It is doubtful that it is. And the reason it is doubtful is that if it was, the impact would have been felt. I don't know if it was you or, in one of the clips played, that comparison was made with, the cost of a bag of rice, and how high it had gotten, with Christmas approaching and all of us knowing how much, rice is critical to Christmas celebration. Now, they had decided to go the route of, palliatives. That's not, the data doesn't tell you that palliative is what you use in, sorting out inflationary trend in a sustainable manner. So it's either the data are faulty or they are not using any data at all. That is, the most important conclusion to draw out of, the vacuum that is between policy actions taken and the reality that people experience on the ground.
Using inflation targeting approach, the CBN governor sometime in the year did say that the target of the Central Bank of Nigeria is to bring inflation at about 21%. But from what was released by the released by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) for the month of September, inflation stood at over 32%. Is inflation targeting working here? Are there certain factors that should be mixed together to ensure that inflation targeting does work in Nigeria?
Yes, indeed. There are, a lot of, a number. I would think, off the cuff of my head, I could think of, 5, maybe 7 indicators to look at. Now, those factors, those elements, they don't just come on their own. What the market is saying are included in the data. Now, if you don't have the accurate data, for instance, what the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is telling us is different from what the Central Bank of Nigeria is saying. Now, you ask yourself the critical question: on what data is the CBN, Central Bank of Nigeria, on what data are they basing their policies? So, yeah, I think that disconnect is a major issue and needs to be addressed if the forecast and the prognosis that the central bank is making is anything to go by.
The value of the euro is still very high, regardless of the inflation that the zone has experienced recently. Now, with the rate cut, what do you think the impact would be on the value of the euro?
Well, I think the goal is stability, because like I mentioned earlier, the euro being very high also has its downside in terms of how much it impacts exports. For import, it's not a problem, but you see there has to be a healthy balance between import and export. And so that is also linked with production, because when production is high, you produce more. Taking Germany, for instance, the propensity, of course, to export, because you are not just producing for the local economy, for the local market, you are producing for export. Now, in a situation where the euro is way too strong, that impacts, negatively on export, because people hesitate to buy. So there has to be, that stability, and indeed that is, part of the reasons that, in 1999 the European Central Bank was established.
Now let's look at what countries like Japan or some other Asian countries have done regarding the value of their currency vis-a-vis trying to be more export-oriented. You mentioned that there are downsides to having a strong value euro when it comes to production, or when it has to do with production activities within the euro. Can there be some deliberate attempt at tampering with that to encourage more exports of goods from euro?
Absolutely, absolutely. And linked to that, Blessing, is the issue of production. So you see, none of these things, is a standalone. When they produce more, of course, they are producing for the export market. And like I mentioned earlier, yes, it makes sense then to ensure that your currency is not, for want of a better word, overpriced, such that affordability of your currency for the export market, those who are importing the Eurozone products, that you don't play them out of the game. And so there is a delicate balance here to strike, and I believe that that is ultimately the goal of the European Central Bank, and more actions, more announcements are expected in November and going forward in that regard.
There is also the European Union, and there is the European Central Bank. How have these two institutions been able to separate their functions, that while one is really about the economic growth or monitoring the economy of the zone, the other tends to be political? What can African region copy from that?
Well, what the African regions can copy from that is, for instance, for a start, respecting the sovereignty of the independence, rather, of the central banks, okay? Because the central bank is neither an appendage of the, presidency of any country, neither is it, an appendage of the Ministry of Finance, but there can be a symbiotic relationship between all of these quasi-independent entities. At the end of the day, Blessing, the president calls the shot. And in a situation where, there is, mutual collaboration and all of that, yes, of course, they can have an interministerial kind of structure where a platform or a tool that is used to, ensure harmonization, so that they all can be singing from the same hymn book. But, a situation where, the central bank, becomes, an extension of the office of the presidency, as we have it in most African countries, there are issues there. And, that has got to be addressed.
The African Union has been working to establish the African Central Bank and the African Monetary Fund, but these institutions are still in their development stage. What can be done to quicken the operations of these institutions?
Blessing, I do not know that they need to, quicken the operationalization of, these institutions. What I do know and strongly recommend is that they get the, fundamentals right. Because ultimately, Blessing, the question you ask yourself is, are the individual economies of these African countries, their fiscal policies, but also the economic policies, are they sound enough to be able to, be part of, an African central bank or African monetary fund? Well, the obvious answer to that is no, they are not. But that doesn't mean the end to the project. What it means is that very clear criteria have got to be, pushed out, and countries, African countries, given time to comply before they can put a target. Say that when they have about 70% complying, they can make a start with that, and the other 30%, as they comply, they can have a kind of association relationship with them, not full members, but when they now, become compliant, they can join. So these are the sort of things to look at and actually make sure you get it right than, speeding the process and ending up having just an institution that is not fit for purpose.
What is the relevance of a stable Eurozone to global economy?
Europe, Eurozone as a zone, as a bloc, and the European Union, represent a very, very significant percentage of the global economy, both in terms of export, both in terms of trade and politically as well. So I think it is in the best interest of the world that, European institutions, European economy are stable. And it is no surprise then that the rest of the world, United States of America, England, even though they have, gone out of the EU, that it is important to them that they maintain, a good, an excellent, as a matter of fact, working relationship with Europe. And I can see less of that. Instead, we're set to see more and more of such, solidifying of their relationship because of its importance to the global economy.
Thank you so much. I asked that question because someone watching might just be wondering why talk so much about the Eurozone. How does that benefit people in Africa? How does that benefit people in other regions of the world? Here, you've gotten the answer to that. That's the word. After all, is a global village. Would affect one part of the world, will have some effect on other parts of the world. Many thanks, Collins Wike, who is a global affairs analyst. Thank you for looking at the efforts of the European Central Bank at tackling inflation, highlighting the lessons that Africa, especially Nigeria, could learn from that.
Always a pleasure to join you, Blessing. Thank you for having me.
But turn the conversation after the break to the IMF's recommendation to the federal government of Nigeria. Stay.
But the region still faces considerable challenges. Growth will remain subdued in 2024 at 3.6%, with significant variation across the region. Resource-rich countries in particular, notably oil exporters, are struggling to keep up. In 2025, growth is expected to improve modestly to 4.2%. On the more positive front, inflation is back close to the target range in about half the countries in the region, playing off the monetary policy tightening that has been taking place. Efforts to reduce government deficits and manage debt are also paying off in many countries. The debt-to-GDP ratio and interest burdens remain high, but are no longer continuing to rise. and countries are rebuilding their foreign reserves. Despite these improvements, the cost of servicing debt is taking money away from much needed spending programs to address development needs. Many countries still face a funding squeeze and are unable to access markets or borrow from markets at affordable rates. Political and social pressure are complicating the situation even more. High poverty rates, rising cost of living, and a lack of opportunity are fueling social frustrations, making reforms more challenging to implement. To navigate this difficult landscape, policymakers face a tough balancing act. Putting in place reforms to promote growth, further reducing economic imbalances, and doing so while building buy-in and social and political support for reforms. There are some elements that would help foster the acceptability of reforms, including improving governance to rebuild trust in management of public resources, social safety nets to protect the most vulnerable, and carefully designed communication and consultation strategies. It is, of course, also critical that the international community does much more to support countries pursuing the right policies. These reforms often take time to bear fruit, and international solidarity is essential in the interim. For our part, the IMF stands by to strengthen our already deep commitment to
That was an excerpt of the IMF detailing its efforts to encourage growth. Now, let's look at what the IMF is saying regarding the removal of fuel subsidy and the forex reforms that have happened in Nigeria. So, the International Monetary Fund has expressed concern over Nigeria's implementation of social measures that are intended to cushion the effect of subsidy removal and the unification of the foreign exchange rate. And according to the IMF, these efforts are unfolding too slowly. They also highlighted the pains that many Nigerians are going through having to make ends meet because the cost of living has really increased. Now, let's find out what our guest thinks about the IMF's position on the social, you could call them palliative, or some of the social initiatives by the federal government to cushion the effect of subsidy removal and the unification of the exchange rate. Joining virtually this morning is Dr. Yele Okeremi, and he joins from the U.S. Dr. Yele Okeremi is a Precise Financial, is the MDC of Precise Financial Systems Limited, is a finance and business analyst. Good morning.
Listen, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too. All right, Dr. Yele, you heard me talk about the IMF's position on some of the social reforms by the federal government that were social measures that were actually intended to cushion the effect of subsidy removal and the unification of the exchange rate. Now, many times when economic analysts have spoken about some of the reforms of the federal government, they have, in their analysis, pointed fingers at the IMF for being responsible for some of the reforms implemented by the federal government. But like I said at the beginning of the show today, that when we say things generally and they say in local parlance, catch your sob, it did seem that the IMF indeed caught their sob and responded to it, saying that there are some deep-rooted issues in Nigeria, and then they say that some of the social measures seem to be taken off too slowly. Do you agree with the IMF on this? Do you think that they exonerated from the challenges that have come from some of the reforms of the federal government?
Well, thank you, Blessing. So first of all, let me say that there's an adage that who feels it know. And that suggests that even when you go see a doctor, it doesn't matter how smart that doctor may be. The patient is the custodian of the physiology of the body. And the patient needs to understand how to manage herself. We've seen situations where people have gone to see doctors. Yes, the doctors understand a whole lot. They know the pharmacology, they know the physiology, and then they prescribe drugs. And then, you know, patients take the drugs and they are reacting in adverse manners. So the same thing happens when you consult IMF and the World Bank. They might say certain things. And I always say that because of who they are, you don't want to say no outright to them, but every nation has the right to moderate what the IMF or what the World Bank says. So when you look at the prescription, so to speak, of the IMF in the past, it's been very clear. And I think the way they've prescribed some of the things that they want the government to do, they've prescribed them like laboratory, like it's a pure science thing, not recognizing the fact that social sciences is very different from pure sciences. And in social sciences, the human beings matter, and human beings are not predictable totally in terms of the way you look at how they do things. And so, you know, so sometimes when certain things then begin to happen, I will not be surprised if the World Bank and IMF begin to exonerate themselves. I think we ourselves haven't played smartly enough to understand that, yes, some of the things that the IMF, in fact, some of the things that they are talking about may be inevitable, but it is necessary for us as a country to understand the other nuances, the other issues that surround the well-being and actually the prosperity on the long term of the nation. And mind you, there are two important factors that limit the capacity to create wealth in any nation in the world. The first is the abundance or existence of natural resources. That's when you talk about resource-based theory, we can talk about that. And then secondly, which is much more importantly, the value system that galvanizes society together. And these value systems are determined by the leadership of the nation. Now, the bottom line is that when you look at these two things, Nigeria is not a shortage of any of them. We have abundant resources, and we have people who can make things happen. I think the biggest challenge is that the way the value system is where we really are missing it. So I've taken a look at a number of the things that the federal government has done, a lot of things. So take out this fuel subsidy, take out forex subsidy. Yes, they may be inevitable, but what you have done inadvertently is that by those those policies, you have turned on like a switch the cost side of things. Automatically, the cost side of things jump without necessarily providing the capability of the production base of Nigerians to be able to earn commensurately, to be able to meet those required or minimum required costs. And that's why you can see that at this particular point in time, Nigerians are choking on their own medication. And I think that's quite dangerous. And in my opinion, what the World Bank is prescribing is absolutely necessary at this time. The government needs to take a look at some of these policies and find a means of creating stopgap measures that guarantee that the people, the nation that you are hoping to make prosperous is not dead before the day that you are expecting prosperity.
Now, before the federal government did remove subsidy removal, or let's even come to this current administration when it was announced on May 29th that subsidy was gone, the regime of subsidy was gone. Now, Nigerians panicked even at that very day. The effects started to be began to be felt as some fuel stations that had sold petrol in the early hours of the day had just halted the sales of petrol. So there was panic around. But there was some explanation that removal of subsidy would save the federal government $6 billion annually, and that this would actually be put into other sectors that really needed funds from the federal government. Now, according to the national president of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, as at that time in 2023, Mr. Chinedu Okoronko, he said that with the removal of subsidy, that for every liter of petrol, it could cost as much as 750 naira, but the pump price was likely to drop to around 500 naira if the government encouraged the central bank to provide forex to marketers at the official rate. Well, we did see that petrol price in some parts of the country dropped to around that 500 naira. For some, it was a bit over that. But today, petrol is being bought at over 1,000 naira. If we look at what he said, if the federal government encouraged the CBN to give forex to marketers at the official rate, then the cost of PMS would drop. Did this look like there was no consistency in that plan? And that's why we are where we are today.
Now, let me explain something to you, and this is quite interesting. I'm an engineer, and lots of times when we work in the industry, when we are designing systems, we get to a point when we say that the professors, if they came to take a look at what we are doing in the industry, would frown at some of the practices that we are employing or deploying, simply because from an academic standpoint, it doesn't look efficient to academicians. But as practitioners, we know that if we tried or attempted to bring what the professors prescribe in class, the system will fail. So same thing is what we are talking about here. The fact that, yes, subsidies, it's true. I agree that if you want efficient markets, because what you are looking for is efficiency of the markets. So if you want efficient markets, of course, remove subsidies. And when you remove subsidies, because subsidies are capable of distorting markets, particularly when the subsidies are not appropriately monitored. Subsidies are not necessarily bad. Let's get that clear. And every nation that is responsible actually applies subsidies at some point in time. However, I'm going to say this as a conclusion, that subsidies must necessarily be applied on a short term and in a directed manner to guarantee ultimate prosperity at the end of the day. So when the oil marketers were asking for, oh, why don't you allow the forex to be given to oil marketers at official rates? What's the meaning of official rates? Essentially, they are asking for subsidies. And yes, there's a way to look at it. If you did that, perhaps it's possibly true that the price of petrol might be a lot cheaper, because in truth, the reason why the price of petrol today is over 1,000 naira is largely due to the forex markets. So, for example, if you based the forex at about 800, I promise you that the price of petrol will fall by about 50% as well. However, when you begin to subsidize certain sectors, then the same challenges that we had in the past may occur. Because when you look at the criticisms of the subsidy regime, what they said was that, oh, there was corruption, it was difficult to manage. So the moment you bring that in, you are going to run into trouble. And so perhaps what the other alternative might have been is, how do you ensure that if at all you wanted to apply subsidy, that the subsidy is applied in such a manner that it gets directly to the consumers of petrol? And then, of course, there's the counter argument that, oh, if you did that, then, of course, the subsidies will go largely to richer people who have 5, 7, 6 cars, who are just buying fuel guzzlers, and they're just doing some of those things. And therefore, you might then want to say that, okay, perhaps the way to do it is guarantee that it doesn't matter whether you have a car or not, public transportation becomes efficient. But you see, while it is possible for Mr. President to make a statement on the fly, on the inauguration and say subsidy is gone and it becomes a policy and everybody complies. It is impossible, even magically, to create the road networks and provide the vehicles or trains that will begin to move Nigerians. That's a project that's going to take a long time. So these are the issues. So you do certain things that become effectual immediately, and the other parts of it that could have balanced it are things that are going to take you maybe 5-10 years. So this is the trap that the federal government has found itself. And clearly, to my mind, there is an urgent need for some, I won't necessarily say backtracking, but it is compulsory if we are not looking for serious challenges in the country. It is compulsory that we look at a way to guarantee that the majority of Nigerians can breathe.
The director of the IMF's African department, during a press conference, Abibi Selassie, actually did say that a better job can be done at rolling out social protection, particularly for the most vulnerable in Nigeria as a result of the subsidy removal and the reforms that has come up regarding the exchange rate in the country. But if we also look at some of the social measures the federal government said it would implement to cushion the effect, one of them is the cash transfer, which the IMF too was in favor of. Looking at how that has gone, the cash transfer and even the support for farmers, do you think these are done at a very slow pace like the IMF suggests? Are they effective so far?
Well, again, those are interesting prescriptions that, I say, can only be adopted sparingly and in the short run. And I'll explain why I say so. Because, look, if you are the CEO of an organization or the president of a nation, because the same principles apply, you want to guarantee leverage. You want to guarantee that you are deploying resources to where you can get maximum results. I appreciate the fact that guaranteeing social stability is compulsory. That's important, because if you go to the Constitution of Nigeria, it states that the welfare and the security of Nigerians is the first and most important thing. However, if you continue to throw cash at unproductive people, so what you are just doing is essentially going to drive up inflation. However, there are things that could also be done. I'm saying that necessarily because of the situation with Nigeria, necessarily we may have no choice but to do some conditional cash transfer, because we are at a particular point in time now where, like I said, Nigerians are finding it very difficult to breathe. Even those that we thought in the past were reasonably well to do are finding it very difficult to breathe. However, I think part of the things that the government, that I need to see more from the government is, what is the strategy for development? So, for example, and there are so many things that can happen. For example, we look at the other things that the country is deficient at. Housing, for example. Country is deficient at housing. Suppose we roll out en masse housing projects that are funded by the government and guarantee that the artisans that are working on those sites are Nigerians as well. So these are the kind of things that you can deploy money to that have what I call the requisite and the required multiplier effect on the economy. So when you do that, you are getting, first of all, putting money there, you are beginning to build infrastructure. Secondly, you are creating employment. Thirdly, and most importantly, you are creating capacity for the future. And then, of course, to capital, you are creating a situation that guarantees some level of social stability. But again, like I said, if you did to do some of these things requires careful planning, and they are not going to happen overnight. So even if the federal government suddenly said today that we are putting $6 billion behind housing, I don't expect the trickle down to be immediate. However, if the federal government worked hard at achieving some projects in situations like that, in specific industries, either agriculture, like I said, construction, technology, you would see that perhaps within a year, within 6 months to 1 year, we might begin to see some positive things that are beginning to happen as a result of the productivity of Nigerians. So the bottom line is that, look, you are telling me as a Nigerian that I must buy petrol at international prices. And actually the power tariffs today, in my opinion, in fact, I'm going to check, I think it's probably more expensive than what they are getting in Canada. The power tariffs in Nigeria, the people in Band-Aid, the unfortunate ones in Band-Aid, like me. Now, you are expecting me to pay at that, yet an engineer or a medical doctor or a lawyer in the United States is making maybe sometimes 200x what I'm able to make in Nigeria. It's not adding up. So the bottom line is that the situation is that the government must necessarily guarantee that, yes, if we want to pay international prices, then we must be able to guarantee that Nigerians can earn internationally competitive wages by doing productive work, and not just by merely saying minimum wages, X amount of money.
The IMF director for Africa also said that when subsidies were significant and exchange rate was kept artificially low, there were other issues within the Nigerian economy that was fighting against its growth. If the federal government has removed subsidy and has come up with an exchange rate reform, which now seems to be biting the Nigerian populace very much in terms of a rise in cost of living, is there a better approach to have handled this? And for the underlying issues the IMF are referring to, how can they be tackled?
So, like I said when we started, on the long run, what we are looking for is efficiency of markets. All right? And if you are looking for efficiency of markets, then of course you won't talk about removal of subsidy, because efficiency of market is talking about the efficient allocation of resources at the end of the day. So you want to remove subsidies. And that's why I said, in theory, yes, you must do that. But in practice, when you take a look and you do your gap analysis, where you are to where you want to be, which is having completely free and fair markets, I think certain understanding would tell you point blank that I cannot effectually jump into those things right away without either of two possibilities. One, massively borrowing externally, or two, your ability, either some act of God, some war happens in the Middle East, and the only thing, because Nigeria right now, the only thing we are selling is oil. So the price of oil, becomes might be $300 per barrel, and you are also able to increase your production to get your OPEC quota. Then, of course, if that happened, then the number of things begin to fall in your favor, because you are able to earn more foreign exchange. And if you are able to earn more foreign exchange, then, of course, it will affect your exchange rate, and in which case, it will affect some of these prices. But failure to have these two possibilities is the guarantee that you are going to run into trouble in the short run. And that's exactly what we are seeing. Major trouble in the short run. Yes, I agree. There's a way the Yoruba people say it, that when you roast, an animal, when the animal is well roasted and dry and everything is fine, it's delicious. But before that animal is fully roasted, what are you going to eat? That's the situation that we are really in right now. In the interim, there is a possibility of a major challenge in the country if we don't take responsible steps.
The major reasons for the hike in prices of goods and services is the exchange rate. And looking at what the IMF says, artificially keeping the rate low, We saw sometime this year how the rates began to drop. That happened for about a month when the Naira was even said to be the best performing currency in the world. And after that, the Naira fell again, and today it trades at around 1,700 Naira to the dollar. In the interim, looking at the implications or the effect of the forex reform, should there be some sort of intervention by way of artificially managing the exchange rate to make it low?
Now let me state something point blank. It's unsustainable for you to artificially decrease the price of your currency, except you artificially decrease it to be undervalued. That you can manage, like China does. In which case, you have the capability to produce a whole lot, and yet you deliberately say that your currency is undervalued. You can do that. So what's going to happen is, like, you are producing so much. I mean, you have so much water that you are producing in your tank, and you are just releasing little. So what's going to happen is that your storage is going to be full. But it is impossible for you to decree an artificially low exchange rate, except you have very high reserves to cushion it. And that's why I said, if your reserves are high enough, perhaps you can do it for a reasonable period. You are defending your currency with your reserves, all right? But when your reserves are depleted, then you're going to run into serious trouble, all right? So, however, I also want to say that the markets about currency, about anything, are not necessarily pure sciences. They are social sciences, and they are not driven necessarily by the reality of production at all. They are driven by demand and supply, and demand and supply is driven by sentiment. So, for example, at the time you were speaking about, when we saw the exchange rates improving to the point that people said it was the best performing currency. Yeah, because for those days, the rate of change of the exchange rate in favor of Nigeria was quite high. What happened was that it was sentimental, because the central bank governor made certain pronouncements at that time, and people saw that it seems that this man is going to see these things too. And the moment that happened, the sentiment was that, oh, I must not hold too much, because the ones that I have held in the past, let me just give it out now, because the central bank governor seems to be declaring war against me. And that's what happened at that time. But of course, after a while, when people saw that, oh, look, doesn't really look like we are able to sustain this, then the same thing happens. So for me, for example, I mean, I personally think that the Naira is undervalued, but that's a different conversation that we can have. But it is undervalued as a result of the sentiment, because when you look at the price of your currency, so to speak, it is dependent so much. We call it, you know, the demand for money. We talk about the transactions demand for money. We talk, which is money that you need to actually do things right away. We talk about precautionary demand for money, which is the kind of money you and I put in our pocket. We know there's a way we say it in my local parlance that, if I run into an XLR, you know, so that I can have money that I won't be embarrassed. But that amount of money, which we call precautionary demand, is not usually a lot of money. Then the third demand for money is what we call the speculative demand for money. Now, speculative demand for money is a game of my feeling. If I feel that keeping the money in cash is valuable, so I can hoard money, I can hoard it in my house. So the speculative demand for money can be anything from zero to anything. And I think a lot of the value of the Naira today is determined by this speculative demand for money. There are so many people that are actually betting against the Naira today. You take a look at a lot of people, even people that are earning, you know, $1 million Naira a month. When they get their salary, the first thing they want to do is to go and convert to dollars. Why do you want to do that? You see people today, they are holding dollars, 5,000, you know, 10,000. But if you aggregate it, it's significant, because they feel that the dollar is a safer currency to hold than the Naira. And these are the kind of things that are really affecting the exchange rate. However, like I said, my conclusion is that it is impossible for you to artificially hold your currency to be strong, because after a while, when you run out of your reserves, your currency is just going to devalue and become like tissue paper overnight. That's something you don't want. No responsible central bank governor ever wants to be in that situation. So it's better for the central bank governor. You know, they don't really care whether the exchange rate is high or low, but they want stability. And that's what is a lot more important. We want to be able to have a stable currency where it is predictable, because when you do that, then it is easy for either the entrepreneurs, the producers, manufacturers, and even investors to plan appropriately. You don't want volatile currencies. And these are very important things. So I think trying to hold Naira at an artificially low exchange rate is a non-starter.
You've been able to weave in the factors and how they relate. First of all, you built the case of how subsidy would lead to borrowing high external debt. And then if the Naira was to, the value of the Naira was to be upheld artificially, that would deplete the reserve of the country after some time. Now, this takes us to the second conversation, which also comes from the IMF saying that Nigeria's debt, foreign debt level will reach 25% of its GDP by the year 2025, which we're just months away from. We'll talk about that after this break. But stay tuned.
But the region still faces considerable challenges. Growth will remain subdued in 2024 at 3.6%, with significant variation across the region. Resource-rich countries in particular, notably oil exporters, are struggling to keep up. In 2025, growth is expected to improve modestly to 4.2%. On the more positive front, inflation is back close to the target range in about half the countries in the region, playing off the monetary policy tightening that has been taking place. Efforts to reduce government deficits and manage debt are also paying off in many countries. The debt-to-GDP ratio and interest burdens remain high, but are no longer continuing to rise, and countries are rebuilding their foreign reserves. Despite these improvements, the cost of servicing debt is taking money away from much-needed spending programs to address development needs. Many countries still face a funding squeeze and are unable to access markets or borrow from markets at affordable rates. Political and social pressure are complicating the situation even more. High poverty rates, rising cost of living, and a lack of opportunity are fueling social frustrations, making reforms more challenging to implement. To navigate this difficult landscape, policymakers face a tough balancing act. Putting in place reforms to promote growth, further reducing economic imbalances, and doing so while building buy-in and social and political support for reforms. There are some elements that would help foster the acceptability of reforms, including improving governance to rebuild trust in the management of public resources, social safety nets to protect the most vulnerable, and carefully designed communication and consultation strategies. It is, of course, also critical that the international community does much more to support countries pursuing the right policies. These reforms often take time to bear fruit, and international solidarity is essential in the interim. For our part, the IMF stands by to strengthen our already deep commitment to
The program is still Early Exchange, and we're looking now at the IMF's warning to Nigeria about its external debt level reaching 25% of its gross domestic product by the year 2025. Before the break, we talked about IMF saying that the federal government's social measure as response to the removal of subsidy and some forex reform is quite slow. And we have Dr. Yele Okeremi, who is a finance and business analyst, responding to the IMF's position on the reforms taken by the federal government. Now, let's look at the warning of the IMF to the Nigerian federal government that by the year 2025, the country's external debt would rise to 25% of its GDP. Already, the data from the IMF's regional outlook for sub-Saharan Africa showed that Nigeria's external debt to GDP rose to 22.7% in October, rising from 11.9% in 2023. Nigeria currently is not subsidizing petrol. What could you say as some of the reasons why Nigeria is having an increase in its external debt? From 11.9% in 1 year to 22.7%. That's more than double.
Now, you see, Blessing, you have to be very careful when you are discussing percentages. And I always say that to my students when I'm teaching, that percentages, if you do not unpack it properly, may confuse you. So, for example, straight understanding of what has happened, the jump from 11.9% to about 23% can be explained merely by the fact that the singular decision to devalue the currency brings down your GDP reasonably in dollars. And then your external debt remains the same. So you see that even if you didn't take any penny at all externally, by the fact that that devaluation happened, that figure has jumped. But for an untrained eye would say, oh, they've borrowed more money. So you can see that dynamic. I'm just explaining that dynamic to you. However, I think it's important for us to see that, yes, the ratio will increase. And remember, I said this earlier, just in the earlier segment, that part of the things that the options that remain available to the government to ensure that, first of all, the forex market remains stable and it actually attains appropriate levels, is external borrowing. I told you that there were two options. It's either one, external borrowing, or the better one is your production capacity increases. Either you are now producing other goods other than oil, other goods and services, or like I said, the price of oil jumps and your production quantity also increases, then you have a lot more money. If you anything outside those three are impossibilities. And therefore, if you take a look at those three, whether the price of oil will increase, the federal government is not in control of it because oil is a commodity. The prices are determined in London. Federal government has no control over that. Secondly, whether we can increase productivity, because quite all right, again, even that one is also in jeopardy because there's an OPEC quota that is given to you, which you are not expected to go above. Yes, I know we have some headroom because we are not producing up to our quota. So federal government needs to necessarily ramp up so that we can actually produce our quota. So that's the second option. Then the third option is borrowing. It's inevitable. However, and I said this, borrowing is not necessarily bad. Borrowing is not necessarily bad. It's about what you are deploying the borrowings to do. If you are deploying borrowings to do things that give you more money than the cost of the borrowing, then of course it makes a lot of sense to borrow a lot more. But the challenge is, are we doing that as a country? Are we using external borrowings to do smart things? Or are we financing lifestyles? As a matter of fact, are we financing what I call bureaucratocracy? Because what I mean by bureaucratocracy is a government of the bureaucrats, by the bureaucrats, for the bureaucrats. So the people that are bureaucrats that are in government are the guys that are enjoying their lives feeding fat, while the rest of the Nigerians are probably not having a good enough time. So if we are taking external borrowings to finance bureaucratocracy, then of course the result in the future, because essentially you are kicking the can down the road if you do such a thing. But theoretically, external borrowings is a fantastic and viable option for the country to be able to attain stability of markets and get the forex rates to expected or desirable levels.
In a situation like this, what are the options open to the federal government of Nigeria in trying to manage its external debt? Do you think that some form of debt restructuring can be done? Let's also look at the creditors.
We are not at that level at all. 25% of GDP, that's nothing. We are not at the level of restructuring. We are not choking. I mean, I'm not saying this is the best. What's the ratio of America's debt to GDP? It's over 100%.
Same capability as the US have to manage its debt at this point.
Look, the difference between the US and all other nations that you see is because the US basically owns the world's reserve currency, which means that they borrow in their own currencies. And because they borrow in their own currency, it's difficult for them to default, because it means that even if, push comes to shove, they can print the dollars to pay back their debts. Nigeria doesn't have capacity to print dollars. That's the only difference. All right. But again, I say this, that debt and creditworthiness are also games of perception. Haven't you understood that people who don't even need money are the ones that people want to lend money to? Why? It's a paradox. The people that need money, people will not lend money to them because people are worried about their capability to repay. So these are all things that we need to do as a nation. What narratives are we presenting? And what activities, what actions are we doing? What are we showing? Look, I've said this again and again. I run a company. I don't beg anybody to do business with me. You do business with me because you have a problem and I have the solution. So why should we go about begging people? The same with money. Money will find its level at any point in time. Anywhere people see the capacity of money to multiply in a safe manner, they will bring their money into that country. So there's no need anybody gallivanting around the world begging for foreign investment. It's a waste of time. You put your house in order, guarantee that when people bring in money to your country, the money will multiply. Then you will see money coming to your country. So as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria's perception is still not where we want it to be. And that makes our creditworthiness very, very low. And that's a problem. So it means that even when we borrow money, because you see, when we look at the pricing of debt, it's also based on what you call, in Nigeria, you call it the MPR, the monetary policy rate, plus what we call a business risk premium. And we also look at financial risk premium. So these are the things that determine the ultimate price or the ultimate rates. This is something that plays in international markets. So if your country is not so credit worthy in the eyes of the lender, yes, they probably will lend you money, but then the maximum is high risk, high return, because they perceive it to be higher risk than the expected return, which is in this case, the rate that they're going to be charging is going to be higher. But if we put our house in order, then you realize that people are going to bring money, and we can actually get as close to the monetary policy rate as possible. So these are the issues that I see on the table.
All right, as we wrap up, let's look at what we should borrow for, or what Nigeria should borrow for. This is 2024 coming to an end, and it's about time for the 2025 fiscal budget to be presented. What we've observed when budgets are presented is that recurrent expenditures takes the chunk of what is being budgeted to when compared to capital expenditure. That you've said it's not about borrowing, but what the borrowings are used for. How can Nigeria employ some fiscal discipline to ensure that if they're borrowing to show up whatever deficit the budget is going to have, there is a plan to pay back?
Now, you see, let me say this. It's about the value system. The best managed companies, and I'm not saying they are necessarily going to be the most successful companies, but the best managed companies are owner-managed companies. Do you know why that is the case? Because the owner is expected to have the best interest of himself when he's taking decisions about the business. The same thing applies to nations. The best managed nations are nations where the sovereign, the leaders of the nations, personalize the goodness of the nation over any other thing. And such people, and that's why you see such companies, private companies particularly, because they are not in the stock market where they have to report every 90 days. They are able to take long-term decisions in the interests of the organization. The same thing applies to nations. So like you said, in Nigeria today, look at the ratio. You see more than 70% a lot of time in recurrent expenditure. That suggests automatically a lot of wastage, which is what I call bureaucratocracy. It suggests that they just pay money to bureaucrats who probably don't even have any KPI. Nobody is monitoring what they do. What promises have they even made that we know that they are even monitoring? And as a matter of fact, it gets worse because those figures are actually very, very distorted, because embedded in what you call capital projects are the monies that they use to buy those SUVs that you see. Because a lot of those SUVs that you are seeing, a lot of those unnecessary and frivolous overseas trips are financed as part of capital projects. So you realize that you have very little to really do anything that has multiplier effect. Remember, we spoke about this in the earlier segment when I said the best way to deploy resources, you deploy resources to areas where you are going to have the higher or the highest multiplier effects. So at the end of the day, you are just deploying pittance to things that can actually lead to development, and you are expecting development. What are you expecting? That's insanity. These are the issues. We need to put on our thinking caps, and we need to be disciplined, and the leadership must be Spartan by themselves to the point where we know that any money that is spent on maintenance and recurrence is because that money is being spent to guarantee that we are producing multiples of what they are working with. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to say this. Take a look at the public service. What's the quality? You have a lot of people, lots of offices, lots of, people who are there virtually do nothing. As a matter of fact, it gets worse. Not only that, if they were doing nothing, perhaps it would be better. But people are working across purposes. So somebody is pushing, the other person is pulling, and you are paying both of them. And then we are expecting the country to go forward. No, these are the real challenges that we are facing when we get serious about guaranteeing that we are deploying resources to places and to areas where the multiplier effect in terms of productivity will be highest. And we put in just a little bit of narrative to it. Then you begin to see a lot of things happening. Nobody's going to beg any diaspora to come. The diaspora will come back en masse. It happened in India. Not only will the diasporans come en masse, the foreigners will come and make Nigeria their home because they realize that it's a good place to be. Their money will multiply and there's security of their investments. So if we did some of these things, then Nigeria can develop. But as long as we are practicing bureaucratocracy, we have a very long way to go.
We do hope that that long way will be cut short by methods that would improve the economy, so the economy can grow. I see you smile, Dr. Yelekuremi. It's the wish of every Nigerian that
It is my wish.
the economy gets better, so that the story that we have that a bag of rice now sells for between 105,000 naira to 130,000 naira would be a thing of the past. Thank you so much, Dr. Yeleo Keremi, who has been a guest on the segment of the show, looking at the IMF's recommendations to the federal government, its assessment of what the federal government of Nigeria has done regarding social measures to cushion the effects of subsidy removal and the forex reforms, and what it is saying about Nigeria's debt. Well, you say 25% is still manageable. Well, let's see if the federal government can do better by even reducing that. Again, thank you for being on the show.
Pleasure is mine. Yes, and have a lovely week.
Same. We draw the curtains here on today's edition of Early Exchange. I am Blessing Aichi. If you missed any part of the show, well, we've got you covered in that. Once you get to our YouTube channel, then you can watch the show all over again. But one thing that you can do is to expand the conversation from this table and throwing it open to you now. You can leave a comment, and when you get to our social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram, on X at SOUQ News TV, which is the handle, please like, share, and leave a comment. The show continues tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time. For 11, it will be time for Market Insights here on SOUQ News TV. Enjoy your day.
Why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry? What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study this year, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are living, who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to it.
Yes,
And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Looking back, you know, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, you know, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, you know, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, you know, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, you know. So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. that is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you have this what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain feeling I get, because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. For the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. But by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. And from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. In the then Bender State, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGI, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. We were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. Today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, Ambrosali, now Ambrosali. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Utia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. He was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. There was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but that program turned out to be very exciting for me. Because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. It was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, went back to Lagos. But it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, it was something that it was, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, And my earliest heroes were, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Uziago, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. In terms of his commitment, patriotism, and disinterestedness in himself. A man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. So those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was doing writing my master's thesis. So the other part of me which was innate was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. We led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. So I led a boycott of it. It got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. Everybody was leaving. So made about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. We still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat that, we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. So eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, we calmed down and allow the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. E.C. Mamadou. He's now a German resident. He graduated from Ife, Bafina University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one like I recovered very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read the dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. Science and its relation to social life. So, that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So, by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, and all of that. So, when I left Ekpoma for Lagos, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labour Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, even though I was squatting, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership. Writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union. I brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. Atlanta died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris Anyanze. It's also late now, that led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, about 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. So, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results, when it was eventually released, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I deployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north. And so we deployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Okunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We deployed back, to Lagos. And of course, what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Beko was taken to Katsina prison. So we were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, you know. Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokpe, who is in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, you know, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, you know, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, you know, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, you know, in political science. You know. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, you know, it's liberating. It's about, you know, how to transform the society. And it's about, you know, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, you know. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. You know, one of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. You know, IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. You know, the way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at this point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and it's when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, he can share some of his, you know, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power. Which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfremu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call, that's what we call people's-led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the laid down constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrees, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. and compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the states. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that more powers should be devolved to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. And which other one? Railway is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see obviously there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU Zaria. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, prioritized. So that has created problems, between academic staff, union, and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, but creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the migrants of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget, because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern at the rest of them. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all, except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, I mean, were very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI, because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights. Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello there and welcome to Market Insight for a fine Monday morning here in the city of Lagos. You're still watching SOUQ News Television and I am David Chiedu. This morning we're talking about the planned or proposed increase in VAT and the economic implications therein. But before we go on with that, let's quickly take a look at the trading floor of the NGX ended October 25, 2024. That's Friday. Of course, at the end of last weekdays, of the last weekday of trading at the NGX, a total of 460,859,151 shares in 8,772 deals, corresponding to a market value of 9,526,373,975 naira 77 copper were traded. Compared with the previous NGX trading day, that was Thursday, October 24, Friday's data showed a 15% improvement in volume, a 39% decline in turnover, and a 5% decline in deals. The current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 60.3 trillion naira. Now with a look at the aggregate, 117 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 40 gainers and 14 losers. CAP led the gainers, that is CAP, led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 38 naira 50 kobo per share, followed by livestock feeds going up 10%. Unicell Interlinked going up 9.72% and May and Baker Nigeria going up 9.56%. On the losing side, however, Dar Communications came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.86% and 0.64 naira per share, followed by McNichols at 5.1% in the negative, that is, and FTN Cocoa Processors going down 4.76% and Fidelity Bank going down a negative 2.75% as well. Shams recorded the highest volume of 97.5 million naira, but 97.7 million traded shares, followed by United Bank for Africa, 88.5 million, Sterling Bank at 32.3 million, and Access Holdings at 28.2 million. Regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All Share Index climbed 258.96 or 0.26% points to close at 99,448.91, representing a one-week gain of 1.41%, a four-week gain as well of 0.94%, and an overall year-to-date gain of 33%. Other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index Insurance, the Banking Index, the Main Board Index, the Oil and Gas Index, as well as the Consumer Goods Index. And that's what it looked like on the floor of the NGX for last week, ended Friday, October 25. Before we get on with the conversation, let's touch base with some of the trends in Nigeria's FX market. So the Naira has faced sustained depreciation throughout 2024, losing over 50% of its value since the start of the year in the official market. Now, back in January, the currency traded at 838 naira 95 kobo to a dollar and breached the 1,500 naira to a dollar mark in February, just a month after. And this saw it be that way after a brief rally in March, and it recovered to 1,300 naira to a dollar to reach a record low of 1,660 naira to a dollar in October. In the parallel market, however, it started the year at 1,215 naira per dollar and continued the rally until it reached an all-time low of 1,880 naira for the very first time in February. Afterwards, it's recovered to 1,110 naira in April and continued its downward trajectory to its recent drop into the 1,700 threshold to date, where it currently sits at 1,600 naira at the official market and 1,740 naira at the parallel market. To get a sense of these and more, we're joined this morning by a financial expert in the person of, or rather an economist, beg your pardon, in the person of Dr. Babatope Oguniyi. He is a senior lecturer in the Department of Economics at the University of Lagos. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to you.
Dr. Oguniyi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning once again.
Good morning to you.
Now, Doctor, seeing as you can hear me, I'm just going to go straight to it, cut to the chase. Now, the gap between the parallel market rate and the official market rate keeps widening, despite sundry policies by the Central Bank of Nigeria, talking about monetary interventions to be exact. And we've also seen a huge surge in forex transactions. What are your thoughts regarding these?
Yeah, let me hear you better, please.
Can you hear me now, Doctor? Doctor, can you hear me? And Dr. Oguniyi cannot really hear me, so we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll go straight to the conversation as we continue it. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back to Market Insight here on SOUQ News Television. Now we are going back to touch base with what is happening with the country's FX market and the upheavals therein. Mr. Oluwatosin Oladiton joins us. He's a public affairs, public policy expert and a financial analyst. Mr. Oladiton, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. If you could speak up a little bit, it would totally work out for us. But let's get straight to it. Now, the gap between the parallel market rate and the official market rate keeps widening recently, despite sundry monetary interventions by the Central Bank of Nigeria. We've also seen a few upticks or surge in forex transactions lately. What are your thoughts on this?
So basically, let's look at the play within the foreign exchange market. We've seen that over the last couple of months, the CBN has been very bullish in increasing the external reserve. So currently, as at October, the external reserve is like about $40.2 billion. Of course, we also have that the external debt is also like about $16.3 billion. So that simply says that the central bank has been trying as much as possible to have a stronger position and reduce their need to intervene in the FX market. So we've not seen the retail Dutch auction, we've not seen the wholesale Dutch auction over the last 1 month, looking for the Naira to find its true cost. So I think the Naira is still relatively stable at that particular point, although it could devalue further, because if we look at the core drivers of the FX, we are having less import. We have a need to import less of petrol or the produce from crude oil, which is account for like over 60% of Nigerian import, because of the fact that we have Dangote refinery in full operations, although there's still been a bit of tussle within that particular space. But what are we likely to see if the central bank does not intervene in any way? The FX can devalue to like about 2,000 before the end of the year. But if the CBN intervene, in which a lot of people have been calling for to peg at least even the export, to make export quite inducive or incentive for others to peg the export, the custom rate at 1,000, the economy can see a bit of rebound. Because if you look at it over the last time the NPR raised, a lot of us were shocked that the NPR was also increased by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.75%. So it's really a struggling time for businesses in Nigeria. The numbers of imports is reducing, export is not also quite bullish as it is. A lot of people say that we have a net trade surplus this time around, and the net trade surplus is simply because of the further devaluation of the naira. If you look at it, as at last year in December, the naira to the dollar exchange rate was like around 830, 820, but now it's like about 1,636 as at close of business on Friday, which means that it's not a favorable market, it's indeed a tough market. So can we bring it back to 1,000, right, or something below that? It will require a bit of CBN intervention, but I think CBN is trying to ease off and not intervene fully within the market. So if things goes as it is and the business is still a bit more tightened, we should expect to close the year at around 2,000 naira to a dollar window. Thank you.
All right. Now, you talked about, you made reference rather to the CBN's increments of the MPR and all of that. That one at the time it did happen, even, a couple of weeks after it did happen, it got so many criticisms from, economists rather, and the likes. But recently the IMF has come out to say that there is a semblance of steadiness in the naira, and part of that is, being attributed to what the CBN did with, what we're talking about that happened last month. Is there a chance that the CBN could have gotten it right? What do you make of this?
I think the only thing CBN is currently doing now is to ensure that Nigeria is in a stronger position to increase our external debt. So before the likes of IMF, before the likes of World Bank are able to give you a loan, they will give you a lot of conditions precedent that you should not, some things like free float of the naira, less subsidy, increase of tax and all that. So I think the CBN and the federal government is just playing to the books or playing to the rhythm that is dictated to them by the IMF and the World Bank, and they are not really driving businesses or making businesses sustainable within the space. The same IMF said last week that, they were not the one that told the Nigerian government to allow subsidy or increase hunger and poverty. So it depends what exactly the CBN what is the core intention of the CBN and what's the core intention of the federal government. Do you really want to incentivize businesses within Nigeria? Then you should do something much more constructive. At least if you can peg the exports, if you can peg the export to at least the 1,000 to thereabout, we should be able to see much more export. To import now, it is more costly to import within Nigeria, not because there are not businesses within Nigeria or we cannot generate those trade within Nigeria, but it is much more costly. And also, if you look at the crude oil, which is our major source of export within Nigeria, the prices has also been reducing. It is a close last week at within the $70 to $75 per barrel range, which means that it is not lucrative for Nigeria to be able to generate much more business. But if the CBN continue to do this route, the naira will continue to devalue further. We expect it to close like about 2,000. We will have subsistent increase in the monetary policy rate and further free float of the naira, but that is not going to really support businesses in Nigeria. As we saw that the fuel price has increased from 200 as at May 2023 to like over 1,000 naira. Over 92% of the people that use fuel have demand for petrol in Nigeria has reduced, which is putting a threat to over 10,000 filling stations going out of the market and also closing down businesses. It's indeed a tough time within the Nigerian business space as we speak. So does the CBN want to advance or make it much more incentive for businesses to thrive, or does the CBN want to continually to play to the book of this IMF and the World Bank so that they can increase the external debt, which is not favorable for Nigeria? That is the question I think the federal government and the governor of the central bank need to answer.
Now, the naira's trajectory essentially remains closely tied to macroeconomic factors. We're talking about inflationary pressures and whatnot. So right now, given the global, oil prices pegged currently at between $79 to $81 per barrel, and we're also seeing, interventions by the CBN, which we have talked about. In your view, do you see a potential for a short-term recovery? I mean, we have the naira breaching the 1,700 naira mark, as he were. Today is 1,740, as far as the FX market is concerned. Do you see a potential short-term recovery?
So the recovery that we could have in the short term is simply for the CBN to intervene now. If the CBN does not intervene now, the other recovery we are expected to see probably before the end of the year is we have lower import of oil, petrol or petrol produce, which account for close to 70% of 70% of our imports. If we don't have those imports, then we could see a boost of naira recovery. But I don't think that is a right approach. Do you want to recover after businesses are already dead? Like you said, there's a bit of arbitrage on the CBN side. We are seeing 1636. On the parallel market, we are seeing 1740. We are seeing 1710, as we've also mentioned, you just recently displayed. So the core question is, what exactly is the CBN's drive, or what exactly is the federal government? What is the fiscal policy language, and what is also the economic policy language in which Dr. Babatope can also speak to? Currently, the fiscal and the monetary policy language that we are seeing within Nigeria is not friendly for businesses. It's more or less to be able to ensure that they are in the right books of the CBN, of the World Bank or the IMF, which they are running to for loans. Another thing that can also affect global economy in the short run is the US election, which is coming in about some number of days, about 15 days from now. They're about November 8th, less than 20 days from now, let me just put it that way, is also because the incoming president, either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, have different economic policies and have different economic incentives. That is also likely to be able to affect global indices over the long run. But can Nigeria continue to sustain on the on oil that is sold for $71 per barrel? Is not sustainable for Nigeria. The only thing that we can expect, whether there's going to be a boom, is probably if the prices increase to about $80 to $90 per barrel. But we see that there's a bit of that might be very tough, because we're seeing that there's still war between Israel and Iran. Last week we observed that the Israeli Prime Minister's residence was destroyed by 3 drones, in which the Israel defense interjected to. So we are seeing war in the Middle East, which is likely to not be a favorable conditions. And we've also seen that a lot of businesses are going green, and they are leveraging, reducing their dependence on crude or natural gases. They are trying to explore alternative energy, like electric vehicles and other sustainable initiatives. So those are some other concerns that we really need to look at. What can give a bit of stability is Dangote supplying the local market with petrol, which reduce our major import of crude oil into Nigeria, and based on the body language of the CBN and the fiscal policy, monetary and fiscal policy. But I think the monetary policy language and fiscal policy language is to support more advances or loans from World Bank and IMF, and not to really advance or make it a friendly environment for businesses to continue to thrive within Nigeria.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your thoughts on that. Many thanks, Mr. Oladiton, for joining us. Tosin Oladiton is a public policy expert and a financial analyst. Has joined us to talk about the current market trends as far as Nigeria's FX markets is concerned. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we get on to conversations regarding the planned increase in VAT and the implications therein. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
I'm your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is the best way to create it.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Welcome back. You're still watching Market Insights on SOUQ News Television. And we're going straight to the conversation regarding Nigeria's planned increase in VAT and what it does mean for us in practical terms. Now, the federal government plans to steadily raise the rate for value-added tax to 15% from the current 7.5%. The move is part of efforts to improve local revenue mobilization and strengthen public finance buffers. There had been reports of the FGE planning to increase the VAT from the current 7.5%, but last month the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, refuted such report. But last week he confirmed finally that the federal government is indeed, in fact, planning to raise VAT. Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio, is currently one of the lowest in sub-Saharan Africa, at just 10% as of 2023, just last year that is. And the federal government plans to increase this figure to 18%, which is the average across major economies on the African continent. Now, questions have followed about what it means for the country, and we'll talk about these and more on the program. This morning, we're joined by Mr. Kingsley Ndubeze Ayozie. He's a public affairs analyst and an author. Good morning, Mr. Ayozie. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me around.
Right. Now, this progressive increase, as it were, that the federal government wants to do would see the current 7.5% going up over 100% to 15% comparatively. And as I mentioned, this is something they're looking to do to increase our revenue profile, as it were, and by extension, our tax to GDP ratio. So in a manner of speaking, where does this leave us as far as, the current economic realities is concerned or are concerned?
Thank you so much for that question. Stakeholders of the view that if you must increase the VAT rate from the current 7.5% to any number whatsoever, it should be done progressively. It should be a gradual increment. Personally, I do not support the increment from 7.5 to 15% straight. That's about 100% increment. But having said that, there are reports circulating on the media which has actually provided a gradual increment, and that report is also credited to the Ministry of Finance. I don't know where that is coming from. Looking at that report, what we saw there was the fact that the VAT rate will move from 7.5% to 10% in 2025. Meanwhile, the company income tax for large company, which is actually ruling at 30%, will have to drop to 27.5%. Still on that report again, it went further to highlight that in 2026, then the VAT rate will suddenly move to 12.5%. Then thereafter, we'll not get to 15%. So if that is the way the government want to do it, well, it will be a welcome development. But I do not subscribe to the issue of 100% increment in the VAT rate from 7.5 to 15. That will create much financial burden, especially on the consumers, and those are the informal sector.
But whether it is 100%, whether it is 50%, whether it is more than 100%, just as I mentioned earlier, and you've corroborated, it's going to be progressive. Definitely. 2025, 2026, and beyond. Whether or not it happens over a 2-year period, or over a 3-year period, I reckon that there have been a few, thoughts with regards to the federal government, rather than seeking for ways to increase tax, which is, one way to increase revenue, as a way of bring in more revenue, it should look towards other means to raise revenue. I mean, we have been struggling with our fiscal side for a very long time now, and it almost appears to be that the federal government has run out of ideas as to where to source money from that is not taxation. Our non-oil revenue isn't particularly performing, optimally, as it were. So in your view, what needs to be done from here on out? Because as I mentioned, the timing is critical. Right now, there are too many macroeconomic shocks that Nigerians are still reeling from, struggling to keep their heads above water. So what exactly does the federal government at this point need to do as an alternative to raising tax, whether it's in a year, whether it's in 2 years or 3 years, whether it's 100%, whether it's more or less?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. I want to look at it from another dimension. I want to deviate a little bit from the issue of revenue. One thing is very, very paramount in the sense that the government is looking at it from one side, revenue, what comes in. But I want to suggest that we should also look at it from the angle of what goes out, expenditure. There must be total reduction in cost of governance, because that is another way whereby this money is also going out. The cost of governance is on the high side. If we can monitor the expenditure, then we must be rest assured that whatever that is coming in, we'll be able to take care of all the projects that the government wants to execute. But looking at it, that the tax is not coming as expected, and there is a drop in oil revenue. So the way out is to look at the other end, which is where I am very much particular about. We need to reduce the cost of governance, because that is the only way Nigeria can come out of this financial difficulty that we have found ourselves. We cannot just be talking about tax. The burden is too much, and it's affecting the masses, bearing in mind that there is so much hunger in the land. People really eat 3 times a day. So bringing up tax again is creating more burden. So let's look at expenditure. Let government cut down on the cost of governance, and with that, we'll be able to find headway. So that's the way I look at it.
Still speaking about how to raise money now, you've spoken about cost of cutting the cost of governance. Some might argue that that is not enough. That how about looking at other means, like what we have to offer, equity as it were, divesting certain assets or divesting certain facilities. A very quick example I can give you is if you look across the board, both in the education sector and in the health sector, there are plethora. There's a plethora of facilities and structures that are moribund. A plethora of facilities and structures that are not functional for what they're not providing the value for which they were built to create, or which they were set up to create. So the suggestion across certain quarters has been, how about the federal government take a look at these sectors with the thousands of facilities across the board, see what they can do from it. And there's another one too, which is still a standing infrastructure that is not particularly yielding anything. The Ajaokuta steel plant, which has been in a very, very sorry state for a very long time. How about do something with that? That is a national asset that can bring the country, a lot of revenue, as well as other means. Again, still speaking about equity, having JVCs, joint venture commitments with some multinationals, with what we did with the likes of LPG and the rest of them, things like that. Don't you think they would help us?
Sincerely speaking, I share in your thoughts, because it's obvious that we cannot be focusing our attention on task. We need to look outside the box. The government need to think outside the box by looking at some of these assets that have been lying idle. So I would suggest for government to either go into partnership with multinationals that could be able to help us revitalize these infrastructures, so that at the long run, these infrastructure, these assets could begin to yield a form of returns. But if that cannot work, you can also think about privatization. Yes, because government should focus on the issue of providing the ideal structure that will help other facilities to thrive. So let's leave all these assets that have been lying idle in the hands of private participants that will be able to turn things around. So privatization could also be of great assistance. In addition to that too, there could also be what you've talked about, the issue of joint venture, collaboration with private sector. So those people should be able to turn those assets around. And by turning those assets around, you must be rest assured that income will begin to trickle in, and that will also shift the attention of government from this issue of tax. The burden of tax, like I said, is becoming so worrisome, and the masses are not really finding it any longer interesting. So let's look at those idle assets, think of how best to make them to be viable, either through private sector participation, or through privatization, or even can adopt the issue of commercialization. Because when you leave those things in the hands of private participants, you must be rest assured that it will no longer be business as usual, because they will be able to turn things around and make it viable. And once those assets become viable, then the issue of this shortfall that we have also been crying for may begin to wither away. So I totally agree that those unprofitable asset should be revitalized, so that we can get something from that as is.
Again, earlier this year, still speaking about what the citizens have had to go through or are having to go through. Earlier this year, we saw the federal government suspending the planned 5% excise on telecommunication services to ameliorate the negative effect of its policies, as it were. Now we're seeing them reintroducing it, as it were, talking about excise on telecom, gaming, lotteries, and the rest of them. What are your thoughts?
Well, I still do not believe that the government should go in that direction. Even you forgot to mention the issue of the cybersecurity levy, which was also introduced, I think, sometime in May. And I was very, very emphatic about it, that the government should put a stop on this issue of taxes or levies, whatever you may call it, coming from different dimensions. Enough has been done in that direction. Let's look at other ways. I am still standing on what I've said earlier. Nigeria's problem is not about revenue. What we have is adequate enough to take care of our basic challenges as a nation. What we need to focus on, which is what I also practice at home, we need to watch closely our expenditure profile. The expenditure profile is actually the high side. If need be, we can turn to unicameral. If the bicameral is no longer fetching all that desired comfort that we need as a nation, where we have two houses at the federal level, and the cost of running those two houses is alarming. So I still believe that emphasis should change from taxation to the issue of addressing our expenditure profile. With that, you be rest assured that this call for taxes, whether in the form of exercise duty or communication tax or cybersecurity levy, would be put on hold. So I do not subscribe to any form of additional taxation or levy in whatever form, especially at this point in time that the economy is facing some rough edges. Because when you look at it, where is the end point? Is it coming back to the consumers? You talked about the issue of communication tax or what have you. Who are the people using this communication gadget? Is you and I. So before you know it too, those multinational, those communication agencies will pass the burden on us. And that does not speak well to us as a nation. So let's look away from the issue of trying to introduce taxes or levies or whatever name you may call it, and watch closely our expenditure profile. Let's look at that. You'll be rest assured that this shortfall, if not totally bridged, but will receive some kind of positive impact. On that, I hold my peace for that issue.
Now, let's veer on a little tangent, just for a little bit. Talk about the SMEs, which of course are part of, because seeing as the brackets will be, widened, the tax brackets will be widened, a lot more will be captured, talking about organizations both at the high and low level. Now, speaking about the ones at the mid to low level, SMEs that drive growth at that particular level, a lot of them, you spoke just a moment ago about passing the burden, as you were, when you made reference to telecoms companies. It will more or less be the same thing with some of these other service companies. They would more or less do the same thing when they, start to pay higher, as you were. But besides that, they don't seem to have, for all intents and purposes, the right environment. Now, this is where the ease of doing business conversation comes into play, where you have businesses that are struggling to keep the lights on, and then they're supposed to pay tax, and then, the environment isn't particularly favorable for them. Where do you see this, or how do you see this panning out economically? What are the implications of all of these?
Oh, thank you so much for that question. I think it was last week I did a report, an article on ease of doing business as a panacea for attracting foreign direct investment into Nigeria. And that article was published last week, Friday, by Business Day. Part of the recommendations that I put up in that article had to do with the fact that as a nation, if we must be able to get it right as far as small-scale enterprises are concerned, alongside the large company, then this issue of ease of doing business parameter must be put in place. I summed up the whole issue with a management acronym known as PESTO. What does PESTO stand for? I looked at it from the angle of political environment for P, ecological environment for E, socio-cultural for S, technological environment for T, the legal environment for L, and the last but not the least is the economical environment. Then on the political environment, the Nigerian government should be able to put up a stable governance system, because once the political structure or the political landscape is stable, you'll be rest assured that even the businesses will be able to stay put and do what they ought to do. But if the whole place is characterized with chaos and turmoil, then there will be no business, talk more of the issue of making returns and the issue of subsequent payment of taxes. So that's on the political environment. On the issue of ecological environment, the environment must also be serene. We are so much hitting on the environment So the government should put measures to ensure that ecological factors do not take their toll on the nation. Because once those ecological factors, like the issue of flooding, we saw what happened in Maiduguri a couple of months back, where entire state was swept off by flood. For over 2 or 3 weeks thereabouts, businesses could not pick up. And when businesses do not pick up, then what do you have to say about the issue of revenue? Talk more. Those companies that are paying taxes. So the ecology must be taken care of. The issue of socio-cultural is also very, very vital. We must put up a very healthy atmosphere. A society that is free from rancor, that will be able to accommodate those businesses. Because once those businesses are able to do what they have been licensed to do, then there will be returns. And the implication of that returns is that there will be something to be paid to government, and income is coming. So socio-cultural is also not negotiable. Then I talked about the issue of technological environment. Yes, the government should be able to assist these SMEs alongside the other companies to ensure that that needed technology that will assist them to transform their businesses. I remember those days when we had our grandparents who were into subsistence farming. All they used is hoes and machete. But what can they really make out of that? Especially at this point in time when the nation is facing so much challenges vis-a-vis hunger. A pint of gari soaring high, well over 4,000. But if we can address the issue of technological environment, ensure that we provide them with that needed tools that will help them move their subsistence farming to something that is highly appreciable, then you also be rest assured that something will come in. At least, if not for anything, there will be food on the table. And once there is food on the table, over time, the other challenges will also be addressed. Then the issue of legal environment is also not negotiable. Legal environment in the sense that government should be able to enact laws that will be able to accommodate these small-scale enterprises alongside the big companies. Well, permit me to also applaud them, because in that they've been able to do something to me which is welcoming, especially with the inauguration of the Task and Policy Physical Committee, which have recommended so much laws and incentive that beginning to support small-scale enterprises. I have challenge with the economy. Yes, that is where I need to. That's the last alphabet, E, economy. Because under the economical environment, a lot of issues are involved. We need to talk about the issue of forest, which was what you discussed. Imagine a dollar going for well over 1,007. Where do you come out of it? So we need to address the issue of our foreign exchange rate, the issue of our interest rate. We can hardly go to banks to source for fund, because all these small companies who probably want to expand their businesses, when they approach the financial institution for a form of financial assistance, you'll be so scared when you hear that the interest rate is even going above 2 digits. So I still believe that the government have a lot to do, especially with the issue of providing that desired enabling environment, or what you have actually described as the ease of doing business. So the political environment is not negotiable. Ecological environment must be well addressed so that we do not have issues that will lead to environmental degradation. The socio-cultural environment must be well addressed. Government need to provide that desired technology that will help transform our subsistence farming or our informal industrialization to something that is worthwhile. Then the legal environment, which is the area I know I can say, I can give them a pat on the back, because a lot have been done. But on the issue of economical environment, our financial regulators must address the issue of our foreign exchange rate. They need to stand up, raise up, and ensure that we have something that is very, very accommodating. The issue of our interest rate must also be addressed. So that's my stake on that particular issue.
All right. I guess we're just going to stop on that note. Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley, for your thoughts. We've been talking about Nigeria's, the federal government's plan to increase, taxes, and talking about the implications, the economic fallouts from that particular one. It's not going to happen immediately, by the way. It's going to happen over time, as the term progressive implies. It's going to happen next year and the year after and beyond. It's going to start with 12%, 12.5%, and then go up to as much as 15, which is 100% more. And it's gotten a lot of analysts, a lot of experts, and even Nigerians so far wondering where we're headed with the constant, economic shocks, as it were, that has, come, or that they have experienced in recent time. Just like the old saying goes, when it rains, it pours. But yes, other measures, to cushion the effect, or if you like, to raise revenue and help Nigerians breathe better, have been proposed by sundry economists and sundry experts and sundry analysts, as he were, including Mr. Ayoze here himself was giving us his thoughts with regards to that. Many thanks again, Mr. Kingsley Ndubeze Ayoze, for joining us. He is he's an author and a public affairs analyst. That's it for today's edition of Markets Insight. But before we go, let's take a look at what is happening at the currency market once again. So take a look at today's rates. At the official market, the Naira is trading to the dollar at 1,600 Naira. At the parallel market, it's trading at 1,740 Naira. And the pound sterling on the official market is 2,098 Naira. On the parallel market, 2,250 Naira. And the euro is 1,751 Naira and 1,860 Naira. That is what it looks like on the, or rather at the Nigerian currency market today, Monday, the 28th of October, 2024. Many thanks for watching today's edition of Market Insight. We'll bring it your way again tomorrow at the same time. Stay tuned for the news updates at 12. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations. just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful, that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move.
Welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. The federal government of Nigeria has strategically acquired a refurbished Airbus A330 jet for President Bola Tinubu, aiming to modernize the presidential fleet in a cost-effective manner. The refurbished aircraft replaces outdated planes that have been costly to maintain, some dating back to former President Olusegun Obasanjo's era. Presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga emphasized that this decision, approved by the National Assembly and National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, addresses the need for improved safety while reducing maintenance expenses. The government highlighted that despite economic challenges, ensuring a reliable and secure presidential fleet is crucial. This investment not only serves President Tinubu but also establishes a sustainable resource of future administrations, underscoring a long-term commitment to responsible asset management for Nigeria's leader. In a proactive initiative to stimulate economic growth in northern Nigeria, the Northern Senators Forum, NSF, has urged the federal government to stiffly restore electricity in Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa states. Led by Senator Abdulaziz Yar'Adua, this appeal highlights the detrimental effect of recent power outages on businesses, healthcare, and daily life, driven by vandalism and disruptions in the national grid. The NSF stresses the urgent need for repairs on the Shiroro-Kaduna transmission lines and enhanced security measures to protect power infrastructure from future vandalism. Also, the forum advocates for renewable energy solutions, promoting support for the Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company in its mini-grid and renewable energy projects. Recognizing the progress made under the current administration, the NSF's appeal reflects a forward-thinking strategy to ensure reliable power, reduce fuel costs, and improve service delivery in crucial sectors. These initiatives hold a potential to significantly enhance the economic outlook for northern Nigerians. And bringing you updates on currency market, the Naira has experienced a significant depreciation trend, hitting 1,740 Naira per dollar in the parallel market, which may lead to a full reversal of its gains. However, in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM, the Naira remains stable with a minor appreciation to 1,600 Naira per dollar. Dealers speculate that the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, may intervene soon to address the pressure on the exchange rate. The Central Bank of Nigeria plans to launch a new automated foreign exchange trading model in December, aimed at enhancing transparency and controls in the market. This development is expected to reduce speculative activities, eliminate market distortions, and give the Central Bank of Nigeria improved oversight. Some dealers believe this intervention, combined with the new trading model, would prevent future depreciation and possibly pull the exchange rate back from the fear zone. The Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, suggests that increasing Nigeria's oil production output could address the foreign exchange supply issues, while the CBN Governor, Yemi Cardoso, notes a correlation between Federation Account Allocation Committee (FAC) disbursement and demand pressures in the foreign exchange market. And on technology, LG Energy Solution, LGs, a South Korean battery maker, has adopted a cautious outlook for 2025 due to macroeconomic uncertainty, geopolitical risks, and intensifying competition. Despite this, the company remains optimistic about long-term growth driven by increasing demand for electric vehicles, EVs. LG supplies major automakers such as Tesla, General Motors, and Hyundai Motor, and expects the U.S. presidential election to significantly impact EV market direction. The company is adjusting its strategy, reducing capital expenditure, and focusing on essential investment to navigate the challenging landscape. The company reported a third quarter operating profit of 448 billion won, approximately $322.84 billion, beating estimates due to improved demand from European and Northern American automakers. The company benefited from a U.S. tax credit under the Inflation Reduction Act, avoiding an operating loss. Revenue fell 16% to 6.9 trillion won, but LG's share price rose 1.2% following the results. Analysts predict EV demand will recover in 18 months in Europe and 2 to 3 years in the US, driven by climate policies and regulations. Altus is well positioned to capitalize on this growth, leveraging its expertise and partnerships with major automakers. And lastly, now on maritime, the world's largest bulk export port in Western Australia successfully completed the first ammonia vessel-to-vessel transfer last month, marking a significant milestone in adopting ammonia as a cleaner marine fuel. This breakthrough paved the way for the introduction of ammonia-powered cargo ships in 2026, aligning with the industry's push to reduce carbon emissions. Ammonia's appeal lies in its zero-emission potential when reduced from renewable electricity, making it an attractive alternative to traditional fuels. Despite challenges, industry leaders are making progress. Companies like Rio Tinto, Mitsui OSK Lines, and Nippon Yusen Kaisha are investing in ammonia-fueled vessels and developing safety protocols. Singapore is establishing ammonia bunkering standards, and organizations like the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization are addressing risks associated with ammonia handling. While costs remain high, experts predict ammonia will account for a significant share of bunker fuel by 2050. The industry's collaborative effort will drive innovation, mitigate risks, and make ammonia a viable, sustainable and solution for maritime decarbonization. That's the major news on SOUQ News Television. Thank you for watching. Don't forget, SOUQ Sport comes up at 1. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a great afternoon.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Well, good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yes. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the Blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense, and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened with you.
It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long. So I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have peaked, that we are where we are supposed to be, what we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the media is the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what someone is not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even invest in themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here,
room.
And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now, we see people. Anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat, and I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down, so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
so when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before we came.
So we had those. There were different genre. There was Raskimono with his reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say. There was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, making a big deal, I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or highlife? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
that period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. Like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Teni Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
the media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
squashed. When there was we had
that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
that? I've not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. You know, it's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from hard life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from ahead of the game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody
music
knew
was
us. But
massive.
the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why-
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world me to check my profile. Say me better than the let them got myself signed. Mediocre. Time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why a propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. I will see it's going to last long in this game, because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And I've see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit will sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 3rd anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 3rd anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Pad. So, Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy didn't get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? At Demola Tokumbo or something.
VI.
Something. VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot.
At the time.
You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When Faith sang, they said it's a lie. There's the karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do today?
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live, and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faith is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faith. I wish she can understand, come to realization that you are who you are, and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed
in
to take you,
the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faith right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some, because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can't sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole Hula Balu.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
I'm talking about...
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So, I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was...
Tijo?
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment,
The waste.
It's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to go into the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and TJ felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming. I hope you know that.
It's not coming.
Because
it's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom.
Ateke couldn't go continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo.
Mr. Wendo.
Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba OJ died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
screens.
They still use all those old phones, and we were ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society. and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information, good information,
yes.
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
And the IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
but I said that the Oga chair won't sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair won't sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you, you can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
That was the first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
go. Do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thank you for coming through. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Say your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojife, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kyrie Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching.
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders, and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The three wise men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to, bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to government to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. It's been a packed weekend. From the local scene to the foreign scene, CAF finally rules in favor of Nigeria in the African Cup of Nations debacle. But then, because Libya is still, finding it difficult to agree to the terms of that decision. The Nazi Millionaires got a win over the weekend. We had a spectacular El Clasico, and Arsenal and Liverpool, nothing short of a miracle. Well, just in Manchester United, Eric Ten Hag has left his role at Old Trafford. We'll be talking about that and much more, and hopefully we'll get to connect with football historian, world-renowned football historian, talking about Ejikeme Kunze, Mr. Football, live on the show. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. Stay tuned for the next 45 minutes of sporting stories from around the world. I am the top cat, TC Barra, and I do have my
cool cat,
CC, and a cool cat on that one. Cool cat. Cool
right,
cat.
it's Charlie Montero here. It's a pleasure to be here after an exhilarating weekend. It was exciting. It was back to back. It was thrilling and enthralling. Well, it is nice to finally be here at SOUQ Sports to do what we love to do, to bring this exciting show to your doorsteps, your phones, your TV screens, and your radio on the go. And Charlie Montero, let's get this show on the road.
Nigeria's Flamingos have crashed out of the race for the 2024 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup title. Niger ladies, they were sent out of that tournament following a 2-0 defeat by their United States counterparts. I had fears about this on Friday. I talked about it. The game which went down at the CFC Stadium in Santiago de los Caballeros on Saturday saw Catherine Fuller and Kimba Asancio each scoring to secure the victory for the Americans, who sought some form of retribution for their quarterfinal defeat to Nigeria in 2022. So Fuller opened the scoring with a penalty in the 43rd minute, and Asancio extended the lead in the 74th, ensuring a decisive win for the 3-time quarterfinalist. The loss did eventually conclude Nigeria's journey at the tournament. In that tournament, they triumphed all through the group stages, wins against New Zealand, Ecuador, and the host, netting 9 goals while conceding 1. What a fairy run. Not so bad, but not the point we expected for them. We had hoped that they would go all the way, but this is where we are. And the head coach, Bankole Oluokere, has expressed pride in his players' efforts during the 2024 edition of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. And in the post-match press conference, he commended the girls for their efforts and emphasized the potential for future growth. He says he's incredibly proud of them, that they've given their all and made significant progress along the way, while their best effort did not yield the results that they hoped for. And it turns it to the under-23, or probably the under-20, under-23, and then the senior team.
Well, let me first start by talking about their performances. We see 9 points in 3 games, outstanding, scoring 9 goals. And, when we talked about it, I said, for them to move past the round of 8 or move past the round of 16 and get, into the quarterfinals, they have to either avoid USA or Spain.
Yeah.
And it came back to real because they met USA, and USA looking to, try and get one back from there, because it was Nigeria that knocked them out of the previous edition. Now, I would like to say, I think the NFF should look into how we would, transit these players. We always keep seeing new faces, like you mentioned, especially in the male section, because we see that these players, they give their all. They are hungry. They have, envisioned their career in maybe 10 years where they want to be. So they will put in that performance. Moreover, these players are still young, agile. They don't have a lot of things on their head or anything, but they just have that hunger to succeed in their mind. So now, how are we able to help these players to get from point A to point B? That is, what processes have been made, or what, will I say, necessary or adequate preparations have been made or put in place for these players to be able to get from point A to point B. That is from under 17 to under 20, and probably the Flying or Super Eagles or the Super Falcon. So how do we help them elevate their career instead of shining the light on them on the 17 and then turning off the torch. So I don't know how this the Football Federation in Nigeria would see to this alien issue, because it's becoming a bother, because a lot of these players then leave or they withdraw from football completely. Because I know a friend of mine who I've watched on TV play under 17. He's still on the Lagos Island here. He's not been able to get to that next level. So it just feels like a lot of people have mentioned bribery or corruption that is eating inside.
Endemic.
Yes, that is eating inside the Nigerian Football Federation. So we don't know how true that is. But then you see that the folks without money cannot progress their career, and those ones that can, you see them move. Maybe they go to Austria, they go to the Netherlands, they go to France.
Just to keep
they
up.
just keep on going, and it cannot be the same for everybody. So I don't know. They have to make adequate preparations, or would I say procedures, for these players to be able to move. Academy should spring up. Take responsibility of these players, and maybe we'll start to see positive results from there. But they need to make positive strides first to be able to get the result that they want.
Well, still keeping with the Nigerian Football Federation and the continental decision, or the decision by the continental board talking about the Confederation of African Football, we hear that Libya Football has rejected and filed an appeal against the recent decision by CAF to award Nigeria 3 points and 3 goals following the botched African Cup of Nations qualifier, which was initially scheduled for the 15th of October in Benin, Libya. So CAF also imposed a $50,000 fine on Libya, citing breaches of CAF regulations in handling the team's arrival and conditions. Now, the reports making the round is that Libyan outlet Aswal TI has enlisted a Tunisian lawyer, Ali Abbas, to defend its appeal, which challenges CAF decision, stating it as unfair. Joining us virtually is renowned football historian and, of course, football manager with years of experience under his belt, an administrator per excellence, one person who a lot of people call mentor on the job. Ejikeme Kunze will be joining us virtually, Mr. Football. Mr. Football, can you hear me? A very good afternoon to you, sir. And long time no hear. Good to hear from you, sir.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you. You're looking good. I'm happy to join you this afternoon.
Much. All right, let's get straight into, I don't know if this kind of thing that's just happened between Nigeria and Libya is something you've experienced in the course of your days of administration. And usually, how do you think it would have panned out? Because, the fear was a bit palpable. We had a scenario where they complained about a treatment when they were headed to Uyo ahead of the first leg. And then it felt like, what the Nigerian contingent experienced in Libya was a vendetta or a revenge or something like that. So what do you make out of the scenario that played out, and how do you think it should have gone typically?
Well, sports has rules and regulations, and you must keep to these rules and regulations. The 87th edition of Total Energies African Cup of Nations, which is ongoing in March 87, Libya versus Nigeria. The Libyans meted inhuman and very unprofessional treatment to the Super Eagles. There are things you do which is not in tandem with the laws and rules of football. According to the disciplinary code or article of the of the CAF, articles 31, 82, and 151, you don't do such things. You abandon a team at in an airport that is almost obsolete. You let people for over 15 hours without food, nothing, no internet. So what CAF did was in tandem with the rules and regulations as entrenched in the CAF statute. You don't do such things in professional football. Unexpectedly, CAF hammered them $50,000, 1, 3 points, 3 goals, 2. And then they did not cancel the match. That Nigeria-Libya match was not cancelled. The only reprieve the Libyans have is now camp. Just this morning decided to cancel that particular match, because what it means is that they would have played 3 of their home matches away on a neutral ground, but because it has now been cancelled, that particular aspect of it, the Libyans can now play in their country. So what this means is that Libya should be more professional. You see, when you travel to Libya, Algeria, very volatile, very, very volatile countries. But when you talk about Algeria, Libya is more volatile than Algeria. The best places to play football in the North African area is maybe Morocco and Egypt. The rest are very, very hostile. When they came to Nigeria, they gave them advice of where to land. They decided to land in Port Harcourt, and it took about 3 hours. So you can see their mentality, unprofessional stance they took by diverting the Super Eagles aircraft. I want to thank the Nigerian government for that the proactiveness they took in just flying the players back, because you talk about the security of the players. Now, in 1991, when Bolivia, or 1993, when the South Americans were playing their qualifying series, the Bolivians took the Brazilians to the utmost, because in Bolivia, in La Paz, Bolivia, you have matches are played in very high altitudes and low lands. So when you go to the high altitudes to play, you are defeated no matter who you are, because Rafael deals more with the high altitude areas. So what the South America, the CONMEBOL did was to ask to cancel that match in favor of Brazil and gave Bolivia 10 days before any match is played in the high altitude areas. It was a welcome development in the world, in FIFA then. So I'm very happy with what CAF did to have sanctioned Libya. But giving them 3 months to pay $50,000 is not enough. It's not enough. Africa should stop this type of unprofessional treatment they met out to clubs and national teams where they go to play. Intimidation galore, that is what you get. But I'm happy it has panned out this way. Maybe the Libyans had the inkling that they will be disgraced by the Super Eagles, since they only have 1 point in the group where they all belong. I'm happy with the decision. I am happy with the decision, and I do know that CAF, going by its status, there's nothing, appeal has nothing to do with it. It was a far cry from what is expected of professional football.
Mr. Football, if I may just interject a little, if Libya, is saying that they are going to appeal, what are they going to, who are they appealing to? CAF? Will CAF now send? Because I know the last clause of that document mentioned something about dismissing any form of appeal, or this judgment or measures cannot be appealed. What's the next point for Libya? Are they going to have to go to the Court of Arbitration of Sports? Do they have to go to FIFA? I mean, if they're appealing the decision, are they appealing to CAF? Or what's the highest point this conversation can go to, or this particular scenario? How can it play out?
Now, the disciplinary committee took the decision, so they are free to appeal to the CAF appeal committee. There is an appeal committee in CAF. They will appeal to them before you talk about going to CAS. You must exhaust all available legal opportunities for you in your confederation before you go to CAS. You just don't go to CAS that way. They have now to appeal to the CAF appeal committee before, and they will look into it. But everybody knows that they didn't treat the Super Eagles, not the Super Eagles now, the players very well. They didn't treat that there was inhuman treatment. How can you abandon somebody at the airport for 15 hours? There are regulations and rules, like I told you. If you go to a country to play, they have to provide every logistics or for your team to be comfortable, in parentheses, before you, at least for you to showcase your talents there. So whatever they appeal, they should go ahead and appeal. every country, or rather every person expect them to appeal. So that is that. And now, TC, let me add a little
Right
point
now,
to the
Nigeria
earlier.
has an interim coach in Austin Eguavon. He's been able to get some good results for the Super Eagles. He's also been saddled responsibility of the Chan Eagles, drawing players from the local leagues. We're going to be putting up that list of players in a bit. But we've had issues having sustainability with the coaching crew. A crew drawn up from coaches managing the local leagues. It means they're not concentrating on the Super Eagles. There's also a disruption in attention or some sort of distraction, because probably you are at the Super Eagles camp and you're thinking of your team playing in the Nigerian Professional Football League. I mean, so you have some of these scenarios play out, and Austin Eguavon, who also has the role of technical director on the technical team, has not been given a target, so to say. What do you make out of this scenario, and what's your advice?
Our friend Austin Eguavon has the opportunity to build a team that will fall more into the likely to win and difficult to defeat category. Now, you have players. Do you know that Nigeria has the population of some the footballers in Nigeria is more than the population of some countries in Africa? Do you know that? So the problem is that it takes in education, we are told that it takes a good teacher and a good student to make a good result. Undoubtedly, Nigeria has great players. Nigeria is regarded as an oasis of talents. But the problem we have is a coach or coaches that will build this team into a good harmony. That is the problem. You have now talked about Chan Eagles. When did Nigeria qualify for Chan last? Somebody interviewed me about this Nigeria under-20 team. You see, when you have a good coach, he changes the mentality of the players. And that is just what Nigeria wants. If they can pick our players on merit, irrespective of where that player is playing his trade, old or young. Look at Yamal, Yamal. How old is he? If it's in Nigeria, nobody will play him in the national team. Do you know that? My Norman Whiteside of Northern Ireland was 16 years plus when he played for Northern Ireland at the World Cup in 1982. Pele was 17 years, 239 days when he won the World Cup in 1958. But in Nigeria here, you can never see under 17 playing the Super Eagles. Never. Never. So I'm happy you raised this issue initially when you people started this program with one fair young man, handsome young man beside you there. You talked about graduating players. There is what FIFA calls the University of Football. It began in 1992 when FIFA reasoned that there is a gap under 17 to under 20, under 23, then the World Cup. That's the doctorate degree in football. Under 17 is regarded as being in the secondary or you are in the university, as the case may be. Under 20, in some cases, you must have graduated. Under 23, there was a gap. That was why FIFA then said at the Olympics, each country will have to provide 4/8 players. And because they brought in 4/8 players at the Olympics in Barcelona 1992, Ghana became the first country to win a bronze medal at the Olympic Games. The following 4 years, Nigeria won the gold medal. 2000, Cameroon won the gold medal. You see, because of that simple introduction. In our case here, if they knock them out, that is the end of it. Then we don't have that graduated system which FIFA calls the University of Football in Nigerian political football structure. Except when we do it, when we have a good structure, then we can do it again. DC Barra. Nigeria as a country regarded as one of the countries with the most talent in the world do not have a simple games village. No games village where some of these players can be camped or trained, camped there and trained internally before you start going to Papendal or wherever. We don't have it. The one we had in Abuja, they sold it. Look at the Zulu Girls Village in your home. There is languishing, Pembo, Mambila, Afuse, all of them gone. We should have a good structure that will accommodate this. That is why I'm happy with the appointment of Alhaji Diko as the chairman of the National Sports Commission. These are things he should do, including school sports. All these things mean a lot so that our players will graduate. Now they have started looking at coaches. Superu is doing very well with under 20. Before then, we knew what happened with other coaches. At least they have qualified for the final to meet with Ghana. It's not been easy. That is what we expect from these people. When we pick our players on merit, pick the coaches on merit, Nigeria will turn around and be the narrative will change. This is para my brother.
All right, thank you so much, Ejikeme Kunze, for joining us. We really and sincerely appreciate. We have a lot of other issues we'd want to go in, but then we would have wanted to keep you on the other hand, but not to stress. Hopeful that some other time would also have the pleasure of your company, experience, and contribution. Thank you so much, Mr. Football.
It's my pleasure. Keep the spirit alive, brother.
So from there, we move. Nigeria thumped Niger Republic 3-1, qualifying for the 2025 African Under-20 Cup of Nations. You just heard Mr. Football mention it a little. The cup holders, Nigeria, reached the final of the 2024 WAFU B Under-20 Championship in style yesterday. They came from behind 3-1, beating Niger Republic's Junior Mina in Lome. In the process, they earned a ticket to next year's Africa Under-20 Cup of Nations. The neighbors to the north went in front after only 9 minutes of the second semi-final at the Stade Kigwe. But just as they did against Cote d'Ivoire on Thursday, the 7-time African champions were unruffled. Instead, they found a better shape and dominated afterwards, scoring 3 fantastic goals to take them to the final, where they clashed with West African rivals Ghana, who had earlier seen of Cote d'Ivoire 2-1 against the run of play. The Junior Mena came close to doubling the advantage in the 33rd minute, but Nigeria survived, and just a little bit after found the equalizer that their endeavor merited. Clinton Jefter finished with an aplomb from outside the box to put Flying Eagles on level terms, and then an eye-catching interchange of passes among Parobo, Abba Magari and Nasiru Salihu. Jefter was also unsung again 13 minutes after the restart, putting Nigeria ahead for the first time in the match, and then goalkeeper Ifeanyi Hackett did put up superlative performance deserving of praise for his excellent save. Flying Eagles netted the third in added time through Olalekan Aloge. Well, we also saw the Super Falcons in international friendly encounters as they won 2-0 against Algeria's Green Ladies. 2 exquisite first-half strikes by Katsina Chida Jibade in Mikene. Remo on Saturday earned the 9-time African champions victory over visiting Algeria in the first 2 of international friendly matches between both countries. So the second will be played tomorrow at the Mobology Johnson Arena from Nikom, Lagos. My brother, the cool cat. Yeah. What do you make out of some of these international friendlies?
It's just like we are the giants of Africa. And
so trying to take our pride of place.
Yeah, and just these 2 fixtures that you just read out and the score lines, you see that we have dominated and we have done well. I mean, there's nothing that gives you pride than watching your country play exciting football, dominate the game and win it.
Yeah.
And you see Ajibade scoring twice, belters when I watched the highlights.
But doesn't that speak to the fact that you would have expected the home-based team players to come to the party? It also took an Ajibade.
Yeah, it did, but we can also undermine the fact that they also played behind the scene. Okay, yes, she's the one that got the goals, but build up to the goals. They won't stop, contributed once or twice.
She just carry the ball around.
Yeah, and keeping a clean sheet, is also another thing we should give praise to the keeper. Yeah, we should give praise to the keeper. I think all the departments are in the field play their parts, to come out for that outstanding win. We'd love to see them tomorrow also demolish this Algerian side, even though when we say put them side by side or put them on paper, we are better off for them. We'd like to see a dominant performance and replicate what we did last time at the World Cup, and just take it from there and to another level. Seeing that these players have been able to play, seeing that even we say home-based players, but regardless of how we want to put it, they are also able to play, are also able to perform in the highest level. And, this is more or less like a morale boost for them if they are going to be infused into the, Super Falcons. And I think it's more or less like a time for them to fight for their place and take it by the scruff of the neck. And we see that they have been able to do that. So let's hope for tomorrow's, fixture and the result, and hope it's a good one for them.
Well, the head coach of Super Eagles B team, Austin Eguavoen, has called up a squad of 35 players, and that is in preparation of the upcoming qualifying fixture for the 2025 African Nations Championship called CHAN. That game will be against Ghana's Black Stars. Among the notable players, Coach Eguavoen selected to join the training camp at Remo. It feels like everything is going to Ikene. Remo. Well, the talented wingback Ismail Sadiq, Kano Pillars' dynamic forward Zikefilo Rabiu, Enugu Rangers' creative attacking midfielder Kazim Ogunloye, and so some of the other players we've seen, even from Ikorodu United player did get a call-up per se. So we'll be putting up the full fixtures for, beg your pardon, the full team list on our social media platform is SOUQ News TV. Head over there and, of course, check out the list if you find your fave on it. We'll take a look at the Nigerian Professional Football League as tabletoppers Rivers United were held to a 1-0 draw by 10-man El Kanemi. On Friday, I talked about what a cracker this game will be. But then, I mean, I saw it though. So it's best they share the spoils. Heartland Nazi Millionaires did find some succor with a 1-0 home win over runners-up Remo Stars. One would have expected that the Kenya boys would have been able to get something out of this, you know, probably a draw. But, you know, Emmanuel Aminike seems to be understanding the league a lot better. You know, we saw Rivers United maintaining 21 points from 9 games at the Adokia and Messi Stadium. The only 2 unbeaten side clashed and they cancelled each other. With Tawfiq Alati drawing home team, and then Rivers United leveled 2 minutes after Smiley Bello open scoring for El Kanemi in the first half. So both teams remain unbeaten this season. In no worry. The Emmanuel Aminike said, like I said, picked up a win over Remo Star, dampening their MPFL title hopes, and it was Peter Afoloyan who, you know, found the back of the net. MPFL leading scorer Anas Yusuf once again scored with his 9th goal of the season, giving Nasarawa United the win over Kano Pillars. The same as Sugide side slumping as the Lafayette boys move to 8. A match winner to celebrate his call-up for the Chan Eagles camp. Shooting Stars continued their newly found form at home this season. A 2-1 win over 19th place Aqua United. The Promise Keepers could not keep their promise to their fans. And this is the first home game where the Luyole Warriors have scored more than 1 goal this season. I mean, that is at Aqua United receiving hand. I had to put up a H factor there. Ikorodu City were forced to claim a point in Aba against Ava. Well, the people's elephant thumped. And that boys puffed and puffed. But then the Elephants claimed the win in the 90th minute from Moses Aduku. The result keeps Ava in 3rd place with 17 points. 4 behind leaders Rivers United. Plateau United ran right against Kennedy Bobo's Sunshine Stars. They grabbed a 3-goal win, courtesy of Sadiq Abubakar's brace and a penalty from Vincent Demi Tokwe. So I'm seeing, you know, some of the score lines on the screens. You know, you're taking a look at that. But particularly, Abia Warriors seem to have been the biggest winners this weekend. At 3 points on the road against a Bendel Insurance.
Well, it takes a team with warrior mentality to go to Bendel and win, because even though it's a one goal margin, I feel like Bendel.
Mama Papa Cup, can you pronounce that name really fast? Mama does a great job with Abia Warriors. Over the years, you know, this is not his first stint with the team, and we've seen the team improve. But then what you make out, I know you were saying something, like, is this a flasher in the past, is it a one-off? Or is it a resurgent?
We hope it's not a one-off. We hope that Abia Warriors can keep up their, you know, fighting
We've seen
ability.
Them play big teams
and win, yeah. So I just feel they can keep this up. This has to be, you know, something to pump their egos and go into the next one feeling high and mighty and conquer their, you know, their counterparts. I want to see, you know, an Abia Warriors that win 4 goals, 3 goals, you know, just reassert your dominance and show us that I want to take this. And we've seen Remo Stars take out one hand from the trophy, and even though we still have a lot of games to go, I just feel like
if the judge does it, it means he's done it with Enyimba, and he did it with Rivers.
So I just want to see a more competitive league, and I think we're getting there. A lot of teams are coming out to say, we have what it takes to, you know, Remo Stars cannot just run away with it. But as time goes on, we'll start seeing the league take shape, and we'll watch and see.
Well, Nigerian Professional Football League does have fixtures today. Lobi Stars, led by Daniel Amokachi, the other boys, will take on Barca United. And of course, Kwara United are facing a steep test in the Flying Antelopes, Enugu Rangers. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, those are the schedules for the games today. And from there, really, we'll rush over to Europe, where Arsenal and Liverpool shared points at the Emirates Stadium on Sunday after a chilling Premier League encounter. And that's many thanks to Mohamed Salah's late strike. It saved the Reds from recording a match loss in the ongoing campaign. 81 minutes, he secured Liverpool a 2-2 draw against the arch rivals Arsenal. And another goal could have come for Arsenal late on, but they were unable to find the back of the net. And it was nothing short of a miracle.
They did.
Well, I mean, the goal did not...
It did not count.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, so we're moving real quickly. We do have some of the scorelines that came from other games in the EPL. City, who had a 1-0 win over Southampton on Saturday, and now a point ahead of second place. Liverpool with 3 places. Arsenal falling 5 points behind the leaders. This is the second time Liverpool has failed to secure a win since Arne Slot took over as manager, beginning his tenure at Anfield with a record of 12 wins from 13 games in all competition. In the La Liga, before the La Liga, let me let you know that Everton and Fulham played a 1-0 draw. Yep. Great game, great outstanding cancelling. Brighton and Hove Albion ended in a draw as well against Brighton and Hove Albion against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Ipswich Town continued the strings of losses. Feels like this league is not meant for them after all. 7 goals thriller. They tried, but then it wasn't good enough. 4-3 it ended. The rest of the score lines are on your screen. I don't think I want to talk about Manchester United losing against the Hammers, despite the fact it was away. But what I want to talk about now is the fact that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer handed over to
Eric Ten Hag.
Eric Ten Hag. Ten Hag.
Hang himself.
he was unable to unhang himself.
Yeah.
A lot of expectations from him, but he felt like he was so cool about the performances of Manchester United after every other game. And so, the information breaking is that he has parted ways with Manchester United. Good news, bad news, or not just news. I mean,
it's been a long time coming, It's been a long time coming, especially for Manchester United fans. Yes, they won the FA Cup last season, but where did they finish? They finished 8th position outside the European qualification spots, and if not for the FA Cup, they wouldn't have. So we are seeing a string of losses, of dire winning or near losses and draws, a lot of draws, especially in the Europa. So something has to change, and we cannot just keep making excuses for Eric Ten Hag.
Who are we?
I mean, Manchester United fans and rivals alike, because I hear some rivals say they want him to stay until they play, against his club. I just feel it's been a long time coming, and spot on for the board of directors.
Why am I laughing at Man U?
to actually make this decision right now and terminate this contract. I mean, it's time for a change. We cannot keep singing this.
Are you okay? You feeling good?
I'm good. I'm just it's painful to watch Manchester United play, because they play well and they don't get the results. It's funny because
it's not funny.
It's not funny because when he came in, he said eras come to an end.
Yeah,
and he was talking about Manchester United.
Now another era has come to an end.
And now his era has ended at Manchester United.
Someone said, Baba said this guy got brought to Ajax players for us.
Yes, look at his signing. Most of them are ex-Ajax players.
You have a problem with Ajax? I think.
Come on. I say spot on, for real, spot on.
But then the choice of Ruud van Nistelrooy as interim coach?
I think interim, in the basis of interim, he fits the category. But I think now they will be hunting for, a top-class manager.
Gary Southgate?
No, I don't think a Gary Southgate will work, because they need a manager that can play on the offensive, manager that has a style of play. And when you look at Gary Southgate,
you can get Pep Guardiola now.
Pep Guardiola cannot change colors. To Man U. I mean,
that'll be beautiful.
It'll be beautiful.
It'll make for a great headline.
But then it's going to be war. It's going to be.
So when Manchester United played Fenerbahce,
Mourinho.
You saw how he was able to still catch them. Coming back from a goal down to. I just hope that, Manchester United is able to make something out of this recent
situation,
development.
yeah.
Let's see how it plays out for them. The La Liga season continues on Sunday continued on Sunday with 4 more matches played across Spain. We saw Real Betis in action against Atletico Madrid. Real Sociedad hosted Osasuna, and the Basque derby. Valencia traveled to take on Getafe, and Leganes and Celta Vigo faced off in Madrid. But then Real Madrid losing to Barcelona by 4 goals to now.
Can we not talk about
4 goals to now. You made me say now. Now, I wanted to say nil. No, now, wait. At the Bernabeu?
Oh my God.
At Santiago Bernabeu? I saw the game Real Madrid played 5-2 against Bayern. Borussia Dortmund.
Yes.
And I was expecting, I said, no, they scored the first. I said, I said, well, when Yamal scored, I'm like, dude, this is going to go this way. It's going to end this way. So it feels as though, I don't know what, I think it wasn't just their night. It's not like Barca,
everything was wrong for me.
It wasn't like Real Madrid wasn't a good team on the day.
They dominated in the first half. If you watch the first half, Real Madrid dominated the game. They had more possessions. They were on top of Barcelona. They were unable to score, convert their chances, and they were ruled offside over 8 times in the first half. Mbappe alone was ruled offside rather 8 times in the first half.
He scored and it was cancelled.
Yeah, it was
but
offside.
That's close.
I think the high line from Hansi Flick, because Hansi Flick holds the record for the most, offside conceded. Will I say yes? The most onside conceded in Europe right now.
Conceded or set up?
Set up. Oh yeah, thank you. He has has a record for the most offside set up in Europe right now with 47, and the next on the list is Brighton with 32. So it just shows goes to tell you
the kind of things he likes to play. He likes to keep you on the.
If you want to exploit that high line, you have to be patient. Patience is one thing Mbappe doesn't have because he has speed in his legs. Vinicius has speed in his leg. So there's a lot of road runners in Real Madrid.
And so I think that he capitalized on that on the team. He said, they would always want to run, so just allow them run.
And also, if you look at that game technically, the defense, Real Madrid defense were trying to mimic the same high line, but did not have the legs to play it out. And you see defenders losing concentrations for the first and second goal. You see Militao playing out of his position most of the time. I just feel
it was good. That's good.
I just feel like the defense were more or less like the cause of the loss. More, leaving whatever happened forward. Because if they had kept concentration, they would have considered, but not considered 4. I mean, it was embarrassing for me as a Madrid fan. Watching that game,
are you
I'm a Madrid fan.
MPFL,
MPFL, Imba, so it was Imba. Yeah. But then it was embarrassing, really. I hope you can bounce back from this loss. 4-0. 4-0.
Well, Bundesliga title ambitions also suffer a blow. Borussia Dortmund suffered that blow as they slipped a 2-1 defeat by Augsburg. They were looking to bounce back from the 5-2 midweek defeat by Real Madrid, who eventually lost to Barcelona. They were made, to pay the price against a lowly Augsburg. Just check out, the score lines from the games in the Bundesliga. RB Leipzig beating Freiburg 3-1, St. Paul and Wolfsburg playing at 1-0 draw. But Harry Kane scored his 15th goal of the season as Bayern Munich stomped a rock-bottom Bochum 5-0 to go top of the Bundesliga table on goal difference. So the Bavarians, who were looking to recover from the 4-1 thrashing by Barcelona, had to weather an early storm against the host. So those are some of the results on the screen. You get to take a look at them as we rush on to the Serie A, where Bologna game was postponed on Saturday as a result of flooding. And then substitute Kenan Yidi scored twice as Juventus fought back to draw against Inter Milan in an 8-goal tussle between the Serie A giants. So Inter, for whom Piotr Zielinski scored 2 first half penalties, led 4-2 early in the second half, but could not press home the advantage. And that game, I think, ended 4-4, in that particular amount. So the result for the match, known historically as the Derby d'Italia, means Inter stays second in the table with Juventus,
lead
coming back. So 4-4 Inter, but then Fiorentina had the biggest score advantage there, beating Roma 5-1. In the French Ligue 1, Paris Saint-Germain extended their unbeaten run 9 games and remained top of the Ligue 1 with a dominant victory over Marseille. Some Marseille fans left at halftime with their team behind by 3 goals and having had the man sent off in the first half of that particular encounter. Not the kind of result I'm sure they would have expected. If we have, the results from the French Ligue 1, it will be best. It goes up on the screen now. What do you make out of the situation?
The situation in the league on, I mean, it's crazy. PSG running riots right now. I mean, they are not allowing anybody, take a breath of fresh air, even though they lost back-to-back Champions League games. And I think they are trying to build up on that and try to go forward with, their league ambitions. And seeing that 5-0 thrashing at Marseille, so I don't even know how to put it to words, because at halftime it was 3-0 and the fans leaving is embarrassing. And well, I hope they take heart and I hope they can bounce back from that. And moving forward, I just feel that Marseille has been they've been playing well up until they met PSG. I just feel it's more or less like a David and Goliath kind of matchup. And even though it's more or less considered as a derby, we can see that PSG are ahead and they showed their class in that game.
Well, unfortunately, we may not be able to bring the rest of the results from the French League on. Let's move outside football to cricket, where women's cricket Peace Hussein got great form as she helped Edo State lift the trophy in the Women's Cricket Championship finals. And excitement followed as Edo went all the way in Benin City. So Peace Hussein, sterling bowling performance. The Edo team won the trophy after defeating Akwa Ibom by 89 runs. Edo scored 128 and lost 5 wickets as victory came. Benedion contributed 40 runs, while Kieti Lucky made 36 runs for Edo. Edo State February player and player of the match winner was Peace Hussein, who dismissed 5 Akwa Ibom batters. Although from Akwa Ibom, Peace Hussein took away peace from the team as they attempted to reach the 128 runs target, but then, their performances were below expectation as they lost valuable players early on. Despite losing bitterly to Edo State, Akwa Ibom players dominated afterwards the category of the Women's Cricket Championship. As follows, we had Best Bowler, Salome Sunday from Akwa Ibom, Best Batter, Esther Sandy from Akwa Ibom, Best Fielder, Inyene Umoa from Akwa Ibom. Most valuable players, Peculiar Amoya from Edo State, and all the award winners went home with various prizes, as Lagos State went home with 3rd place and the trophy. We've got less than a few minutes, and we hear that Paris Saint-Germain joined Real Madrid in the race to sign Liverpool's 26-year-old England right-back Trent Alexander-Arnold. Liverpool have inquired about revealed Salzburg's 22-year-old Bosnia-Herzegovina right-back Amar Dedic, a potential replacement for Alexander if, he goes the other way. Wolves, we hear, also have made Watford Georgia's attacking midfielder a primary target. It's just 25 years. Talking about Georgie. And Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, is preparing the groundwork to replace manager Carlo Ancelotti next season with Bayer Leverkusen's boss, Xabi Alonso. Cool cat.
That would be rumors, because at the last time I heard, it was backing the manager regardless of the result. We know how the El Clasico result can affect the manager's job, especially for Real Madrid or the other way. So I feel it's rumors at this point until we can get substantial evidence, and Romano Fabrizio can give us clarity.
Well, let's not put hope on that man, but
he's more or less like the most credible information sources of information we can get in football, footballing aspect. And I just hope it is not true, because Carlo Ancelotti is the biggest name when you talk about big managers that coach big teams and coach high class players. He's one of the big. So if you talk about someone to manage these boys, especially the young ones, I feel like I can put it safely in the hands of Carlo Ancelotti.
So former Italy striker Mario Balotelli, he has a medical book today as he moves closer to signing for Serie A side Gnar. He's a free agent after leaving Turkish side Adana Demirspor. Well, West Ham, we hear interested in Atlanta, Nigeria for Ademola Lookman, as manager Julian Lopetegui hopes to boost his attacking options. And my brother, the cool cat, says no as he shakes his head. He doesn't want him to go to West Ham, remain in Atlanta. Well, we have to run away from all the rumors and see if we can take a look at some of the stories making the rounds in sports business as we gradually let the clock wind down. 2 Seconds has finalized an agreement to acquire Spring Media Agency as it moves into broadcast rights sales for the first time, also adding production and direct-to-consumer streaming capabilities to its armory. Surround Media secures Serie A rights for 15 territories across Eastern Europe and Central Asia, along with its home country of Turkey, at a slightly lower fee than it's previously paid. The oil spinning Riyadh company, this time around Riyadh Air, will use its stadium naming agreement with Atletico Madrid to build brand awareness ahead of its planned launch in 2025 as Saudi Arabia's more premium and Western-focused airline. And of course, European Broadcasting Union new Tour de France deal will continue to ensure free-to-air coverage in 30 countries. But Warner Bros. Discovery is set to enjoy UK exclusivity as long-running coverage by EBU member RTV comes to an end. Well, this is the end.
And this is the end.
And this is the end. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Of course, we had predictions. We need to look over and find out who was able to correctly predict the scoreline of their Clasico, and we'll be responding to you today. Thank you so much, and look out for our social media handles or the posts that we put up to that effect. Would love to read from you, would love your engagement, and sincerely appreciate the feedback in every aspect. And of course, you can put your money where your mouth is. If you got this, we got you. Final words, Charlie Montero.
To bring to your notice that the Ballon d'Or ceremony will be coming up this evening.
There was a leaked photo.
Yeah, we're looking to crown a new,
Leaked
golden
photo.
boy. Leaked photo of who?
The list. And Vinicius Jr. was on top.
We all know Vinicius Jr. is the rightful, winner of this
Let's see how it goes,
award. Let's see how it goes. Until it is official, I would still say my boy Vinny, is getting this one. And I still remain Charlie Montero, and it was a pleasure, or it is my pleasure, bringing this to you today. See you on Wednesday with the Top Cats, TC Barra, signing out.
Many thanks to everyone behind the scene ensuring that you can receive us crisp, loud and clear. So just to mention names quickly, Wisdom You Good, Black, thank you, Patrick, Gladys, you guys rock, and of course, the Noble, my producer extraordinaire. I'm TC Barra, the Top Cat. Have yourself a great day, and bye for now.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The Economic Forum Media Limited and Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited have jointly organized the Nairametric MSME Award to recognize and celebrate organizations that have made impact in the micro, small and medium enterprises MSME sector. The event, which was held on September 27, 2024 at Civic Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, also received sponsorship from MasterCard and 15 other established partners to make the event colorful. The award ceremony was essential to the continued growth and sustainability of the MSME sector in the country. The CEO of Economic Forum Media Limited, Jude Ndo, and CEO Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited, Ugodri Obichukwu, described MSMEs as the backbone of Nigeria's economy, highlighting their importance to the nation's GDP. The technical advisor on enterprise development, Dr. Babangida Kabir, represented the governor of Katsina State at the event. Other dignitaries include the executive chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS) SOUQ Adedeji, Banks Group Head, Brand Management and Corporate Communication Rashid Bolariwaju, among others. There were representatives from banks, fintech companies, job creation organizations, Answer said, and many more stakeholders.
This award, we strongly believe that the opportunity to create a platform to promote MSME ecosystem is just at the right time. This award is curated, conceptualized and conveyed by the Economic Forum Series in a strategic partnership with Nairametrics and Digicom Enterprises. The award is a hybrid event where other participants are joining us online across the social media digital platforms. We will begin with some goodwill messages from our special guests.
SMEs are the backbone of Nigeria's economy. And at Nairametrics, we have been covering Nigerian economy for almost a decade now. And we focus mostly on MSMEs. MSMEs as well will contribute 50% of our GDP and employ over 80% of our workforce. With over 41 million SMEs in Nigeria, they represent the spirit of innovation, resilience, and determination that propels Nigeria forward.
The representative of Katsina State Governor delivered the goodwill message and outlined initiatives aimed at empowering MSMEs.
Programs like this award is an inspiration for all of us to continue expanding our opportunities for the businesses to grow, adopt, compete in the both national and the global level. I want to commend all the nominees and award recipients for their remarkable contribution to the development of our economy. You represent the spirit of enterprise that depends on challenges of significance, but you are wearing determination and creativity to ensure that the future of the SMEs are brighter in Nigeria.
The Vice President Customer Solutions Center and West African at MasterCard, Kari Tuko, during the fireside chat outlined the impact made by MasterCard in driving equitable access to financial challenges. She explained the MasterCard is out to make the MSME's transaction seamless.
Mobilizing access to digital economy. It's a global initiative that pulls NGOs, government agencies, a lot of global assets together to solve for the pain points that SMEs have in the local market. We have jointly committed to including 100 million SMEs into the digital economy. Fantastic. By the year 2030.
Please come in and ask for that, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear that?
That focus will continue to work together and we will start to identify relevant partnerships in Nigeria that can also further foster that agenda. My dream is SME, all SMEs are financially included, digitally included, are enabled with the right tools, capability, access to credit. I remember that the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the FIRS mentioned tax, right? Part of the reason why a lot of the SMEs don't want to be digitized is because they don't want the cost of tax burden. So we need to find a way to ensure that we are collectively helping the SME run their business in the most efficient and profitable manner. And that is the commitment that MasterCard is making in the way that we continue to develop solutions and innovate for the SMEs in Nigeria and across Africa.
And then it was time to give out the awards. First on the list was the Senior Special Assistant to the Office of the Vice President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Timitola Adekunle Johnson, who received the honorary award for excellence in government policy and intervention programs for MSMEs. While the executive governor of Katsina State, Malam Diko Umaru, received the Best MSMEs Governor of the Year. The United Bank of Africa, EcoBank, and Zenith Bank shared the award for Best MSMEs Trade Finance, while MasterCard, Visa, and Verve shared the award for the Best MSMEs in FinTech Card. Remita, Paystack, and eTransact claimed the award for Best in Payment Security, Data Protection, and Fraud Prevention, and many other recipients expressed gratitude to the organizers for the recognition. SOUQ News caught up with the SSA to the president on MSMEs and job creation in a short conversation.
It's fulfilling when you get recognized not by the norm, not by those that when you get recognized outside your space, it means that whatever it is, whatever efforts you're putting in is yielding results. I mean, there's always room for more, so we'll continue to strive, to excel, to continue to do more for the MSME space. But I feel great, and I thank the organizers of this award. Any entity or any private sector or anywhere that wants to do something like they want to encourage them to continue to encourage both MSME actors, should it be the business owners or those regulators. It is actually good to continue to encourage and support them in what they are doing. So we urge more people to do things like this.
One of the key achievements in the enterprise development ecosystem for my governor is creating Katsina State Enterprise Development Agency, which is the agency championing the empowering the small-scale businesses in the state.
These partnerships are crucial not only for the recognition of excellence but for providing the necessary resources for MSMEs to thrive in an increasingly competitive and digital global economy. By spotlighting the contributions of these key players, the award encouraged more innovation, investment, and collaboration within MSME ecosystem. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News Television.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, mass comm. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I see it now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted then. Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see, they are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses, comfortable houses, small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal, was Ramotu Emmanuel, who is my own great-grandmother. And she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner of Morocco. Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoy. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Bali of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with 9 posts. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamoru Adewale Olaya Tremori, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mazda. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that they should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that debt, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots? I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. build a nation. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land. Now, as usual, people say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Morocco. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called this United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money. They were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls it? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? And so and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you 2, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried now. You gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo. And yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. Let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekonbi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. People saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I too, I felt bad. How could he have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I said I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, which should be focused upon, nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering the Barracks. And every time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifo. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifo should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodun Oshoemo. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifo to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodun Oshoemo become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifo became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokunbo, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokunbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokunbo? What has become of Tokunbo? I said, they have not started Tokunbo. Tokunbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to him. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
The Osun Osogbo Festival.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change.
Growth approved by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO as a heritage site since 2005. Every year, it attracts thousands of worshippers, spectators and tourists from within the country and from all parts of the world. It is a tourist potential, and in today's news talk, I'll be looking at the history, relevance and antecedents of this great Osun Osogbo festival celebrating Yeye Osun. I am Bayo Olaoye. Osun Osogbo is a sacred grove along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, capital of Osun State in Nigeria. The Osun Osogbo in the grove was done, and indiscriminately, until an Austrian woman named Susanne Wenger, 1915 to 2009, helped to reinstate traditional protections. With the support and encouragement of the king then, the Ataoja of Osogbo at that time, and the support of the concerned local people, Susanne Wenger formed the new Sacred Act movement to challenge land speculators, repel poachers, protect shrines, and begin the long process of bringing the sacred place back to life by establishing it again as the Sacred Heart of Osogbo. Susanne Wenger later came to be honored with the title Aduni Olorisha for her custodian efforts and constant devotion to the gods of the grove. Ever since then, the Osun Osogbo festival has been celebrated in August at the grove, attracting thousands of Osun worshippers, spectators and tourists from all over the world. The 2-week-long program, the festival takes 2 weeks. The traditional cleansing of Osogbo is called Iwopopo, which is followed after 3 days by the lighting of the 500-year-old 16-point lamp called Ina Oloju Merindilogun 16-face lamp. Then comes the Iboriade, an assemblage of the crowns of past rulers, the Ataojas of Osogbo, for blessings. The festival culminates in a procession to the shrine of the sacred grove, where a large crowd builds up, drumming, dancing, musical performances, wearing elaborate costumes, recitation of praise poetry, add pomp and color to the proceedings. This event is led by the sitting Ataoja of Osogbo, along with a ritualized performer called the Aruba Calabash Carrier, and a committee of priestesses who reenact the very first meeting between Oluwatimileyin and Yeye Osun. Aruba is played by a young woman of a kingly lineage who offered the sacrifice to the deity. Osun Osogbo festival is believed to have a history of more than 700 years. Historically, an ancestral occurrence led to the celebration of this festival. Once upon a time, a group of migrants who were led by a great hunter called Olutimeyin settled on the bank of the Osun River to save themselves from famine. On the riverside, Yeye Osun, the river goddess, appeared from the waterfront of Olutimeyin and requested him to lead people to a special place, the present-day Osogbo town. The goddess promised to protect the group, bring them prosperity in return for an annual sacrifice to her. The group accepted the proposition, and today the annual sacrifice to the Osun River Goddess is still celebrated as the Osun Osogbo Festival. In modern times, August is a month of celebration for the people of Osogbo, and that includes the traditional cleansing of the city and the cultural union of the people with their ancestors, the founders of the Osogbo Kingdom. The Osun Osogbo Festival itself is in 2020. The procession was limited to the ritual performance, and public participation was suspended due to COVID-19. The festival is of immense benefit to the tourism sector of Nigeria. It enables the community to sell its culture to tourists coming from both within the country and all over the world. The Osun Osogbo Festival also serves as a strong unifying factor in Osogbo land, as irrespective of the different social, economic, religious and political convictions of the people, they all come together annually to celebrate the goddess Yeye Osun. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Welcome to News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. First, the major headlines. Thank you for joining us. Now in the news in full. Starting with transportation, the federal government, through the National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, is taking steps to phase out wooden boats on Nigeria's inland waterways as part of its effort to improve safety, according to NIWA's Managing Director, Bola Oyebamiji. During a recent media briefing in Lagos, Oyebamiji highlighted that wooden boats currently make up over 90% of the vessels on Nigeria's waterways. He emphasized that these boats are responsible for a significant number of accidents due to a disregard for safety protocols, including overloading, traveling at night, and a lack of life jackets for boat operators and passengers. Looking ahead, NIWA's long-term goal is to completely phase out wooden boats. The director stated that the agency is collaborating with the Presidency and the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to work towards replacing wooden boats nationwide. Additionally, patrol boats are also being deployed with assistance from the Nigerian Navy to ensure operators adhere to safety standards. With these measures, NIWA hopes to establish a safer and more regulated environment on Nigeria's waterways, making water travel a secure option for citizens and businesses alike. On finance, the International Finance Corporation, IFC, a member of the World Bank Group, has partnered with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to enhance local currency financing to private businesses in Nigeria. This agreement aims to mitigate currency risks and significantly increase investment in the Nigerian naira across key sectors, including agriculture, housing, infrastructure, energy, and the creative economy. The IFC plans to provide over $1 billion in financing over the coming years to support these crucial sectors. Governor Yemi Cardoso of the CBN highlighted that This initiative will unlock essential long-term local currency financing for businesses at viable rates. He emphasized the partnership's role in fostering economic growth and advancing the federal government's economic diversification agenda, moving beyond traditional intervention programs. IFC Managing Director Maktar Diop stated that improving access to affordable local currency financing is crucial for small businesses, helping them manage funding demands effectively with a commitment to innovative financing solutions. This collaboration is poised to create jobs and stimulate economic growth throughout Nigeria. In the banking sector, Nigerian banking stocks have recorded significant growth, with market capitalization reaching 7.91 trillion naira, up 27.19% from 6.22 trillion naira in June. The surge is attributed to the ongoing recapitalization effort driven by the Central Bank of Nigeria's new capital requirements. Major banks including United Bank for Africa, Zenith Bank, and Access Holdings have successfully raised funds through public offers and rights issues, with some exceeding their targets. The banking index has emerged as the top performer, positioning a 7.86% week-on-week gain. Industry experts project further growth, citing the positive impact of recapitalization on banks' capacity to do business and increase earnings. The successful capital raises have boosted investor confidence, with analysts predicting higher market capitalization once the new shares are allotted. The central bank's guidelines aim to strengthen the banking sector, ensuring banks meet minimum capital adequacy ratios, with multiple banks preparing to launch their capital raising effort. The industry is poised for continued growth and stability. The Securities and Exchange Commission has confirmed that initial capital raises have been oversubscribed, demonstrating market optimism. Amid economic challenges facing Nigeria, some state governments have approved the payment of the new minimum wage to workers in their states. Recall that there had been a prolonged back and forth between organized labor and the federal government before both parties were able to reach an agreement in July 2024 at a meeting which held at the presidential villa in Abuja, where it was agreed to raise the minimum wage from the measure 30,000 naira to 70,000 to reduce the hardship and economic challenges faced by Nigerian workers. In line with the above, at least 20 state governors have commenced the payment of the new minimum wage, with the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, approving and agreeing to pay 85,000 naira as minimum wage to workers in the states. Behind Lagos State and Rivers State, that added the sum of 15,000 naira to the approved minimum wage, is Delta State, that will be paying 77,500 and Ogun paying 7,700 naira. Other states who have topped up the 70,000 naira minimum wage as civil servants in their states are Ondo paying 73,000, Kogi paying 72,500 naira, and Gombe paying 71,500 naira. States such as Edo, Ebonyi, Jigawa, Kwara, Anambra, Adamawa, and Kano are paying 70,000 naira. In agriculture, Northern Nigeria's rice industry is set for a potential rebound as stakeholders push for innovative solutions to current economic challenges. Despite high operational costs, scarce rice paddies, and the removal of prior government interventions, the resilience of farmers and mill owners is clear. Initiatives such as VAT removal on diesel imports aims to ease production costs, offering temporary relief to keep mills in operation. Prominent voices in agriculture, including Redsin Redheke and Sadiq Abubakar, highlighted the need for renewed government support, especially through low-cost financing options and increased rice paddy supply. Industry experts advocate for further assistance to stabilize this vital sector and sustain Nigeria's journey towards rice self-sufficiency. With the dry season farming program on the horizon, efforts to boost rice paddy production could revitalize operations and curb soaring rice prices, offering both relief for producers and affordable options for consumers across the nation. The recent continuous change of petrol price is not without significant effort on Nigerians, as transportation and businesses that solely depend on movement from point A to B continue to experience price hike, making life more difficult for the masses. Chike Okolo brings your updates in this report.
Nigeria is a net producer of crude, and one of the highest producers at that, but it does not refine its crude. Hence, back and forth between importers and the regulatory body NNPC has seen the fuel price soar. The pain you feel when you must pay an outrageous 998 naira for a litre of fuel at a filling station might be less than when compared to what the next person on the queue is experiencing. This is because the trajectory of the pump price of fuel keeps going higher daily, summarily leaving an average Nigerian wondering, will things ever normalize? While Nigerians were yet coping with recession, a situation which many thought was the worst they have ever seen, President Bola Tinubu at his inauguration cleared an end of fuel subsidy, further worsening the poor man's hardship in recent times as fuel prices rose from 195 naira to 1,030 per litre depending on the region. Today in Lagos, transport fares as high as 1,000 naira from Ajah to CMS. This used to be 500 naira and Lekki to CMS is 700 naira. It used to be 300 naira. The cost of moving goods from farms to the market these days has more than doubled. It is a continuous story of high cost of fuel in the nation. Queues at filling stations are getting longer, public transport prices have risen higher, and the unrest with the citizens grow as people complain about how cost of fuel has affected the economy and local businesses in the country. Higher transfer costs have also led to an increase in the cost of goods, especially those that require long-distance transportation. This has brought about a chain effect, affecting food security and accessibility, thereby the rural agricultural goods have become more expensive. The effect on businesses that rely on transportation, higher costs mean reduced profitability unless they increase prices from consumers. This affects small and medium-sized businesses significantly, as many operate on tight margins and are unable to keep up on additional expenses. As eventually purchasing of your regular market becomes difficult, thereby reducing sales, which finally comes down to low income. A vicious cycle that the average Nigerian relive over and over. With most income used on the expenses spent on transport, it goes without question that the income left for citizens to spend on their bills and other living conditions has reduced exponentially. The steady rise of the fuel hike per litre has brought up every other expense along with it, from between 855 to 897 naira per litre to 1,030 naira per litre just in Lagos, not mentioning other states in the country. A notable example is the price of a cab hailing drivers. Despite how far or close the destination is, the average Nigerian pays 3 times more than they paid just a few weeks before. The high cost of fuel has reached a dire stage for citizens as they look to a swift government intervention and the hope that tensions and burdens lessen towards the days ahead. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Thank you, Chike, for that report. Moving ahead, the African Diaspora Network, Japan, ADNJ, has highlighted Nigeria as a prime hub for boosting trade between Japan and Africa. During the 2024 Osaka Africa Business Forum, themed Let's Work with Africa, Japanese companies were urged to leverage Nigeria's strategic position in West Africa, particularly through the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. A small and medium enterprise advisor, Noso Yukio, emphasized the potential of Africa's growing population and rich natural resources, recommending Lagos as a key entry point for Japanese firms. She stressed the importance of meeting local demand, particularly in sectors like automotive, energy, and water filtration, to avoid common business failures. Osobi Sako, a Japanese marine professor, described Africa as the final frontier for global trade, urging business leaders to recognize Africa's diversity and challenges. ADNJ's president, David Nkwodeho, reaffirms the organization's commitment to reshaping Japan-Africa business relations, citing ongoing youth and network building initiatives. Away from the home front, let's bring you more African stories after this break. Please stay with us. On regional cooperation, the 2024 Abidjan Border Forum commenced on October 23rd, bringing together influential leaders to discuss border governance, environmental cooperation, and regional security in Africa. ECOWAS highlighted the need for cross-border collaboration to foster peace, security, and sustainable development, emphasizing that borders should serve as gateways for integration rather than barriers. The forum featured remarks from key figures, including Mr. Diakalidia Konete, Commissioner General, who stressed the importance of multi-level governance to address climate risks and security challenges. His Excellency Matthias Veltin, German ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire, expressed Germany's commitment to supporting regional stability and integration through initiatives like the Integrated Border Stability Mechanism, IBSM. ECOWAS Commissioner for Economic Affairs, Nme Massande Toare Litis, announced a financial contribution of 60 million francs to the forum, urging participants to turn borders into conduits for peace and climate resilience. The event also included high-level panels and exhibitions showcasing innovative solutions for sustainable development in Africa. On remittance, Zimbabwe has recorded an influx of $16.3 billion in diaspora remittances over the past decade, playing a crucial role in supporting the country's economic amid ongoing challenges. With over 3 million Zimbabweans living abroad, remittances have become a significant source of foreign currency, contributing to the livelihoods of families and national financial stability. Public Service Minister July Moyo noted that most Zimbabwean expatriates reside in South Africa, which accounts for 47% of remittances. Other key sources include the UK 23%, the US 11%, and Austria 6%. Moyo highlighted the importance of these remittances, especially as Zimbabwe grapples with economic hardships exacerbated by sanctions. He emphasized the need for stronger labor market protections and the government's effort to promote job creation through micro, small, and medium enterprises. These businesses are
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor says, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural,
then the business part of it, then we'll talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policy is affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Still on news, we move to Uganda and its aviation sector. Uganda Airlines is pushing to expand its international routes after attending the ICAO Air Services Negotiation event in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia from October 21st to 25th. Led by Olive Birungi Lumoya, Deputy Director General of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Uganda's delegation engaged in bilateral air service agreement negotiations aimed at enhancing the nation's global air connectivity. During the event, Uganda entered new bilateral air service agreement discussions with Latvia for the first time and reviewed agreement with the UK, Qatar and Ethiopia, including the newly secured landed rights at Gatwick Airport in London. Uganda also initiated talks with Sudan, Botswana, India, Russia and Malaysia, while finalizing agreements with Oman. BASA agreements are critical for airlines to operate international flights, forming the legal framework for travel and trade between countries. These new and updated partnerships are expected to strengthen Uganda Airlines operations, which currently serve 17 destinations across 12 countries. Uganda now holds BASA agreement with 57 nations, 26 of which are African, as it seeks to boost both passenger traffic and trade. Moving ahead, South Africa and Ukraine are set to sign a visa waiver agreement for diplomatic travel, making it easier for government officials to travel between the two countries. The agreement, scheduled to be signed on Monday in Pretoria, comes as South African officials prepare to attend Kyiev's upcoming peace formula meeting in November. International Relations and Cooperation Minister Ronald Lamola will be his Ukrainian counterpart, Andriy Sybiha, to finalize the deal. This waiver will remove visa requirements for diplomats and government officials, streamlining travel logistics and strengthening diplomatic agreements. The planned peace meetings in Kyiv are the second round of discussions on a proposed peace framework for the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. South Africa, which has maintained a neutral stance on the conflict, has expressed its support for diplomatic efforts aimed at securing a peaceful resolution. The visa waiver agreement highlights South Africa's commitment to building international partnerships and reinforces its involvement in diplomatic solutions and global issues. Now we shift our focus to the Middle East. After this break, please stay. Sharjah Airport and Air Arabia celebrated a major milestone on October 27, 2024, with the launch of the first direct flight connecting Sharjah to the Maldives. This new route is expected to strengthen Sharjah's position in the global travel and tourism industry. The inaugural ceremony held at Sharjah Airport was attended by Deputy Ambassador of the Republic of Maldives to the UAE, Hassan Wahid, along with high-ranking officials and directors from Sharjah Airport Authority and Air Arabia. The airline will now operate daily flights between Sharjah Airport and Velana International Airport in Male, Maldives, using Airbus A320 aircraft. The new route is also part of Sharjah Airport's broader strategic plan to increase its capacity to 25 million passengers by attracting more international airlines and expanding its network. With this launch, Sharjah Airport and Air Arabia continue to make strides in positioning Sharjah as a prime travel hub, opening new opportunities for both travelers and businesses across the UAE and the Maldives. Oil prices dropped sharply, falling more than 4% on Monday, as Israel's recent retaliatory airstrike on Iran sparked key oil and nuclear facilities, claiming fears of the potential energy supply disruption. Both Brent and West Texas International Intermediate crude saw their prices tumble to their lowest levels since early October. By mid-morning, Brent was down to $72.59 per barrel, while WTI traded at $68.41. The decline follows Israel's military action targeting Iranian missile facilities, but avoiding any direct impact on oil infrastructure, leading analysis to downplay for the risks of a major escalation. This development is the geopolitical risk premium that had inflated oil prices over the last week. While some analysts foresee potential ceasefire talks between Israel and Iran-backed groups, others caution that ongoing tensions could still pose risks to stability in the region. Major producers like OPEC Plus may also adjust future output plans, adding further complexity to the global energy market. Market players are watching closely for any signs of renewed conflicts or shifts in output strategy ahead of OPEC Plus December meeting. Adani Power, India's leading thermal power producer, reported its second quarter financial results, showcasing resilience amidst various market conditions. The company's consolidated revenue rose 2.7% to 133.39 billion rupees, driven by consistent power generation. Notably, Adani Power's power generation increased 1.1% year-on-year to 468 billion units, demonstrating its commitment to meeting India's energy demands. Despite seasonal fluctuations in electricity demand due to above-normal rainfall, Adani Power maintained its operational efficiency. The company's results reflect the industry's dynamics, with peers Jindal Southwest Energy and National Thermal Power Corporation also reporting varied quarterly performances. Adani Power's shares demonstrated investor confidence, selling 1% higher ahead of earnings. The company's financial performance underscores its ability to adapt to changing market conditions, positioning it for long-term growth and sustainability in India's energy landscape. And in China, China's central bank, the People's Bank of China, PBOC, has launched a new leading tool to enhance liquidity in the banking system, as approximately 2.9 trillion yen in medium-term loans are set to expire by year-end. This initiative aims to bolster credit flow and support the economy, which is under pressure, to meet a growth target of around 5% for the year. The PBOC announced that it activated the Open Market Outright Reserve repo operations facility, allowing for monthly trades with primary dealers. This new tool will have tenors of less than 1 year, offering a longer duration than typical reverse repo operations, which generally range from 7 to 28 days. Analysts view this as a step towards modernizing the PBOC's monetary policy framework, aligning it more closely with practices in the US and the EU. With ongoing challenges including a downturn in the property market and weak consumer confidence, the PBOC's move is seen as critical in stimulating lending and investment to invigorate the world's second largest economy. Away from that, still speaking on China trade relations, China's Commerce Ministry has reiterated its warning to the European Union, emphasizing that separate negotiations with electric vehicle companies while in talks with China would undermine mutual trust and disrupt overall negotiations. This warning comes on the heel of a recent agreement between China and the European Union to explore alternatives to tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. The ministry's statement highlights China's commitment to finding a resolution to the dispute, with both sides acknowledging that price commitment will remain a key factor. In a positive development, Beijing has expressed its willingness to move forward with negotiations, inviting the European Union team to visit China as soon as possible. This gesture suggests a willingness to collaborate and find a mutually beneficial solution, paving the way for constructive dialogue and potential cooperation between the two economic powers. On monetary policy, the Bank of Japan is taking steps to improve its communication with markets after being criticized for its surprise interest rate hike in July, which contributed to a market rout in early August. Governor Kazuo Uda acknowledged the need for clearer communication, stating that the bank's technical language may have been difficult for markets to understand. Deputy Governor Ryozo Himino echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that communication should be straight and forward and empathetic. Reserve Bank of New Zealand Governor Adrian Orr also stressed the importance of central banks telling a story that people can understand and speaking in plain language. To address this issue, the Bank of Japan is considering increasing media opportunities and enhancing market intelligence. While some observers like Nada Chueri, the International Monetary Fund's Japan mission chief, defend the Bank of Japan's communication, others suggest that more frequent public appearances by policymakers could help avoid further market surprises. The Bank of Japan governor typically delivers speeches every 2 to 3 months, and board members speak publicly only twice a year outside of Tokyo. In contrast, Fed officials made over 40 public appearances between their September meeting and the next meeting's blackout period. The Bank of Japan's search for the communication solution is ongoing, with Deputy Governor Himino acknowledging that there is no silver bullet, but a strong will to learn and improve. Away from the Middle East, there are more stories from other parts of the world. Just after the break. Speaking on economic relations, Swiss companies are increasingly focusing on India as potential for growth rises with a new $100 billion trade deal. The agreement recently signed with the European Free Trade Association, EFTA, aims to cut tariffs on exports, enhancing access for Swiss businesses in India's 1.4 billion strong market. Notable firms like ABB and Quay Plus Nagel are already expanding operations in India, driven by robust economic growth projected at 7% for this year, outpacing China. ABB CEO highlighted a significant increase in orders, prompting investment in local manufacturing and R&D facilities. The Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, TEPA, expected to come into force by 2025 or 2026, will eliminate tariffs on nearly 95% of exports, providing Swiss companies with a competitive advantage over European counterparts still negotiating similar deals. With around 350 Swiss firms already operating in India, industry leaders believe this pact will boost investment and create up to 1 million jobs in the country, transforming India's economic landscape and enhancing bilateral trade relations. Speaking on stock markets, the UK's Financial Times Stock Exchange 100 Index edge up 0.2% on Monday, driven by gains in travel and leisure shares. Trainline led the surge with a 10.5% jump after upgrading its full-year revenue forecast to 11 to 13% growth. EasyJet and IAG also rose, benefiting from potential lower fuel costs. The Financial Times Stock Exchange 250 Index performed better, rising 0.4%. Investors are focusing on the upcoming budget of October 30, where UK Finance Minister Rachel Reeves will outline plans to boost public services and infrastructure. Despite some selling pressure from energy shares due to lower oil prices, the overall market sentiment remains optimistic. Energy shares dipped 1.8%, with BP and Shell down around 1.7% each. However, the decline was offset by gains in the sectors. The market is eagerly awaiting the budget, which is expected to address tax revenues and investment in the public services. British business confidence may have slipped to a 4-month low, but investors are looking forward to the government's plans for growth and development. The upcoming budget will be a key driver of market sentiments in the short term. Moving ahead, Hyundai Motor CEO Chang Jae-hoon has reaffirmed the company's commitment to electric vehicle EVs in the United States, stating that Hyundai will focus on making high-quality EVs that appeal to American consumers regardless of government subsidies or the outcome of the U.S. presidential election next month. Whoever wins the U.S. presidential election, they are prepared for any scenario, Chang told Nikkei Asia, explaining that Hyundai aims to remain competitive without depending on potential changes in Washington's energy policy. With the Inflation Reduction Act potentially hanging in the balance, the automaker has decided to emphasize innovation and customer satisfaction over reliance on subsidies. Chang's statement reflects Hyundai's strategic approach to the U.S. market, where it aims to build a solid EV customer base by delivering value through quality rather than relying solely on government support. This commitment underscores its long-term vision to establish itself as a key EV player in the competitive U.S. market, regardless of political changes. Away from that, Boeing is poised to launch a capital raising plan aiming to secure over $15 billion through a combination of common shares and mandatory convertible bonds. This strategic move seeks to bolster the company's finances, ensuring a strong foundation for future growth. The plan may include selling stock and convertible preference shares, with the total amounts potentially increasing based on demand. This development follows Boeing's recent $10 billion credit agreement with major lenders including Bank of America, Citibank, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan. The fresh capital will support Boeing's ongoing effort to address production challenges, regulatory requirements, and investment in innovation technologies. The company is taking proactive steps to navigate current market conditions, including restructuring initiatives such as workforce adjustment and strategic program delays. By strengthening its financial position, Boeing aims to restore confidence, drive growth, and maintain its leadership in the aerospace industry. This move demonstrates the company's commitment to long-term sustainability and its determination to overcome current challenges. And we'll be wrapping up with sports. We'll bring you the story right after now. To wrap up news hour, the appointment of Malam Shehu Diko as the chairman of the National Sports Commission (NSC) has been applauded by the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. The President General worldwide of the club, Dr. Rafiu Oladipo, told SOUQ News Television in a telephone interview earlier today that the appointment was a welcome development, as Malam Diko was an experienced hand that could take over the reins in the sports sector of the country. He also hailed President Bola Tinubu for scrapping the Ministry of Sports Development, adding that with his experience and expertise, Malam Diko would bring in new ideas and initiatives to all sports that would brighten and broaden the support of sporting landscape. He also commended the Confederation of African Football, CAF, for sanctioning Libya over how the treated Nigerian delegation were treated during the scheduled return for the Africa Cup qualifier, which had earlier been cancelled. He expressed the hope that CAF would not relent in its effort to bring sanity and discipline to the game of football in the continent. That's the news at this hour. Thank you for watching. Don't forget, SOUQ Pulse comes up right after now. I am Grace Komolafe. Good afternoon.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Lagos came alive with a dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white group made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali ko Malians ko Naira Mali ni, aya person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
The whole fashion scene and the African entire is that, apart from the fact that Africans have taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry global-wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased A.O. Afrique's latest designs, a blend of Ashoke with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie-and-dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I tried to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you sell this? That's how we've been marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I know ya. See, where will you come? Find me, baby, I'm not lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting rumors later. I can show you no problem.
this night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the All White Group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now finish. So I walk in, the beginning is good. I walk in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have maybe we'll have some other designers come join in. So the runway will not be these old designs alone. We'll have other designers come. Maybe we'll have something that we can bring in some international press to see what's new. So I think it will. Knowing Ago is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so, yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year, I hope to see a bigger, better, bigger movie. So to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I'm saying.
Tonight it's all about SOUQ designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into All White Group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, it gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turned into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keying into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, Star Kids, one of the up and rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And let me follow the word of Donald Trump. They missed greatly.
That's a good one. The all-white group was once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
parts of sub-Saharan Africa where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, observed on October 17, holds great significance as it reflects the global determination to address the deep-rooted issues of poverty in all its dimensions. The celebration did not commence until 1992, when the United Nations separated October 17 as the Day for the Eradication of Poverty. The day found its origin in a remarkable event of 1987, when over 100,000 people gathered in Paris to honor the victims of extreme poverty, hunger, and violence. Since then, it has become an annual occasion to bring the world's attention to the harsh realities faced by those living in poverty and to reaffirm the commitment to achieving social and economic justice for all. The theme for this year's celebration has been christened Ending Social and Institutional Maltreatment, Acting Together for Just, Peaceful, and Inclusive Societies. This highlights the urgent need for collective action in confronting the systemic and structural causes of poverty. The theme points to the fact that poverty is not merely lack of income, rather, it is deeply intertwined with social exclusion, institutional discrimination, and systemic injustice. It is important to put an end to social and institutional maltreatment that is experienced through the marginalization of individuals and communities. An end must also come to exclusion or denying individuals access to opportunities based on race, gender, ethnicity, disability, and socio-economic status. To end this maltreatment, we must thoroughly rethink how societies are structured and how institutions operate. To effectively tackle poverty, societies must confront the various forms of injustice that fuel inequality and exclusions. Inclusivity and comprehensive social programs that allow for equal access to education, healthcare, employment, and other services must be prioritized. Governments and institutions must work to create social safety nets that protect the most vulnerable, ensuring that poverty is not perpetuated across generations. Affirmative actions and legal protections for marginalized groups are crucial for building a society where everyone has an equal opportunity to thrive. Creating constant awareness is key to achieving the goal of poverty eradication by promoting social justice, inclusivity, and human rights from an early age. Societies can become armed with information that extols and entrenches equality and fairness. Schools should teach values such as respect, diversity, and solidarity, providing young people with the tools to challenge the bias and inequalities that contribute to poverty. Efforts to end corruption, promote ethical governance, and implement fair labor practices are key steps in creating systems that support the well-being of all citizens, especially for the most marginalized. Institutions must adopt anti-discrimination measures that ensures the fair treatment of every individual regardless of their background and foster an environment where everyone's voice is heard. The eradication of poverty cannot be achieved through isolated efforts. It demands a global commitment to addressing the root cause of inequality and creating systems that promote justice, peace, and inclusion. This year's theme reminds us that only by acting together, governments, institutions, communities, and individuals can we dismantle the barriers that perpetuate poverty and build a world where everyone has the opportunity to live with dignity, security, and hope for the future. As Nelson Mandela once said, Overcoming poverty is not just a gesture of charity, it is an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. The International Day for the Eradication of Poverty serves as a powerful reminder that the fight against poverty is far from over, and that we all have a role to play in building a fairer and more just world. Ojai Michael.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. And we'll tell you this, it doesn't matter the divide you're on, it doesn't matter the business you do, it doesn't matter your nation, it doesn't matter the color of your skin, though that matters to you. But here we talk, and we tell you the same thing, don't keep quiet. For when we talk, we seek solutions. We may not find it, but we keep talking and businesses grow. Because when you can provide solutions, then you are paid for something. You come to the market not just to buy, but also to sell. So Africa rising. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. Today we will dwell on something most times people don't talk about it, or they just let it fly over the heads of those that are concerned. But to the shame of all of us, because if we don't understand it, they really are the majority. So we'll go there. We'll take a very short break. When we return, I will introduce my guest and what we are talking about today. So, hey, go get your neighbors, your friends. It's time for SOUQ Pulse, and we are about to talk. We'll be back after this short break.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. You know already, this is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. So today we are looking at young people. Yes, you heard me right. Young people in Africa. And we are asking these direct questions. What exactly are our priorities for them, their priorities, and the opportunities out there for them? Somebody will be opening the eyes or trying to screw up some knots in the brain and asking questions. Who exactly is young? Is it the guy that is the political leader that is above 60 heading to 70 and they say he's a youth leader of a political organization? Or is it the guy that is a community leader somewhere? Nah. For those that are not aware, 70% of Nigerians are under 30. Let that sink. So should we keep taking them for granted? So let's talk about what exactly are their priorities. What is ours? What is the nation priority for the youth? What are the opportunities out there for them? What opportunities are they looking forward to? What exactly is in the mind of the young people now? Now, I have several people that will be crossing this particular program for today, and we will talk. We just let them open up and let's feel their pulse. If you don't understand, if we say productivity, then these are the set of people we should hold down and move and grind the engine of productivity in Africa. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to start the talk for the first half, join me as I welcome on SOUQ Pulse for the first time, Godson. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good.
It's a pleasure.
Good. I also have Ebuka. You are also welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chooks. It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you. Now, for those wondering, they are core members and they just finished service. I guess you'll be passing out on
Thursday.
Thursday. Oh, good. Now, let's start this way. How has your stay been, your last almost a year in service? That's National Youth Service
Corps.
Good.
I would say it has been challenging. It's another step because we as youth, most of us left our parents' home just to like get new experience about like just.
When you were going to school, you left your parents' home too?
Yeah, we left our parents' home, but not the way we are like right now. We left on our own to fend. Some of us left to fend for ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just like pick things like little what's called attributes on how to live, how life really is, to have a taste or to have like a little pinch of how the real world is. Yeah, so that was just literally what we actually had to feel as youths, and yeah.
Okay, to you, Ebuka, the last 1 year, okay, almost a year.
Yeah,
I guess you must have been earning some
it's
stipends,
a year,
be
it's
it
a
from
year.
NYSC or from where you're doing your primary assignment.
Okay.
Do you see that like preparing you for a salary job, or see that as, okay, good, I might start something, or I might get more learning, or I might get more skill?
Yeah, definitely. I will even thank the person that initiated that NYSC because it's a very good opportunity for people to maybe leave their comfort zone and then try and be independent.
For a few people,
For people that felt like they are old enough to fend for themselves, this is like a very big opportunity for you to know how it feels out there. Because when you are in the comfort of your home, you don't even know.
So through this period, you've not been getting support from. You know what I'm talking about.
It will not be the same support you get as a student. Okay. Now you are no longer a student, you are a core member and you are working, you are receiving salary. So you don't expect them to fend for you the way they've been doing.
Are you receiving salary or stipend?
They call it salary, so
they call it salary. Okay, now let's get into this discussion. How integral do you see young people in development of a nation, of your city, of Lagos, of this town, where you're working, of Africa? How do you see young people? Are they really part of the development process of Africa? You can now break it down to your own locality.
Okay, I would say young people are doing very well in tech and all that. They are majorly in tech and other innovative stuff, you understand? So I would say that youth have a lot to contribute to the society. But most times we are not given that leverage, that opportunity. People, they still look at us as if we are maybe...
Who is they? Who is us? Can we break that down? They look at, so who is the they and who is the us?
I mean, let me say the government. You understand?
The government.
Yes, I think they have not given us that opportunity, like to showcase everything that we have.
Which government exactly, Godson? Which, from what he is saying, do you share the same views like him?
I would say let's say I partially agree with him because during the course of let's use youth service as a platform, because the platform whereby the government made, and we use that to, let's say, get little experiences about like, okay, yes, about this particular job, and majorly our field of study, because most of us that are being posted to companies are being posted to, okay, yes, most definitely I studied mass communication, and I'm posted to a media firm whereby I get more knowledge about mass com. So
did you study mass com because that is what you wanted to study?
Yes,
that is what JAM or
No. I studied mass com because I wanted to be a journalist, to communicate to others. Disseminating information is something that I know that, okay, yes, without, you need to like, you need information to be like enlightened about some
now that
things.
you're working in a media firm.
Yeah.
So how do you think or see your contribution to development?
I would say in terms of my contribution to the society, I would say to society at large, because what I majorly do at my primary place of assignment is broadcasting whatever goes on air and stuff like that. Gave me like an edge because I didn't come into that particular organization with that. So like it gave me an edge. Okay, yes, broadcast the information that we do, like the things we broadcast in that particular media house, to share the good news to people. Okay, yes, this is what we do, this is how we do things over here and stuff like that. So I would say, okay, yes, we've enlightened people like in a very, very good manner.
Do you see young people playing an integral part in moving Nigeria forward?
Obviously, yes, because in terms, yes, because like right now, I won't say yes, because most of the youths that we have now.
When you say most of the youth, like the next question I'll ask you, how many do you know? If we say Nigeria is 200 and something million, and we say 70% of 30, do you know what that looks like?
Yeah.
That's well over, like roughly 140 million.
Almost.
Now, if we say 140 million, let's now say less than 15 should be like 40%. So let's say give and take, that's about over 70 million people. So how many do you know? So you see where the generation issue comes in?
Yeah. So that was...
Let's come to the issue of skill acquisition.
Okay.
Now, the issue of certification is good, but there is a lot of hitting heads going after certification. I am holding a BSc. I am holding a HND. I have an NCE. I have a master's. Everybody has a paper qualification. What about skill? Are you still interested in skills? Skill acquisition. Godson.
Yeah, Ebuka, sorry.
Ebuka, thank you very much.
Yeah, there are so many online courses you can do now. Not basically the artisan or the one you do physically to acquire skill. Well, that one is still okay. You understand? If someone that you are internet inclined, there are so many courses you can take online to equip yourself.
Are you taking those advantages?
Yes, we're taking those advantages.
I'm not talking about you. Do you see people of your generation taking that advantage?
So that was why I was saying that we are not giving that opportunity, because I was trying to...
Opportunity to take the advantage?
Yeah, I was trying to explain something, because, you know, one election period is always the youth. You will not see youth running for the election, but they are the ones conducting. They are not giving that, you know, that opportunity to even like run. You understand? But you see them use them for other things. You know what I mean?
Auxiliary staff.
Yes, stuff like that. So they are not giving.
But they also want to go make money as part-time staff. Okay, we'll go on a very short break because Ebuka needs to really get his thoughts together and dap his face. It looks like he's on the hot seat. But these are young men that have spent some good time and have acquired some good knowledge and want to get that off them and see how we can translate this to the larger society. Don't go anywhere. We'll go on a very short break and we will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of
Welcome back. This is your program. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at the younger generation, youth to be precise, and we are asking ourselves, hey, what are the priorities? Are they getting it right? What are the opportunities open to them? And we talk. I have Godson and I have Ebuka, and they are here with me, and we are talking. Before we left, we're looking at skills acquisition. For most people, that's, I won't call it craze, but that is more what it is. That craze for bearing a certificate is just out there, and you're bearing a certificate and you don't have some good skills to back it up. And that's an issue. We need to really look at that. Whether it's artisanal skills, whether it's the ones you acquire via the net, skills. Once you have it, you have it. I don't know if you understand. It's just like a plumber. It's a well-paid job. You're smiling, right? Coding, also a well-paid job. People look down on anybody that steps out and you have a uniform and the uniform gets dirty. But you'll be sure that they make way more money than a bank manager. Those that repair your cars. That's a job most people don't really understand. The farmer. So do you see your generation getting into these spaces? Let me start with you. Is that a smile or a mug?
Okay, I would say with the level of understanding that I have of like the Gen Z, let me put that in brackets. I doubt if we would want to like get as dirty. No one, even to be a teacher.
Why? Because it has not been glamorized around here.
Not even glamorized. Nobody wants to like, in our generation, nobody wants to suffer. Everybody wants quick money.
Quick
money.
Now hold on to your thoughts. Do you share that thought with him?
Yes.
Okay. You share the same thought?
Yeah.
Okay, now hold on to that thought. Now for those out there, quick money, is that the driver really? Now let's look at this. Is the weight of responsibility, societal weight of responsibility heavy on your generation?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Why?
Because, this period, people make comparisons. They see your counterparts.
Comparison has always been there, right?
Yeah,
from
that's what I'm saying. But it's prevalent now because people are on internet. They see what other people are doing.
Good.
You understand?
Who is putting who on pressure?
I think the internet.
Okay.
Internet is just shaping people's mind these days. People don't even think on their own, except they see something. You can bear witness. Most people follow what they see. So when we are talking about quick money, most people see people claim that they are riding cars. They don't even know what they are doing behind, but they will not show what they are doing. So that's the internet shaping the policies of our young generations now.
So that's where the major side of the pressure is coming from.
Yes.
From what they see on social media.
Yes.
But on the other side of it, the social media is majorly a tool for finance, a tool to push business, a tool to create content and harvest profit. And younger people are also playing in that particular field a whole lot. Why don't that pressure turn to business?
But some of those contents that are being posted online, like he said, they influence the mind of people. Like, now I don't want to use most definitely per se. You see someone driving let's call it a Chevrolet, because most of people like the Gen Zs are most moved, like we are moved by things we see, like he said.
Fancy stuff.
Fancy things, cars, houses, money, everybody's splashing money everywhere. Everybody wants to, yes, I want to be like this particular person. The way he spends.
Is it a moral issue or an upbringing issue?
I would say would I say it's a moral issue, because it depends on you. You can't tell me that, okay, yes, you are coming from a religious home and you tell me that, okay, yes, my parents brought me up in a Christian way, not to look at people, not to be so covetous about the things of the world and all. And I see something online and I like what this person is actually like doing, and I say, okay, yes, I want to do this thing, and like, okay, I'll think about what most of us don't think about that anymore. Our parental stuff is just like, most of us just take it and just throw it out of the window. Most of us.
Now, I'm going back to that generalization again.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know up to 70 million people?
I don't know.
Do you know up to 100 million people?
I don't know up to 100.
Do you know up to 50,000 people?
No, I don't.
So most of us will not suffice.
Let me speak of Nigerian youths. Honestly, I won't lie. Nigerian youths on their own would want anything flashy, anything that makes,
every human being likes good things in life.
Sure.
Good. So there's nothing wrong in liking good things in life. It's how you acquire it that is the issue.
It's going extra mile.
Good. And are you ready to work for it? Which brings us to the next question. Is your generation ready to work for the things they want, Godson?
No.
Ebuka.
With the level of effort they are putting and what they want, they don't even tolerate.
Okay, which is more? The effort is more or the desire is more?
The desire is more. You have.
Okay, now has it gone beyond desire to lust? Where should we put it?
You can say something like that. Because when your desire is too big and you are not even seeing, you are not working, someone is not working, but he's telling you that he's going to ride a Rolls Royce. I've seen people like that. You are not doing anything, you've not even gotten admission. You say, this Rolls Royce, I'm going to drive it. How are you going to do it?
Okay. Could the person be talking out of faith, or is just someone lost in dreams?
It's not out of faith. It's someone lost in dreams, like you said, because you can't just wake up like, oh, like they say, there's an adage in my village, it's the hands that touch dirt that gets, what is called it, oily. Oily. Let me speak it in my language. So if you put your hands in something, like my father said, there is no how you would, what is called it, you sit down in one place and manna will fall down from heaven. It was in the Bible that thing happened, and that never happened since then.
It happened for a reason.
It happened for a reason because there was, at that moment, there was like no food in the land and stuff like that. So God had to like send them.
There was food. They were on transition. They were on the move.
They were on the move.
So they couldn't stop to farm.
Yes, but like even if you stay in one place, it's not something that that a miracle can happen.
Okay. While people keep praying for the miracles, now let's ask this question before I let you and bring in the next set of guests. What's the connection between your younger generation and the older two generations before yours? Apart from family, apart from parent-child relationship, what's the work relationship? What's the development relationship? What's that connection you see from your end between your generation and those ahead of you?
Should I come in?
Yes. Feel very free to come in.
Okay, I don't think there is cordial relationship between this younger generation and the older ones because we tend to disagree with most principles. You understand?
Because you are disobedient?
No, not about disobedience. Their own time and our time is not the same. Even from dressing, from the slangs we use now, for many things, they disagree with many things. But
who's disagreeing? The older generation disagreeing?
Yes. They say, do it like this, do it like this. Sometimes maybe, like let's say in the place of work, let me use the place of work. Some older person might want you to write. Say, you write this thing, write news, write. But you say, I want to type it. You say, no, you're a journalist, you need to write things down.
You have to write things down?
Yes, you have to write things, but you can also type. You can also record.
So you can type, you can record.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an example. Good. What other form of disagreement do you see or conflict do you see between your younger generation and those way ahead of you?
The thing is this. There is a lot.
Even in the money aspect.
In terms of making money, it's I won't say like there are more similarities because, like, let me put it that okay, people that are ahead of us are, sorry to use the word, they're archaic or something. They feel that everything should be done by you sweating.
Okay, hold on. I think this should be like the information age, right?
Yes.
Your generation did not bring about the information age.
And we didn't bring that. That's the beginning to everything now.
But we advanced it.
Your generation did not advance the information age. Your generation is benefiting from the hard work and sweat of those that invented and advanced the information.
That's why they should leave us to enjoy
Okay,
it.
Mark Zuckerberg, can you consider him as older generation also? Mark Zuckerberg.
He's in his 30s, heading to 40.
But is he an older generation?
Well, he's still your generation.
So
but there are those before him, mind you. There is the Apples, there is the Microsoft that give us the hardwares.
Yeah.
Before them, there is those that give us the hard coding for those particular hardwares. But it's a continuous transition.
Process, yeah.
One to the next generation, one to the next generation, and everybody has to work in sync. Now we're looking at Africa and looking at productivity. And I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse. It's been fun having you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having us.
I want to look at by this time in the next year, and I say, okay, good. I think I crossed these guys. I want to see them doing something great. So we are going to have another set of very good, beautiful, handsome young people on SOUQ Pulse. But before we get there, I want to say thank you very much for everybody that's watching. Hey, let's continue this conversation. Don't go anywhere. We're going to a very short break. Godson and Ebuka will beat us by, and we will have Michael and Joy join us. And we'll keep talking. What are the opportunities out there, and where are we heading with our youth? SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is your show, this is your program, and this is SOUQ Pulse on a beautiful, beautiful start of the week. And there's no better way to get this going but having young people and we talk. Most people will be wondering why? 70% of the population is no joke. And if we can harness this set and get the best out of them, then I promise you the world have not seen Nigeria move. To continue this particular discussion on young people and the opportunities and their priorities, Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse, also for the very first time, Michael and Joy. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chief, for having us.
Are you blushing?
I'm smiling.
You're smiling. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Now, we had Ebuka and Godson earlier on before you came up. And before we started, I really had to just get this out there. How was your service here? Joy, how was your service here? Okay, how has your service here been? It's drawing to a close, I think.
Yes. Good.
So how was it?
It has been good so far. It has not really been easy at all. Like, NYS is not for the weak.
NYS is not, that's the National Youth Service.
It's not for the weak.
It's not for the weak.
Yes.
Okay, but the last I checked is for everybody that graduates.
Yes.
You need 1 year before you can go to work and serve somewhere.
Yes.
So how is it not for the week?
It's stressful.
It's stressful.
Yes.
Okay. Michael, do you share that idea that it's stressful?
Very much.
Very much.
I think she's not emphasizing on the stress as she has to. It's
Okay.
very, 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 very stressful.
As you mentioned it like 4 times. So
Double
what's-
it.
Okay, now for your own side, now let's personalize it. Okay. What was the stress involved?
A whole lot of things comes with NYSC.
Okay. No, let's talk about your NYSC because some other people's NYSC is not stressful.
It is me speaking.
Yes.
A whole lot of things comes with NYSC. You see, when you go, there's this euphoria of joy of getting into camp, meeting people with the mindset you're going to have a broader connection as time goes on. And then when you're done with this,
After
then
the
you get
first- after the first 2 weeks.
3 weeks in camp.
They scatter everybody.
Yes, and then you get to your PT, you get your posting. That's when the problem comes. Imagine somebody living a very soft life in Lagos, being posted somewhere in Kano or Mina or in Borno. For an instance, I'm not saying
What
to a
is it-
way
what
more
is
remote
it-
area.
what is it called?
Where you have to like enter a boat without a life jacket, not even a speedboat.
You didn't do that.
How sure are you?
Okay, you redeployed.
How sure are you?
Okay.
I was dislodged from Lagos. I camped in Oyo State. I can tell you how terrible it is for me to get to Oyo. First, I was promised it's a 3 hours trip. I left Lagos by 3. I got to camp by 11 p.m.
It's an experience. And now you can recount it.
Not one anybody wants to get his or herself involved in, but then it's part of the experience.
Good.
Because there are so many more of them.
Okay, yours, was it as bad as he had it?
Mine was okay, but I can only thank God because I got posted to Sokoto.
Come again.
Sokoto. I've never gone there before.
They didn't see the color of your skin
They
before.
did not see. They didn't see it.
Okay.
I can't even imagine it, but I just had to read it.
But it's all good. It's all good. There are people. We try to serve communities. We try to give a bit of what we have to benefit and learn from wherever we get to be posted. But it's an experience that you can write about it, you can talk about it, you can educate somebody about it. So it's good you went, you saw, and you're still conquering. Now let's come back to what we're talking about. Young people and the opportunities out there, young people and their priorities. Before Godson and Ebuka left, I was asking this particular question. What's the connection between your generation, your younger people, and let's say 2-3 generations ahead of you when it comes to opportunities, when it comes to work, when it comes to business, when it comes to idea sharing, when it comes to being able to open up and talk?
Well, not to cut it short, but I think we are no longer the younger generation.
Okay.
Except we are trying to pick a comparison.
I'm talking
right
about
now.
your generation right now.
We are no longer a younger generation.
Okay.
We've been exposed to the worst of it all, societal wise and everything. So I don't think we are a younger generation now. We are a surviving generation. It is no way I due to call us a younger generation. Okay. We are the surviving generation now.
Hold your thought. Are you looking at, okay, now I'm looking at young people by age. I'm not looking at it by experience. Okay. Now, experience is two different things. You can have someone who's 12 and he's 30 something at heart.
So young person by age. What's the age bracket you're looking at?
Let's don't go there. I'm looking at age by service right now.
Okay.
I don't know if you understand. It's age by service. So whatever bracket that service brings you into. So now, for those now, there's always been this issue of open talk, in quote, asterisks, opportunities. They don't let us. The us is still not defined. The they is still not defined. There's still that untold cagey kind of conversation where some generations see the younger one as, wait, it's not your turn. I'm talking about an African thing. Okay. So is it something that you see, or is it something that you've observed, or is it something that you think we need to break that particular jinx?
It's everybody's experience. It's something I have seen. It is me growing up to become people's uncle and then you begin to realize that what you were looking up to your uncles to do for you and they were unable to do it, then you are seen as a big deal. You are growing now into the same circumstance where you are limited by budget, and then you cannot actually provide
Can you
in any
call
way.
that budget finance? Limited by finance.
We can add finance to it. That's adding a sugar coat on top, making it sound sweeter. But then the reality is we don't get to meet up what we expect or what we want to. As a generation, we live on the promises on this regular press script like, okay, this is yours. Go through this process, come through this process. At this end, you're going to take over, stuff like that. But then when you get to this point, there is nothing there for you.
Okay, hold on to that particular thought. Now, even in this climb, but majorly outside Africa, we see young people doing extraordinary things. We see young people being able to vision an idea, birth that idea, and get support for that idea in extraordinary ways. Typical example, the Silicon Valley was completely run by very young people at that particular time, although not your generation. Do you see Africa being able to pull that stunt, aside what is happening in Rwanda and some other few African hubs, and a bit of Nigeria too?
For me, yes. But at times, let's say most people feel that, okay, the country is limiting them from doing what they want to do, maybe because of the economy or the hardship or something. But most of the time, you can't even compare the youths over there to the ones here.
Why?
I don't know, but for me, I feel that
Why can't you compare the youths over there to the ones here?
there is money there. It's
There
not
is
like I
what?
say there's no money in Nigeria, but there is money, but it's not just circulating everywhere.
Who told you that? There is money. So if once we get there now, we can just take a basket and go to
But
one.
you can't compare their economy system
ours.
to ours. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's say, for instance,
Are we looking at opportunities available or money? Because those are two different things. Are we looking at opportunities available there or the money available?
opportunities are available there, and
Okay.
the money is available there. Opportunities are available here too.
Okay, then what exactly is holding young people?
They want more.
They want
More.
more. Good. So if young people want more, Michael,
Yeah.
you can't want without giving.
Okay.
It's either you are giving a skill, or you're giving a talent, or you're giving time in return.
Okay.
Which means you have to have something to exchange for what you want. So what do you think young people are lacking to be able to get what they want?
I believe you must have had your share of experience, the Nigerian factor. There is this limited policy that supports the younger generation. You get to see policies over time that promise a greener pasture, but they are not implemented. That is why at the end of the day, we see some startup fintechs in Nigeria, when they grow to a certain scale, they sell off, start another business, venture into another business again.
Okay, they are selling off because of the age of those involved.
Not actually the age, because environment becomes way more,
They
not
grow
that
bigger than
conducive.
their environment.
Not really bigger.
Okay.
The policies no longer favor them. When you start up
If the
and then
policies are not
you put in your effort,
Okay.
you grow to an extent. That is when they begin to like, oh, you've not really given us this. You're supposed to start doing this and that for the government. You're supposed to do this and that. But then you are a startup. There is no particular policy that should give you a framework. Maybe let's say, as a startup, you're supposed to work for like 5-10 years without paying or getting a loan from a bank without paying interest. Then after 10 years, you can start doing this and that back. But then you get to see them give you tomorrow. They doesn't even go to this government, the rice government. Let's not just go there. But
Okay.
that's
Before
the
since
policy.
you've said let's not go there, let's hold on to. Now, very soon you will need to define that rice government.
Are we?
Let's get back this way. Do you think the youth are a priority in this current dispensation?
Of course they are.
Can you give us why examples?
Okay, because for me, I feel that the youth are more knowledgeable.
Okay.
They have more experiences. I feel in some situations and some aspects, they have more experiences even more than I don't know how to call you guys age.
The older generation.
Just go ahead, hit
then,
it, hit it
Older
under,
generation,
between, anywhere.
they are
We'll
more
take
knowledge. Like my mom, for instance, maybe there's something that she doesn't know in her phone.
on her phone.
Yeah, on her phone. Sorry for that. So she comes to me or comes to my youngest sister. So I'm like, mommy, you don't know this one too.
On the phone.
So
business wise, but then when you begin to like see yourself trying to venture into the market space,
Okay.
they begin to ask you for 10 years experience. How is a fresh graduate supposed to get 10 years experience in this particular field? I am just
now for
my
10
service.
years experience. That is if you want to apply to work, not if you are coming with your idea for development. Does it also affect that?
If you're coming with your idea, you must sell experience.
So if you're coming with your idea, you must sell experience.
Yes.
We've not been able to develop whereby we have a particular financial house sitting down somewhere and looking for
Sell to me your idea, and then
ideas
let's see
to-
what we
to
can
birth.
work around it.
Okay.
There's
so-
none of that.
So are you sure there's none of that?
Prove me.
Good. Now, are there none of that? These are things we really need to now start talking about. But we know that several times we've had intervention funds, be it from the federal government through several banks. Now, how those banks work are things we will need to look up and ask ourselves direct questions. Are we really looking forward to empowering younger people to go out there and do exploit? That's a discussion for another day. Now, let's look at this particular issue. JAPA.
Japa.
99.9% of those living shores of Africa are young people. Do you have any issue with it?
Personally,
Yes.
why wouldn't I? We are year on year, we are seeing the inflation go as high as it is. Then we come back to the table every minute of the year, like every moment, discussing minimum wage. I'm sure you've heard both on paper and probably on the radios where they approved the 70K minimum wage. It didn't get to call members.
Okay.
Yet there was that romance on air that it has been approved and core members were getting the same allowance, and most of them lost, their source of, that extra patch, like Ojen 2K. They don't pay 70K, they ask me for Ojen 2K.
Okay. So now you're talking some personal experience. Okay, good. Now let's look at the Japa issue, Joy. Now people look at it from different ways. Some young people leave Africa, go there and acquire better skills. Now, for some countries, the skill benefit them. For those that doesn't benefit, there's this remittance at the end of whenever the person starts working and starts making money. But now, the other thing we're looking at is brain drain. Now, from your take, do you think, where do you stand? For or against?
The people that are
For Japa, against Japa?
I'm for Japa. Or
Are you looking forward to it?
who will not run?
Run from what?
Hardship.
Okay. Now, this particular places, I am not an advocate of run, I'm not an advocate of not. But now the issue is this particular greener pasture where we are all trying to get to, somebody else watered those particular grounds, somebody else planted. And people stayed there and shed blood and tears to make it rosy. So at what point in time do you think we should also do the same thing for Africa? Is it a doable thing, Michael?
It's literally doable, but practically it seems more impossible. Because what you get here on Earth is a promise that's okay, we're going to give, an olive branch to younger people to come in and, be part of the government, be part of the system, this and that. And somebody's employing you or like giving you an appointment as a Minister of Information. He's putting somebody ahead of you who probably has no ICT knowledge. You're bringing ideas forward, and somebody is telling you, okay, wait, at the end of the day, we're going back to outsource. Consult this firm, this international firm, consult that international firm. Why wouldn't you move and work for those firms, which they will end up consulting to come and work for the country?
Do you share his opinion?
Exactly.
Exactly like with your big time rubber stamp.
Yes, but me, I feel that no matter where you go to, if you cannot be able to succeed in that small place you're in, even though you go to a big country where there is money flowing everywhere, you cannot still be able to succeed there.
That is if you're not
They are
traveling
still-
with a purpose.
Yeah. So there are still 80% of people in Nigeria that are still making it here.
80% of people still making it. Now let's go
Yes.
to the youth population. 70%, the workforce in Nigeria, are young people. Are this set of young people really putting that statistics to use? If we want to change something and 70% of us occupy that particular space, why can't we change the narrative?
Are we looking at 70% in the civil service or
70% of
in
young
private
people,
That's what I'm saying.
whether they are in the civil service, whether they are in the military or in the paramilitary or the police,
If
or
they
whether
are
they
in-
don't have
if-
a job,
If they're in the private sector, we can't be looking to them.
the entire workforce,
The entire workforce,
and population
not every private sector belongs to the NLC. So you cannot use the same category or the same, the yardstick to measure who is a civil servant and who is in that private sector working. In the private sector, you can wake up any day, your boss just sends you out, and then in civil service, it doesn't work like that.
Okay.
There's a process to every
what
other thing.
can this 70% do to change the narrative?
Do we have any record of the 70%?
Yes.
What statistics is it
Is
coming
in
from?
your population census.
Population census?
Yes.
It is very wrong.
Which of them?
It is very wrong. That depends. That takes us back to me asking you, when we say young persons, what age bracket are we looking at for young persons in
Now,
Nigeria?
for this particular young person, everybody below the age of 45
Is a young person.
is a young person. Even below the age of 50 is a young person.
Is a young person.
Yes.
We are not ready to move yet.
We're not-
Everybody's young there.
We are not
No,
ready
of
to
course,
move
yes.
yet.
If you are below 50, you are a young person.
If you're below 50, you're a young person.
You're a young person.
I'm actually a baby. Oh. I'm
I'm a
16.
Then you've not been born yet, right? Now let's take this further. Do you think African youths are distracted?
I don't buy the idea.
Okay, let's start with you. Why do you think African youths are distracted?
Okay, like I said before, they want more. But like for me, I feel that if you as a youth can increase your capacity of working, try to learn more things, learn more skills, then go to a company to apply for a job. Maybe you see, okay, I've learned enough, why would they pay me such amounts? So they say, no, that's what they can pay, and you leave. So that's what I'm talking about. They want more. And if you continue to get more and more and more, then how will the country move forward? And how will most things be done? So people will just keep on having that idea that I don't have anything, so let me just stay. I told them, because I have a friend of mine, she said if she gets a job and they're not paying her so amount, that
How
she's
much?
not.
Put a figure to
250K.
only.
Only. She just finished 7 too. Like
It
what?
depends on the skills she has.
Yeah, she has a skill. Yeah, but for me, I feel that slowly you can move up to earning 1M monthly.
It depends on what you're bringing to the table, please.
Yeah, it depends, but you can't just bam enter like that.
It depends on where you also enter. Now, of course, yes. Now, do you think African youths are distracted?
Not in any way.
Are you sure?
Very.
Okay.
We are the most hardworking, young
I'm not
persons.
saying I'm
We
not
are not
saying
distracted.
lazy.
I'm not saying we are lazy or not, but I'm telling you, we are not distracted. If we are distracted, the bad things that we record this period would have been much more than this.
Okay. Let me help you with these statistics.
Okay.
Cameroon has had a president that has been there since almost before I was born, before he became president.
Not just him.
Cameroon is like the standout one.
Okay.
Now talk of those other smaller countries like him, majorly francophone countries.
Okay.
And they've had a youth population in those countries for over 50 years. What have they done? Now, those countries are still living below the poverty mark, though poverty mark not set by Africa in the first place.
Okay.
So who exactly should change the narratives in Africa? Is it the old men or the young people? So what exactly is distracting the people from focusing on things that matter? What exactly is holding them down if it's not distraction?
The simplest choice of word is hunger.
Hunger, which means hunger can be a distraction.
Yeah, hunger could
So
be-
who is putting the hunger on the table?
The same people and the system.
Good. If we look at some side of the story hunger comes because there are no food coming from the farm, which means everybody has a leg, has a hand. You can go to the farm and farm.
Oh.
So why should hunger be the problem? Why should somebody tell you can't go back and live the way your forefathers lived? Even if all of us can do the same, if you can do that and feed others, why we focus on a particular tax? Why are we not getting Africa off the shackles? We've read about it, heard it in music for over 50 years. So what exactly is taking our minds away?
You're asking this question from a point of zero neutrality. Personally, I would say that
I'm also part of it.
No, because if you are living in this, like if you are in this country particularly, you should know better how things work. I used to own a farm in Makurdi.
Now, say you,
you're saying if you ask him,
things work.
Yes.
So we now leave it the way how things work. What have we been able to do to change the narrative?
We did come this far to get low.
Okay.
Things began to get bad.
You mean something is happening?
Something is happening, and we just call it out. Insecurity. Are you trying to tell me that because I own a farmland and I want to go to farm,
can I also
should
tell
I
you
also
that
be given a gun?
Can I also tell you that a lot of those people involved in that particular nefarious activity called be it kidnapping, be it getting farmers off their lands are also young people.
Because they've been brainwashed and they've been exposed to hunger. These people haven't starved. You can't call a graduate out now who has a brighter future and who has seen a roadmap, who has set a particular roadmap for him or herself, and tell him, come on, take this gun. I want you to go and kidnap you on the road when you are
there's someone called
I have a future.
There's someone called the underpants bomber.
Okay.
Do you remember that history?
I'm not good at bombing.
He's a very, very young Nigerian who happens to be the son of a very influential person in this country.
Okay.
And he was not even 30 yet.
Okay.
So it's not about education.
It is.
But he was way, way more educated than...
When we talk about education, you should know that it's not just about being an expert in a certain field. It's your ability to grasp, comprehend every other communication that's coming your way. Like
so
if I am going to tell you now...
People like him did not comprehend or grasp what was coming their way.
People can be coerced into so many things. There are things beyond the normal eye.
Where do we drop the aspect of people taking responsibility for what is given to them?
The part where you come in.
Okay.
You need to
now
call
let's get to technology. Now, this particular dispensation is the information age, and the younger people in Africa have been so blessed that technology is not just bridging the gap, but opening up opportunities. Do you see younger people making the best out of this, aside the craze of trying to get more money?
Yes.
The technology drive is just young person. It's just young people. When we talk about technology in this age, I don't think your age bracket comes in, because when we talk about technology now, you should be talking about the teenagers now that we are, since you all are youths in your 50s, we the teenagers now.
Okay.
We are the young persons that drive technology.
Okay. Let's. I want to see a future where things are not just being imported outside Africa. Be it hardware, be it software, be it apps, they originate from here, for here, solving solutions here. Do you see Africans getting that done? Although we've seen that a trickle of it, but do you see Africans majorly getting that done?
Sure, but it's going to take a while.
It's going to take a while. Now, let's come back to Africa. Do you think Africa is shortchanging the young people?
The answer is obvious.
Joy, are they?
Shortchanging, how do you mean?
Not letting them be their best. Cheating them in one form or the other.
Yes.
Putting roadblocks on the way.
Yes, it's obvious.
One
Like
example.
you said. A lot.
One example.
I can give you a whole lot more.
Okay.
But then
hold on to your whole lot. Thank you very much, Joy. Thank you very much, Michael. Now, to everyone out there, remember this and stay alive. There are no nation that can grow without the direct input of the young people. That's a no-no. And if you think wherever you are, it doesn't matter how old you are, that you hold on to people's idea, it doesn't matter how old the person that is bringing it, birthing it, or bringing it out is, then you are also part of the problem. Let every seed grow. Let every plant germinate. Be like the sun. Whoever can get it, let him have it. And let's open up that opportunity. Even if you can't have the money to finance those businesses, at least encourage them. If you can't shout, push. We have to encourage the younger people and get the best out of them and take responsibility for those around you too. I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse. I look forward to seeing you a year from now and having this conversation again. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's been a beautiful time on SOUQ Pulse today. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers. We'll do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a very beautiful day. And remember, love your neighbor as yourself. Bye.
Fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically on underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.